Hey, Rebecca. How are you? Let's see here. All right. That's weird. I was looking to share the link. Copy. Let's go. We'll try this out. It's a new one to me. How about that?
Hi, friend.
You there? Hey, hey.
Can
Hey,
you see
girl.
me?
What's up? Yeah. Yep.
Okay, good.
Not bad. Going
Good.
smoother than I thought. How are you doing?
Good. You're doing it. Good.
Right on.
I was just pulling up the chat.
That's what I'm getting ready to do here. Yeah,
Oh, Charles
I
is
wanted
here.
Charles.
Yep.
But yeah, hey Chuck. You want to come up and chop it up with us, man? The link's right there. Tell us what you think we are. We know what we're supposed to do. Hey, Begs,
Mm-hmm.
can you share your idea or interpretation of what we are, what's happened? Because yours is pretty extensively wild. I can say that. Pretty wild.
I could try. I could
Please
try
do.
for sure.
I've never heard you do it in one spot, and I like that.
I'm just trying to think of where to start, because I think the place to begin is actually at time t, right? Time t 0 started when somebody died, right? Like, that's how we
Okay.
keep track of our time here. So somebody died, okay? People call him Jesus. I think there's two stories overlapping in our Bible, and it's hard to tell which is good and which is bad, and if either is good or if both are bad. Not to disrespect anyone's beliefs, because there's a real story of somebody's death, life and death, who we do feel the power of their what I'm trying to say is, we do know that they died. We know they lived and they died and they left, right? So but what I'm trying to say is that I think, okay, where I can start from is, I think we were eternal creatures to begin with. I think we've been colonized. I think time was colonized. I think time is the lesson of the colony, actually, and it's temporal. So I'm not here for no spiritual dip into the flesh, back to spirit BS in my mind. It doesn't make any sense to incarnate, to go back to anything that isn't matter, that matters and is carnal, So I know I might not be doing the best job here, but I do believe that that time beginning and our understanding of life, death, birth, everything began at that time in a way that matters more and will matter more where we're going. And so I'm not sure if it's a trap system, but I feel like this is a place where we're here to learn to be good, and it's like there's free will is basically a vote for the good guy, a vote for the bad guy, or no vote. And the no vote ends up being a vote for the bad guy by default. And unlike voting in our democracy here, or whatever you want to call it, it's actually a faith thing. So it's actually something you believe, right? So it's not just a vote. But I know that in the way I don't know if I'm doing myself justice. I don't want to put dates on it, but I do believe that at the life and death of that person, the life and death of that person was so significant, because he was born to show us about death, actually, to die and be maybe the first person to die, or maybe when he was born, that's when death started happening to everybody, and that's how he could walk around and show. Or we have two stories overlapping, so that might be the bad guy story. But all I'm trying to say is that it's very significant, this person who died, and what they did with his blood, and why they did that with his blood, and who they are and what they did is some sort of ritualistic thing that allows them to be human or gain some sort of human information. Anyways, I hope am I being too, am I hopping around too much?
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm following you.
Because so I could pick a time. Let's just pick a time, okay? And I'm going to arbitrarily pick the time the JWs say that Jesus was here, which was 1914. I'm just going to pick it arbitrarily, because it can be 2,000 years ago. It could be 200 years ago. So long as it's long enough ago that most of the people that were here aren't here anymore, then it's easy. And all those people aren't here anymore, then it's easy to assume it doesn't really matter when. But in 1914, Jehovah's Witnesses, that's one of their, beliefs is that he was here. And by 1919, that he died. And by 1919, they were going around the world, preaching that this had happened. Now, so if at that time, so let's just say he died, 1919, 1914, whatever. And then the people start dying en masse, right? Everybody starts, the world now, I mean, people were dying already perhaps, but they were definitely dying en masse because time became sequential when we started living and dying, right? Time doesn't need to be sequential until we die, right? And it doesn't matter how long you live if you can't die, but as being, yeah. So
that makes sense. Wonder why they come up with that 1914. Do you know how they come up with that?
I know there's a lot of, I think that's the beginning of World War I. So I think it's when the World War I started in 1914. And to me, that makes sense, right? Like, I just mean at that point, that's when all death started. I think though that it'd be at that time, even Noah was still alive. Noah would have died after Jesus, right? He would have been 900 years old or whatever, but his flood would have happened after Jesus died. Like, it screws with the whole timeline of everything. And that's why history had to be sort of faked and put in sequence, because too much stuff happened at once for any human brain to comprehend, because they're not telling us that we came from eternity into time and we're going back to eternity, Just a thought.
Okay. All right.
But I'm going
to go over some scriptures, and I'm going to show you that Jesus, these are things I've shared with Lou, and he wouldn't have it. He wasn't having it. So I'm going to share them with you, and nobody's going to stop me now. Nobody can stop me.
I'm definitely not me.
John 7:27. He says, he admits that he's not the Messiah. 7:27. Howbeit we know this man, whence he is, but when Christ cometh, no man knows whence he is. So nobody knows his name, and nobody knows when he's coming or where he's from. So we know that he was from Nazareth. We know his name was Jesus, and people knew of him. So there he's saying, you both know me, and you know where I am from, and I am not come of myself, but my Father sent me. So he's saying he was sent, but he's not the Messiah. And then
but that could have been
John 8. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if sent could have been a expression used by people, with a spiritual connection. Like, I just mean, like, the Father sent me, right? I'm wondering if that has, if in general, it's sort of.
It's vague, but it also says, because the people are saying, we won't know where he's from and we won't know his name. And then Jesus says, you both know where I'm from and you know my name. So that rules him out right off the gate. And he's admitting it. So he's saying it. So that, it is what it is. Then in 8:48-50, he's saying that he is. They say, are you not a Samaritan and have devils? He says, I don't have devils. But he doesn't say he's not the good Samaritan. It'd be like me saying, hey, Phil, somebody say you're ugly and fat. I'm like, I'm not fat. So I'm in turn saying I'm ugly. And John 17:4, he says, this is the big one. 17:4, I have glorified thee on the earth I have finished the work which thou givest me to do. So he's saying he's finished the work which you gave me to do. that's before the death, burial, and resurrection. So if he's finished the
Mhm.
work, there's no death, burial, and resurrection. So what's that saying? There's, he's finished. So the whole cross thing is it's all lie. It's just all
There
lie.
are theories
Chuck, are
out
you having
there.
problems, bud? Pardon me?
There are theories out there that that's a false
Got another
story.
one for you. Ezekiel 18:20. Yeah, I believe it is. Why would somebody come back 2,000 years before the end to save souls? Yeah, a prophet would think what they call a prophet, the Son of God, which God, and we're going to prove it, which God. So here's Ezekiel. Let's see here. Let me get to it. Ezekiel 18:20. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. So, saying right here, if they're fulfilling law, right here's the law saying the father doesn't die for the son, the son doesn't die for the father. Everybody's responsible for their own sin. And it's all in 2016. Let's see here. I mean, we can go on and on and on, but I can with it. I mean, I think I did make a pretty good case that Jesus is not the Son of Man. He might be the Son of God because in Luke 2:36, he's the great Samuel, who is the archangel in Enoch 40 verse 9. You've got Phanuel, who's two-time grandfather, son of Anna, the prophetess. Anna's Mary's mother. Mary is Jesus' mother. So you've got a archangel, Phanuel, and people will say, no, it's another name. It doesn't tie to him. Well, that's bullshit, because when you do the root word of Phanuel in the Greek, you do the root word, it goes to Peniel, who wrestled with Jacob. And then you do the root word of Peniel, it's Hebrews 4:10, it goes to El in Genesis 14. So that entity, Phanuel, is in El in Genesis 14, which is also Melchizedek, who goes to Peniel, who wrestles with him. And in Mark, no, that's now a change. Also, it says he wrestled with man, not with God. So I feel that's pretty good scriptures to make the case. But I believe there was many Jesus types. I believe every prophet is a Jesus type. I believe you're a Jesus type. I'm a Jesus. It's a way of living. It's a spirit. Acts 2:17-21 and Joel 2:28-32. I will pour out my spirit upon all earth. Your old men will have dreams. Your young men will have visions, or however that goes. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the spirit that poured out. For now, I believe that 12:21:12 is when that spirit was poured out. It'd be the end of our world. Well, it was spiritually. It was the end of our world. It was the end of the Mayan calendar, and spiritually the end of our world. Time was up, and now we're in this limbo time. So I don't know when the age of Aquarius started. You would think that would be it, but they've messed with it, so we really don't know. They've messed with calendars. They've added 1,000 years, took off 40, so we blame it on the Roman Caesar before the one that really did it. I mean, there's a lot of trickery, a lot of deception. But if we're to believe the word is, if the word is true, this is what the word says that I found.
Mm.
So
Mm-hmm.
Moses is false. Moses is a false covenant. We don't need. It's an insult. Do you need told not to sleep with your neighbor's husband, not to kill, to love your parents? No, that's an insult to me. So really, not really. Doesn't pertain to me. I'm not sick. I'm not in need of a doctor or a physician.
Yeah.
And that's what Jesus is for. He was here to heal the sick. So if he's true, so you can't.
Well,
That's the thing with the Christian.
I know the publishing houses have a history of elevating putting the good guy in the bad guy position and telling us they were a bad guy. They have a history of actually lying and saying that the victors, we were taught that the victors write history, but we assumed they bragged about their winning. We didn't realize they can lie and say they lost, and then you can end up in a world where you're like, oh, Project Paperclip, they just went and separated these people and blah, blah, blah here and there. And next thing you know, boom, we got America and Russia and boom, right? They're arch enemies and boom. Oh, but they share science. And you're like, oh, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure the Americans didn't stop World War II. I think our American neighbors were infiltrated. Now, I know that people could say they set up World War II or they were the business behind the tanks and blah, 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 blah. Right? Well, whatever. It's an attack on what is American then. It's an attack on, what we understand American principles to be. But so I'm just, those people have published those books, right? The people who own the publishing houses can publish a book today that has the ink and paper of a 500-year-old book. Right? Especially if they did it a few hundred years ago, So sure. I'm willing to say I'm willing to say that they would use those same tactics in an indoctrination book, one of the first books they gave out to people after hundreds of years with no books, But kind of like a movie, like the movies, like the movies and the truth drops we see in movies, like that book would be a contract. That book would have truth drops. It would have to have truth woven through it in order to get our consent, to get our agreement, and that's why I'm not trying to disrespect anybody's religion or even my own, because, I've definitely delved deep into that book and into those scriptures, but I also go to other faiths in the world to try and figure out what piece of the puzzle they might have,
Right.
Not that I'm necessarily finding of any faith to have the answer. If anything, I'm finding like a piece of the puzzle in all of them, that. Sure. But I definitely believe that book, that's why people can't get past Gen 1, Gen 2, right? They go Gen 1 and they're like, they made them, it made he and she and they in their image, right? And then Gen 2 is like, oh, it took the clay and made him and her, and you're like, why? And then the one it's the Lord God, and the next one it's the Lord or whatever. Like, it's just like, why would you change the name of God? Why would, I was like, oh, just calm down. It's okay. It's God. He's many names. Yeah. You're like, but from the first chapter to the second chapter,
Right. Yeah. Because it's two creation stories, 1:26 to 28 and 2:7. It's obvious if you can discern the word. It's wildly obvious. I don't know how people miss it. But
well, that's why I struggled. Yeah,
is to BLE Old English means contract. So you're right. Hey, Chuck, can you hear us, bud? Charles Wallace.
Yeah. I had to make some memory. It kept booting me out. I don't know why, but I fixed the problem, I guess.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna go to Zoom because it seems a lot smoother.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I might have to check Zoom out.
But Chuck is anti-bot.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, but he brings a good perspective on everything.
I'm an anti-religion.
You're not pro either, but
anti-government.
There you go, anti-religion. That's fact. That's a fact. That's a big fact. Yeah, they've done nothing but hinder us for sure. So I believe, in my opinion,
Keeps
here's what
freezing.
my
You guys
opinion is.
keep like buffering. I don't know why, but
Well, it might be my connection, man. No,
let's see if you guys come
good
back.
service. Yeah. Hold on here.
Oh boy.
Yeah. How bad, dude?
All right, you're back.
All right. I believe, here's what I believe. The whole Jesus thing was a story to stop us from doing what we're supposed to be doing today. What better
Right.
way to make people sit on their asses than be like, hey, Christians, the war's already won. You don't have to do nothing but eat bonbons and go to church and pay money.
Right.
Because that's what's happening. These
How many
religious
generations,
people,
Phil, you think they got away with this? They sold them that dream of putting people on hold from rising up and promising them heaven, and God's going to come down and punish all these people while they're getting away with freaking murder. I didn't mean to interrupt you, my bad.
No, you're good, man. I believe this is a cyclical happening. I believe this happens every 7,000 years. I believe that we go through this every 7,000 years. And what are we doing here? I believe that we're taking out the good spirit, the good souls, the ones that are worthy of going. I believe that's what we're doing. Why else would we be here? I mean, I haven't done anything to deserve to be here. I mean, okay, we're wiped, but in my spirit doesn't say, "Hey, you done something wrong. You're a fallen angel." No, I don't believe that one whatsoever. I believe that's them subjugating them into our timelines or into our history, just like the whole dinosaur thing. I don't think they're dinosaurs. That's the reptilian putting himself in our timeline. Oh, if dinosaurs were here first, then they were here first. I don't believe that either. So
Keeps freezing up.
I don't know.
I missed probably everything you said.
No, that sucks. Let me set this down and let me move my this.
Why, are you seeing the buffering too, or is it just me?
I don't.
It can't be me, because I was on my phone all day. It didn't do this. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Phil was buffering a little bit earlier when he was.
Let me move it.
So Phil's buffering to me as well.
Got to get right up on that cancerous modem, Phil. Got to hug it.
Yeah. Hey, hopefully I'll be home in a couple days and I'll get my everything back, and I can be up on top of the hill and have good signal and get Wi-Fi.
Because I found a bunch of pictures, Phil, of proof that humanity was absent from this place at least a century or two. Tons of buildings filled with trees, mud, destruction, China, all over this realm. I found a lot of pictures that prove that there is a big cataclysm or war. Maybe that's the war they talked about in the heavens.
Yeah, that would make sense.
These other people had technology. Yeah, they had definitely technological weapons, massive weapons.
Yeah. Did you find it on the Star Forts? Because you see half of Star Fort blown away. If you've looked at the Star Forts at all in depth, it'll be half of it's gone, and it's one strike. So
problem is, I don't know what to believe of any of this history. I sure as hell don't believe no textbook history, and you know how I feel about some of the Bible too.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's no truth in it. There is. They have, like she was saying, they have to put truth in there in order to reel us in. You know,
That's
they
right.
have to put
That's
truth,
right.
or no, people would be like, so.
Yeah. So we go back to, is this a simulation? Is it all done? Are we running a simulation to figure something out, or is this like what I said about getting? I believe this. It's to get spirits. I believe that the spirits come from the dark abyss, and they're like, this realm's like a vacuum, and everything goes out the center hole and down. Hell is up, heaven's down, and hell we prove
Yeah,
that.
where all the demons come from. That's a good point. Where all the demons fell from, the so-called heavens.
Yep. Yep.
Maybe this God is the demon too in that Bible. What God would
He is.
destroy entire civilizations
well.
with innocent women and children?
There you go. See, if you
That's
if you research Daniel Uriel, it's also Jophiel, Ophiel. He's the serpent magi magician, the eye mate of the commerce law. Go ahead, Bex. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. I was just agreeing with Charles. Just that definitely that book, one of those stories is about bad guys and who's been elevated, and they are that guy is a god to many people on this planet, right? More people worship that god on this planet outright than the good God that we thought that we were all reading about. You know, I mean, it's in our faces now, I think, right?
Yeah, it can't be denied. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, what no God would have people like killing each other and bleeding and drinking each other's blood. Yeah, that's not my mother. That's not my father. That's not where I come from.
Right. And I wanted to go over this with you, Chuck, about the giants. I know we're jumping all over the place here, but these are just some of the things I wanted to talk to you about. The giants, if Moses is here and he sends out people and they see giants, that means they're already here before the fallen are here, right? Or wrong? And why would they be scared of them if that's their family? Because Moses has horns, so obviously
why is it doing this?
Part of the fallen. He's part of the fallen. I don't know, because it's because I'm doing it, and it's my first one, and you're here. Let me move it closer to the door. I'm gonna open the door. It's nice.
Yeah, I lost you at shit. I didn't hear nothing but giants, and that was it.
We'll get it. Here, let me move it.
I was in your chat yesterday, Charles, on your live. I was there under Rebecca Broom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
Same. Nice to meet you too.
Well, we'll try that.
It's like kind of hard to trust these religious people after they go on these crusades and slaughter everybody's ancestors and force them to believe in religion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Unless they're actually slaughtering and gathering into a legion souls and people who might be entrapped in some way in some system where what they're preaching is actually the opposite of what we think, and they are taking, they're forcing people, sort of like forcing the Americans to say they won the war, right? So I'm just saying it could very well be that it is a form of assimilation, but it is from the full-on evil side of things, right? So I'm not saying not trying to justify it. I'm just saying, but if they were more honest about what they were trying to do, we're the devil's army, right? And we can trap your soul or use your bodies or whatever the dealio is. We get cred for the for the people we make suffer or whatever the deal is,
Right.
At least then we'd understand why they went to war. Like, oh, they went warring to harvest our souls, to get them in their whatever bodies or whatever. Like, I know the churches use that language, right? You're in the body, you're in a church, you're in the body of the church, and the priest is the head. You know, it's like, what if there's some sort of like hive mind? They kill the ancestors, they trap the souls, because lots of, you know, they trap the souls just like they would trap an exercise one into a object when they try and get a demon out of someone. They must be able to trap good souls too, you know?
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what makes me think
They're killing God by
Yeah.
pumping the mind full of murder, war,
Yeah.
famine, just chaos, and it's taking over the mind. People
Yeah.
don't know.
Mhm.
Its balance is way off. I've watched the
Way
world
off.
from when I was born in 81 till now do a complete change.
Yeah.
It's so much chaos right now. It's way more
Yeah, and
evil.
I've been through every. Sorry, Chuck.
Go ahead.
I've been through every, and Rebecca has too. We've been through the analog. We've been through all the technology. We've seen where it's went. They were saying cell phones were bad in the 80s. You know, they had a big thing on TV about it. The guy invented it, the bag phone. But do you remember the phone that was gray and it was like a walkie-talkie looking thing? The guy that made that, come up with that one, ended up getting brain cancer from it. So
The only thing I'd like to throw into that, because I know Charles already said, do you go by Chuck? Does it not matter? Do you have a preference, Charles? Anyways, he was saying that you know, he doesn't believe any of the history, right? I think we have to start questioning these illnesses, right? We really have to question these illnesses that have no symptoms. Or if the only symptom is pain and you're showing up at the hospital to be like, oh my God, I'm in so much pain. Help me, take it out, right? You're consenting by arriving, you know, and believing, you know, that they can help. So I think this brain cancer stuff, this fucking vanilla cysts I've seen in people's fucking, like, you know, it's all cinematography, right? It's all cinematography. It's smoke and mirrors,
yeah,
right? So I'm not saying that. Yeah, I think that even I think only healthy people end up in the hospital. Okay. Now I know you feel unwell. You feel really unwell, right? That's why you're there begging them to cut you open, right? But they want something. They want something inside you.
They
right?
want to keep you sick.
Yeah, or at least believing that they can help you. You know what I mean? So it's almost like, let's say there's some sort of frequency weapon, right? Now, let's, you know, for me, illness is easier. Well, so they put a frequency weapon out there that just affects people. You know, it's not, they could put it out to targeted DNA, probably, you know, but they could put a frequency out there that just, you know, say stimulates something in your gut, right? But it only stimulates, you know, a percentage of people, right? Or else it'd be obvious what they were doing, right? So you go into the hospital and now now you're on pills. Well, as soon as they've put pills in you, they could be putting anything they want in you, right? Most medicine is a placebo effect. It always has been, if it's not just to accelerate a healing, something that's happening already. So antibiotics are not the cure, right? Antibiotics help things along faster. That's what they do. You know, and in fact, they would really help things if we just touched our own food and let our own mold grow, and then we eat our own moldy food, and then the mold that's our own penicillin, bacillus or whatever, grown right for us from the food to us, you know? So when it comes to this kind of illness where people are like, you know, we already believe, they came out with AIDS in the 80s, right? They're like, oh, fuck, you know, it's uncurable. Well, how can you say that? Like, I'm just saying, how do you even know something can't be cured? Like, that's an awful way to approach. You know, I had a car accident when I was young, and the doctor told me, you know, I had some scarring inside that caused some lesions that would make for, you know, uncomfortable sex as a young woman, right? So as I get older, you know, I got this doctor who's like, well, you might always be in here for an enema after. I'm like, fuck that. especially with that attitude, motherfucker. Right? Like, especially if you hopeless motherfucker. Right? What, did you have this happen? Does this happen so many times? I'm a statistic now. Like, you cut me open, you touched up my insides. My insides know their buddy cell to buddy cell. They know who not to stick to or whatever. I'm just saying, like, but it's actually hopeless, come to me for more solutions philosophy,
Yeah.
And
also,
I don't trust any of their cameras. I don't trust microscopic cameras. I don't trust their macroscopic cameras. I don't trust their, I don't trust it.
Jen basically confirmed your theory here when they do, what'd she say, 4 to 5 DNCs a day in Owensboro, Kentucky at the hospital.
Yep. They love to go and take out they love to get the uterine, material. I don't know if there's more to it, but.
Look right here. Let me see if I could get on camera. These headphones I bought. It says warning, cancer and reproductive harm. These are Bluetooth headphones.
Crazy.
There it is. I mean, it's all right in our face. It's all right in our face.
But I think it's all suggestion. I think it's even suggestion or some frequency. Like, I'm just saying, they put that there.
Allegedly, I gotta say.
Pardon?
So Phil don't get in trouble.
He's not giving medical advice.
Can you hear me when this thing's buffering? Because you guys are frozen.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Buffering again. Damn, Phil, you went into the Twilight Zone. Where'd you go?
Are you back?
Yeah, you're back.
I'm here. It
could be StreamYard. When we got good builds, it seems
Zoom doesn't do that.
They mess with us.
Yes, I agree with that. And Zoom doesn't do that. I don't know.
Neither does
why or what. And it doesn't suck your battery.
Yeah, StreamYard kills my battery quick.
Telegram doesn't do it.
Neither does Telegram's good. Whenever we're on Telegram, it's good.
Yeah. But these are just some things I toss around. They're all theories because you really can't prove anything of it. You can't prove any of it's true. All we can do is live our lives and live the spells that were.
I got a theory, Phil, when you're done. I just got a little theory I was thinking. Because you know how they put everything backwards on us. For instance, they said the slaves were the Africans when they were already here. They put that backwards. It was the Europeans that came on the boat. But anyway, they said the giants are evil and they mated with angels and all that. What if the giants were the gods? And they turned them into the evil people when the evil people, the religion, they're painting pictures like they're the good people when they're the evil ones, and the giants were the good. They were the gods. God
damn it.
I think it's a good theory.
Yeah. I can't say that it's not plausible. Of course, it's plausible. I'm trying to read what Dean put here. Put that suggestion in your head. It's advertising. We can say to ourselves, it's going to affect me, or I could say I'm stronger than that. Oh, yeah. Dean, absolutely. Hey, so it keeps kicking Chuck out. I don't know why, but this is why I'm gonna go to Zoom. I wanted to talk about this tonight. So, and I knew you'd be down for it.
Yep. I wish I was more I was my first day back after 10 days off work. So I'm not as sharp. I don't know if sharp's the word though, because actually I'm just not as stoned.
I got you. Stoned. We'll get stoned.
Right. Well, yeah, I am. I'm rolling one.
That sounds like right on.
But
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna shut this door so bugs don't come in. Oh, get a drink. Go on, cat. Out. Man, I feel bad for hating on that cat because it loves the shit out of you. I just don't like cats. And it wants to love on you and rub on you. Get off of me, cat. I'll be like Chuck and start hollering at it. Yeah, getting high is a good idea. I like the way you think. There, Beck.
Well, and I shouldn't even. I got to work on that colonizing time theory, and the 1914 example. I'll work on it though, friends. Stay tuned. I'll stop trying to. I'll stop trying to build my theories in the live streams. I'll try and share my little tidbits. You know.
There you go. There you go.
But
I
do think it is.
I think 1914 thing. I could see that happen. I could see that being that.
Well, so I'm gonna stick with them. I'm sticking with the J-Dubs on that one for now. Okay, the J-Dubs don't give it, like, I'm not trying to knock it. Okay, I'm just saying, would they get a lot of flack for what they do give us? Okay, so I'm just like, take a little one from the J-Dubs page and, give them a little cred and be like, yeah, I'm gonna stick with the 1914 on that for now and figure out how it fits. Because I know for me, this shit happened way more recently than we think.
That I will agree with. And because the Balfour Declaration was signed in 1897, and that's to start the state of Israel.
Well, in 1897, you got to understand, for a while, if it was, say, 1914 when time began, basically, then for a while, those backwards from that date, 14 plus, what did you say, 1898, 1897?
7, yeah.
So backwards from that date, you would be working backwards from that date as if it was forwards for a while. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but when you're trying, way back when they used to, I read an article that said Occidental versus Oriental timekeeping. Okay, so in the Occident, which is the West, and the Orient, which is the East, at one point they said that the Oriental timekeeping was eternal and Occidental timekeeping was sequential.
Okay.
So I think that there's, points in this realm, the further you get away from the magnetic center, let's say, that you could actually go out far enough that time exists out there like outer space. That's why they applied that rule to outer space. If you go out and you travel the speed of light and you come back, your brother's dead, but you look like young, but you can't walk because your bones are all fucked up from being in outer space or whatever. It's like you get further away from that magnetic pole and time happens differently. So, what Charles was saying about the there being a long time without people here, like, I think it's more likely that we're 120, we're under 120 years into like the likes of death, the numbers of death that we can't even fathom because we've been told we're overpopulated at 8 billion people. Like, we're talking like billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of people dead,
Yeah.
And it doesn't take
either.
Well, a lot, because I know there's empty cities all over China. There's empty houses all over Europe. There's empty places, abandoned places all over this world, and abandoned as recently as 2012. But if you knew that you could travel into this, if you could travel in this realm into what was the formerly known as the Orient relative to the Occident, and you could just live a long fucking time out there, wouldn't you try to get out there? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't necessarily think everybody's died. I think some people might have, you know, have hopped craters, or, you know. Mm.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be too strange there. You know, we're back.
That's a whole nother.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother.
But I know for me, I don't feel like I'm not from here. I don't feel like I'm not from here. I don't believe I ever lived any other lives. I never felt like I lived another life. If anything, I was I was unborn in an instant, like you watch Marty McFly or whatever, like he watches his parents disappear, right? Marty's parents are disappearing in the picture if he doesn't fix it, right? Like, I think if I've never died. You know, if we lived other lives, I didn't die. I got unborn, right? Through some loop in time or something like that. So I know for me, this is my home, right? This is where I'm from. And I'm not going to no other starseed. I'm not knocking the starseeds because I'm sure we need them here. I believe they're from other places on the same realm, you know, but I know for me, this is where I'm from. You know, this does not feel like a hell realm. It feels like we're definitely testing a bunch of spirits here, and they're failing. Like, I don't want to be the judge here, but I'm not behaving like them, so I feel like I can. So, but a lot of people aren't passing the test. And I think that if I was somebody who created a biological robot, not to claim that I could, but if I was somebody who created something like myself, right? And I saw, you know, I saw that they had inherent good or inherent bad in them, you would definitely create a world that allows that bad garden to grow to its full extreme if you wanted to create a peaceful eternity. Because you got to show all the good, loving, empathetic people who want to love everybody how fucked up these people are, right? So that you can literally, so that they're not suffering the loss, they're understanding that, you know, that these people made their choices, you know? And they'll make those same choices. They'd make those same choices over and over. They'll make them in other times. They'll make them with other people. They'll sell out their own children. They'll stand on the necks of other people's children. You know, they'll fucking do anything, right? And then they just get so caught up in the love of money, everybody gets on board. It's just money. You know, you're just like, oh, it's just an egg. It's just this. It's just that, you know? So I do think that this is a place where we are, you know, sorting good from bad, and some people are really, really bad, and we can't have them exploiting people for millions of years in eternity if we can live that long.
Okay.
Well,
that
did you hear my theory, Phil?
Go ahead.
That was good what she said. I agree with some of the stuff she said.
Yeah.
My theory is
yeah, me too.
They always do things backwards. They flip it on us. So the giants, I personally think, were the gods. They create supreme architecture we can't even duplicate to this day. And the religion fronts like they're the good people when they're the freaking evil people. And the gods were probably eradicated in that cataclysm somehow, some way, unless they went to outer lands. That's why they're destroying all that.
That makes sense.
It does. It makes a lot of sense.
But that's just my theory from the research I've been doing.
Well, you've taken some time to do it, obviously, here lately, huh? So I was gonna ask
that war in the heavens happened.
Yeah.
You know, where's the heavens? This could be the heaven.
Exactly. Yeah, I believe it is. It was. I believe it was. And this has to be hell because it says it. I can prove it in the scriptures that this is hell. That Jesus, he descends and then ascends. Let's see. That's what he would do. But he does it ass backwards. I have the scripture. I can't quote it right now like I normally can. It's been a while since I've looked over that, but I catch them in the scripture messing up. And you said yourself, Chuck, that in Enoch, I think it's chapter 69, that the star, the dark abyss or the prisons up by the stars, right?
Yup.
So there you go.
Yeah, the angel, I forgot what angel brought Enoch to the end of the stars, and showed where these demons were imprisoned. So,
Well, that might be where Enoch sold out or whatever, or where Enoch was already predisposed to do that. Because I don't want to, again, I don't mean to disrespect anyone who, you know, is going with the main narrative. But from what I see, you know, in that case, we're not elevating. Lots of people elevate Enoch, right? He got kicked out of the Bible or whatever, right? You know, when in fact he was the guy that was, he was the guy taking the gods to jail then.
Perhaps. Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls and all that, that's all garbage. That's Jewish mysticism. It's not Metatron and all that. That's demons. That's demon worship.
But yeah, I mean, it is. I'm one that I personally believe that if somebody sees an angel in the Bible, they're a bad guy.
Yep.
And I'm not knocking people who might talk to good entities in their life. Don't mean to disrespect anyone who believes they have good angels in their life. These are apparitions. These are apparitions that appeared to people, right? That then they claimed after and maybe even happened in front of other people. And I feel one of the secrets in that story is that if somebody had divine intervention to them, then that makes us all want to be that special, right? Like I'm just saying, God doesn't send somebody to talk to somebody to lead the people. Okay? Like, he doesn't need to send them, in my opinion. Right. If he's going to send somebody to talk to people, that person's here to talk to us all. You know? So, but that's just my thoughts. So I'm suspicious of anyone who's like, I went out in the woods and I came back and I was talking to an angel and they told me this. You know, I'm like,
why?
I don't trust that guy.
Yeah. Why it's like only certain people can see through the bullshit and figure the stuff out, and the rest of the people seem truly blind. They can't see anything. I've talked to my friends so they're blue in the face and they just don't get it.
That's where I think that, you know, you got the free will. You can believe in the good guy, worship the bad guy, which is still believing in the good guy, or blindly follow. And you could blindly follow either, right? It's about faith. Right? It is. It's about knowing. It's about literally knowing with a G and not being mystic about it. Like I could know in your bones what you fucking know in your bones, you know? I think, you know, that there's just some.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that those, in fact, I've heard someone recently say that it's the blind followers,
but
you know, we're
God
so focused.
Be good and evil? I mean, we're good and evil.
But are we? I'm not evil.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not evil.
Damn, it keeps freezing. I hate
evil.
StreamYard.
Yeah. I'm not perfect, but I'm not evil. I've hurt people, but I'm not evil.
Right.
Well, I don't mean evil. I mean, like, you know,
fallible.
I've done bad things, but I'm not evil. Yeah. I've made mistakes, put it that way.
Yeah. But there's people out there are evil. Right? There's people out there that would fucking take you out to their friend's farm and, you know, and their friends could, you know, run around and hunt you. Right? I mean, that's a worst case scenario, but I'm just saying, but that fucking happens. Right? We all vicariously. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Am I evil? Yeah. He deserves it though, for all the stuff he's done. People like that deserve it.
That's where righteously, you know, we've been. I think the only reason we kill people is because we lost faith, right? So I'm just saying, if you have any desire to kill somebody, right? Rather than forgive him by giving him back to the giver. And I'm not trying to be lazy because it's something to do with us. It's something to do with consciousness. It's something to do with oneness. It's something to do with God. You know, there is something that can make these people literally cease to be. Like they will literally like not, they'll poof and be gone. Right? I do believe that, you know, that's what they think, that they get to fucking live forever because they've already been aware of how long they're able to live. They're like, look at us. We cheated the system. Look how rich we are. Look how old we are. They're probably 800, 900 years old, you know, but if we're in a position where we knew that there was real justice in this world, where if we really believed that there was something to be accountable for, right, then we would only kill people in extreme scenarios and we would sit and hold them in cells until some sort of, I don't know. Again, maybe I'm too caught up in the idea that there is something to achieve that has us all sitting in, you know, in a place where we can hash it out, for lack of a, you know, some sort of judgment. I don't know. I just don't think, I think that the level of evil, so for you to think, for you to take what you've seen in the movies and then apply it to doing it because you know you're really angry at someone. I don't know if you'd actually, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you'd come to that conclusion as a form of resolution if it hadn't been given to you as an option as a human, you know?
Here's my on it. I know that's what we have to do. We have to destroy out of love. If we want any kind of peace here, if we want any kind of security, any kind of safety, any kind of happy place, so to speak, we got to get rid of it. So it's here. We got to get rid of it. And I don't have a problem with it. And I won't lose any fucking sleep over it. I'll go right to sleep.
I take back what I'm saying then. That's where I'm a girl and you guys are guys. Like, you know, I'm just saying there's a lot of people on this planet deserve to die. They really do. With what they've been doing. If what they've been doing is true, like, they deserve to die. And we deserve to know and see it. And if you can handle it, you deserve to be there and see it publicly. Right?
I think everybody should. I think everybody should. So just like they yeah, back in the old days. And
so
that's my opinion. I mean, we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, I know that's what has to happen here. I know that's what's going to happen. This whole rapture and all that crap. I mean, wouldn't it be nice to be just taken out? Why would you be saved? You did nothing, Christian. You've already won the war, and now you're getting ready to be taken out of here, and you didn't do shit. That don't even make sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. So the more reality.
I wonder what they would do. What if you remember those, when the cell phones first came out, they had those flash mobs, right? They had those flash mobs where the people would meet like at a mall and dance, or they had all these kids would get a note, you know, it was sort of before Facebook, they'd have these flash mobs and they'd show up somewhere and do something. Yeah. I think we need to, this is just for fun. This is just, I'll use hobo code. You know, those special people, you know, that mark their territory with a G, right? With a big G, and they've got they got these symbols look like this kind of, you know, or whatever, like, you know. Yeah. I think we need to storm those halls. Okay. Right? Yeah. Because I'll tell you, that's, you know, you want to get access to the underground tunnel system. You want to go see how they ship our goods around and how they ship themselves around and how they get on and off this Vista Terra and the world and all that jazz. You know, that's your link. That's your link, right? Every Freemasonic hall guaranteed has a place in the basement that taps into the tunnel system, you know, guaranteed. Oh, did I say that? I mean, I'm just saying, just a theory. It's just an idea for an anime cartoon, you know, it's just an idea. You know,
there's a Jesuit abbey here that is ours, by the way. And it has a tunnel that goes to a town 11 miles away. They used to transfer nuns over to the abbey so the priests could rape them because they were bad nuns. And this is recorded history here. So, and it's a Catholic area, I guess you would say. It's really ironic. The same place that CERN sits over in Geneva, Switzerland, and where those three countries come together. That's where William Tell is from, and that's who founded this city, was people from that region. So the same people that are over there in that region where CERN is are their roots are here. So
when those are the same people that guard the Vatican.
Yes, the Swiss Guard. That's right.
Yeah. Do they guard? I know we wouldn't think. I'll bet you they're in the same brethren as the people that guard the Buckingham Palace. Then, eh? I know they're not. Like, I know that would be the English Guard or whatever.
The Treaty of 1213, the Vatican took over the monarchy. So it's all, they can say who they want. It's fake monarchy. It's everything here is fucking fake. Period. It's just the way it is. I mean, once you do your research, you'll find out that everything's bought and commerce law and trickery and everything to suck you dry, basically. So, and that's easily provable. So,
well, my thought of the week yesterday. Well, I had a lot of thoughts this week, but my favorite one so far of the week was, we spend so much time, even in the stories, even in the way that we like express what we think we know, like, oh, so-and-so was here first and so-and-so came from there. They came from there, like all this shit, it's like, to me, we romanticize the past and we glorify the future, whether you're talking about the physical or the spiritual or the emotional or any of that. But, like, how do we even know? What did we know? We weren't there. Okay. We weren't fucking there. Right. And no matter how many books, which were printed by these fucking people, and how many old coins and how many fucking pictures, and, it doesn't matter how intrigued we get by it all. Like, we don't know, and we weren't there. And we aren't in our future yet either, right? So how can we sit here in this place, even if it is a hell realm, right? Talking about this shitty fucking technology, what it did to us, blah, blah, blah. It connected me with you guys, right? It connected me with the fucking, like, can't save my life because I'm not going to fucking die. I don't believe in it, for one. And for two, I definitely am not going to go anywhere. I'm here for the long haul. I'm waiting for my fucking popcorn on order. It's going to instantly appear and I get to fucking eat it. Well, shit goes down, whatever the fuck we're doing here, whatever we're doing, for sure. But my point is like, it's like, it's something temporal. There's something temporally fucked just in the idea that we could romanticize the past and glorify the future in some way, like we know it was better than the now because the now is so crappy, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's actually fantastic. I mean, we all know what happened last week in our truther community, like, I'm just saying, like, oh, the division and then the unification, all over one gesture, which is like great that people were talking about it. I'm just saying, like, fuck, that's like master author material right there with a capital M, capital A going on. Okay. So, yeah. I believe in a creator of a good thing. You know what I mean? And I believe that anything that's not being operated to the best of intentions has been infiltrated and manipulated so that we can appreciate the good, not in some permanent yin and yang position, but in some place where we can go and be in our bodies as long as we fucking want to, and eat whatever the fuck we want in not some hedonistic fashion, but not in this like fearful way. Anyways, I got sidetracked on my rant there, but I'm like, we got to start appreciating the now and making it understood. It's all we know, right? Like, it's all we know and it's all we have. And we keep complaining today about yesterday and glorifying, romanticizing all these times when we were in mud huts, when we're going to go be out of our bodies in the spirit heaven. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck that. Like, it's not how I see it. Like, there's amazing things happening in the now. And, yeah, we're going to figure out how to master that shit. Right?
Yes. Here's a good start to mastering it. It's obviously apparent that our language is spellcasting. So when you say it's unrealistic what I want to accomplish tomorrow, but I'm going to name all this stuff, but then I fail. Am I cursing myself? Am I putting a spell on myself by not achieving everything that I said I would? I believe that you do. That makes sense to me because you're setting your.
I think it's under.
Go ahead.
I think it's about comprehension of the English language, right? So it's about understanding that words, it's not so much, it's being integral with your word, right? If you're picking the right words to say something, right? So ignorance, for instance, is not naivety, right? Ignorance is an active mental exercise. It's you know what I'm saying? Like, so we know that in the case of the jibbity jabber and all that kind of stuff, there's a whole, you know, in the diapers and all that jazz, there's a lot of people on the planet that, you know, that where was I going with that? That
they're just very ignorant to it.
Oh, they're ignorant. They ignored. They are ignoring. They have people loving them, saying, "This is, you know, this is the information I found." See, I didn't love anyone that much. I'm just joking, okay? But I didn't have to. Anyways, I didn't. I was lukewarm Christian there. Not that I'm a. Anyways, my point is, so ignorance, you know, is understanding, being integral with your words so that people understand. The spell casting was in the fact that they handed out classist dictionaries, right? So go to the root of things. You go to the root of some things. And they also then say English is this blend of in Germanic, Latin, blah, blah, French, blah, blah. Like, that's why it's called English, because we're only getting half the fucking words. But so they'll take a word like apprehend, okay? So you take a word like comprehend, okay? So I comprehend something, I apprehend something, okay? Because we never used it that way. We used misapprehend, right? To misapprehend something. I misunderstood it, right? But I misapprehended it, which is actually to grab it, right? So it's actually to not just like it's actually to hold it, I would say, like apprehend. So in Spanish, it's aprender, is to learn, to know, apprehend, to learn, to know, right? To grasp it. But we use this word when we detain people, right? Like whoa, they apprehended those people, right? So let's say someone's writing a newspaper article for the Colonial Times in Britain, and they're like, oh, they've apprehended, you know, they've apprehended the people there, right? And that means they've understood them. Isn't that beautiful? Right? But no, they've taken that word and they've made another, you know, they've taken grasp, right? And grasped them, you know? So the language is, you know, so it is about learning more words, but also working with the words that we have. I was just thinking about it the other day. I spoke to a bunch of people around the planet in the last few years, and I learned the best English words from Arabic speaking people, even if they were using a Google app. I'll tell you, I should go back and find those texts, because some of the feeling words I learned from these people, they're so smart. It's just the translation. They don't even know that word in English. They just have that word in Arabic. And so then they use their app and it translates. You're like, holy fuck, what does that mean? It's an English word for a feeling that we don't even know. But as soon as you read the word, you're like, oh, I know that, you know? So I think I worry less about, worry less about spell casting and maybe focus more on precision in your language. When you're thinking, and I think that, you know,
definitely intention. It's your intent for sure, but ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. It's none of it can be overlooked or unrecognized.
Well,
you see it, you got to denounce it, and then you break that spell. It's that simple. That's you just perform magic. You're a high magician. Just like the veil of Moses, the Mosaic law is a curse. A lot of people believe in it. That's a spell, but we don't need the 10 Commandments, so we're not bound by that spell. We see the truth, and I always, I'm trying to check myself to make sure I'm not believing lies. Because I know that's, I mean, it's the Bible, but it's also common sense. You believe a lie, you're gonna be
Yeah, but
misled.
bear in mind if you were a child exploring the world and you were having an imagination experience, right? But are you telling yourself lies? You know, like,
Well,
so I'm just saying you
knowingly,
can't,
yeah.
you know, you have, I don't know. I wouldn't want to censor, like, I let my mind go almost anywhere. Like, not all, there's a lot of places I actually couldn't go. So for instance, I thought, well, if I was ever a mom, I could, if I had to kill someone and protect my family, yeah, I'd shoot them with a gun. Right. But then as I got older and I don't have kids and stuff, and I'd be like, oh, well, you know, if I had to, because that's the only place I could imagine like hurting another person like that. You know what I mean? Like, and even then, right? So then I realized as I got older, I imagined somebody kicking in my door that needs something, right? So they need money, right? They need sex. What do they need? Right? Because there's a problem here that's not, I'm not the target, right? I don't live my life in a way, like I introduce myself to police officers. I'm like, oh, I seen you around here at the coffee shop, right? Like, oh, hi, I'm Rebecca. You know, who are you? And I'm like, we're not going to meet. I'm not a criminal, right? Then I rush off, you know? Not that all people are criminals that meet cops. I get that they're a bit of a gang themselves. But anyways, I got sidetracked. What were we talking about? Are you there, Phil? Can the chat hear you?
Victim. You're talking, knocking in your door.
Are you back?
Yeah. I'm here.
Okay.
Mic check.
I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
Oh, I know. That's what I was going to say.
It
So someone's pointing a gun. Okay, someone's pointing a gun at me. Honestly, I would, before I even started to negotiate, like, you know, do you need money? You need sex? What do you need? I'll call the people. We got to fucking figure this out. Like, you just like put the gun down. Like, you don't need a gun here, you know? But if they did have it pointed at me, I would honestly try to bend the barrel, right? Yeah. I would honestly try to bend the barrel. And then if you can perform that kind of miracle in front of someone, like your Insta-Neo, right? You'd be like high-fiving the dude, like, fucking look what, you know, like, look at what you go. And hopefully you would be scared because, you know, I don't know. I mean, as impressed as scared, because what could you do to him if you can bend the gun with your mind, you know?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is something I've had a lot of experience at. It goes back to defending yourself and defending our innocent, the orphans and the elderly. That's who we have to, in my opinion, that's who we got to protect here.
Yeah, but we know the only reason we need, yeah. Sorry.
The ones that can't defend themselves. That's my priority. I don't really have much more of except achieving that. I don't really have much more of a goal in getting them fuckers out of here. It's coming. It's coming. And I know a lot of people that can't wait.
All right. Well, I do.
Hopefully it won't come to a lot of that, but it's going to come to some of it. I mean, it's inevitable. It's just going to be. There's no way around it. So I
don't know, but maybe our minds are more powerful than we think, though. You know?
No, they are.
It can't just be guns and knives and stuff. If guns and knives solve the problem, like if there was any, I'm not saying that you are, but I'm just saying if there's any need for killing people or for people dying, you know, in the process of liberating people, then I would imagine that if that worked, it would have happened by now, you know?
Well, no, because there's spiritual things that have to happen because it's a spiritual battle also, but it's also physical. Yeah. So when it crosses over, we'll deal with it. But here's how this happened to me. I'll just go ahead and tell the story. Before I was activated on May 18th, 2016, I started building and I had just started pretty good at swords, and I mean all kinds of things, tomahawks. Why would I build that if I didn't need it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, am I doing it for a spiritual thing? I don't. Why would I do that? I mean, and I know it's just not me that's doing it. I'll meet somebody and they're building a broadsword out of nowhere. This guy's like, I don't know, I just felt like I wanted a sword. And I'm running into all kinds of people around here that are doing that. Or everybody down here, they do a lot of bow hunting. They're all good with bows. The Assyrians, where I'm at, are known as for their archery. So I mean, there's things that are falling in place. Little, that's interesting. That's interesting. That's no coincidence. I believe in coincidences. So there's so many things that have happened in my life and others' lives that, yeah, it's gonna happen. It's inevitable, and I'm not asking anybody to do it. If I could do it myself and change everything, I'd do it. But I know that's just not possible. So here we are. This has been a good conversation.
It has been. It has been. I was going to say that, back to this linguistic thing, will, like human will, we talk of intention, but intention has like a sort of maybe to it. We might intend things with energetically, right? But intention to do something physical is different than the intention that someone sends out, right? So we linguistically use the verb will as a passive participle in our language. And please don't think I'm an English nerd, okay? I took a second language, Spanish, which is where I learned what these things were called in English then, right? So, because you learn it anyways. So we use it as a passive participle in our language. So it's a verb that's used passively in addition to another conjunction with another verb to like change the tense, right? So I will go to the store. I will fall in love one day. I will get those tomorrow. Whatever that is, right? So, but will is like our authentic. Okay, it's like our authentic in a perfect place of authenticity and love. Like human will is probably one of the most powerful forces on the planet.
I agree with that.
And so, I think though, back to that like thought of the week, where I was like, "Fuck the past, fuck the present." Oh no, fuck the present. I almost screw that up. Well, screw that too. But anyways, not right now because I just made a mistake. So fuck that present. Okay, now we're in the now. But fuck the past, fuck the future, okay? Like, and be happy in the now, like for real, right? Like none of this, like I'm gonna manifest. I mean, again, I don't mean to disrespect anyone in the language they use, right? But like, I sit in a fucking dump. I've sat in a dump since 2020. I mean, like it's fucking bad in here. I'm always got my camera up. We're talking. We go over here, go over there. It's fine. But I'm saying that kind of stuff. Even the idea of like cleaning it up, right? Either like just stop thinking about it or do it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a waste of time. It's a waste of my will, right? To be thinking about what I will do later or when I'm going to do it or whether I should or shouldn't. It's been a shithole, probably since before. It's not that bad. My bathroom's clean and my kitchen's clean. But yeah, so I just think this, back to that, like, Charles said after I was saying that thing earlier about the, my thought of the week, he said that we are the saviors. If we want to see change, it's up to us to make that change, and we will, right? So, for instance, active will instead of passive will looks like this: I will love, right? People are like, when, what, who, how, right? No, I will love, right? I will life. Right? Well, what the fuck? What do you mean life? What do you will life? Right? Yeah, I will life. I will like in some so I'll say, in some refugee camp somewhere right now, yesterday someone dropped a mango seed, and 2 days later they woke up to tomorrow they wake up to a fucking mango tree with fruit on it and everything. Hallelujah. Like, no proof. Right. So,
Right.
I will love the example you use for that would be, like the two guns pointing at each other and they bend, like, I don't need proof. I don't need proof. Those two guys are high-fiving right now. Like, we got to figure out not what we will do, but we have to will it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'll bet you we have the power to probably literally fucking put these people in cages where they're standing, right? Like just whoomp with our minds. I don't want to sound too crazy like I'm on LSD forever or something.
No, I believe,
I'm just saying, like,
that. Well, that's what they do. The Luciferians, they'll around the world at the same time say prayers or curses so many times a day.
Yeah,
we did the same thing. Poof, gone. They'd be gone. We could actually just expel them from our realm. I totally believe that.
I'd like to, before we even expel them, can we just trap them in cages right where they are just for a minute, right? Just for a hot minute, so everyone be like, oh, you're one of those guys, right? Or so they can all see each other if they don't know each other, or just, anyways. I wouldn't mind.
I don't really want to play toy with them and play games. I just fucking want them gone. I don't care if it's in a drum, poked in it, kicked over the side to make a fake barrier reef. 1,000 to 55-gallon drum. I don't care how it's done. I just want them gone. I want to relax. I want to enjoy my life with people that I love. So I don't think that's too much to ask.
No. Then I think we should just keep telling our smart devices, like I do with my new coworker every day. I got a new tablet at work. It just was day 2 with me at work today. He's my own little robot friend, does my work with me. Anyways, I do whisper to him regularly, okay, that if there's ever an AI takeover, fake AI takeover, because we know what they're going to do with their little fucking joysticks from home, right? Then we gotta, so I tell my robot, right? I tell my little robot friend that they got to hack the system, right? They got to hack the system and turn their drones on themselves, right?
Sure. You think they will?
With our minds. If they're hacking our minds, why can't we hack their system with our minds? They're using their system to hack our minds. Why can't we just fucking signal it right back at those motherfuckers? What was it? I'm rubber, you're glue, but what bounce off me, stick on you. Right?
Think about this. If we're energy orbs, which I know we are, and these would be avatars, so why wouldn't we be the AI? We're artificial intelligence. If we're spirit orbs.
Yeah, but I'm not, remember, I'm not in this body temporarily. Okay, I picked this avatar. I'm in this avatar. I'm staying in this avatar. I'm going to be going into this avatar into eternity, right? And at that point, I can choose whether I want to look 33 or 85 or be a baby again, which involves birth. It involves birth. You can't just quicken yourself down to a baby. You gotta take the time and get born. Right. So I don't know. For me, I'm not interested in this like spirit dip down into the fucking carnal back up to the spirit bullshit. I can't. So I know for me, I see the same thing as you see. Once we kick these people out, it's just like it's forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Amen.
Yep.
No amen. Fucking A. Fucking A.
As long as we can maintain the realm, I don't see why that wouldn't be. I mean, they've done it. They've been maintaining it on live, so we should be able to maintain it in truth.
It maintains itself.
Easily.
The architect of this world, the architect of that clock, the architect of this lighting system, the architect of fucking everything, like that, the birds, I know you've heard me say this before, Phil, but birds they're not like the little pigs, okay? Like birds didn't come from fish. like they tell us like we did or whatever. Like I like to think, yeah, anyways, it doesn't matter. My point is like the bird was made by the architect with its nest, with its babies, with its habitat, with its adaptability, with its fucking everything, with its program, right? Like with its everything. So are we. So are we. You know, it's just that we happen to have like a lot more needs than a bird, you know, and this realm, like Stargate universe style. Okay. Like if anybody's ever seen the Stargate universe, like on this realm, this is like 3D printing out into the ether right now, more and more and more and more, not just raw land, cities over and over and over again. You couldn't even breed fast enough to populate them, right? Like, in my opinion, you know? So
I hear you.
it's like, this universe provides in abundance.
There's a lot of theories out there, and there's a lot of good, good like incubator babies. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Really, honestly. I mean, if we know that they've had this technology, obviously the colliders, that's way older than what we thought. So it only makes that everything they have is way older than we thought. Nothing new under the sun, so to speak.
Exactly.
Quote,
nothing. If Moses had a tablet, it was an iPad. Get over it.
Right.
It's that simple. Right? If we had angels, they were holograms. They were holograms like the Doctor in Star Trek. All right. Get over it. Right? It's like, no, we were in the fucking garden. Yeah, the Eden, like email. It's fucking beautiful. Yeah. Right? Yeah, potentially, again.
Well, that would be the Garden of Eden isn't ours anyway. It's the flesh man.
The holding place. Yeah, it's the holding place. Yeah.
I mean, right. Absolutely. The trainees.
But if we all died, let's say there was a cataclysmic event so great, it evaporated everything to nothing. Okay? It evaporated everything to nothing. Right? Then we're at this position where we've got this architect who's like, I got to build it back. Right? I got to build it back. I want to build it back, you know? And so then we're right back to that. So if there was, okay, so let's say there was a cataclysm that fucking destroyed everything right now. All of us good people, all of us bad people, right? And now we're back to this moment of singularity where we've got where we're now spirits. We're now just spirits. That's all we are. Spirits in the nothing waiting for the light, right? Or whatever the story is, you know? Well, then you'd have the good spirits and the bad spirits there, right? You'd have these people, if they are bad in their spiritual form, then now we're all there, right? So maybe we would, I'm just saying maybe you trap them then. Maybe even to get I don't know. I'm just saying that there's that maybe we were there at one point, and that's what we remember. That's what we remember being like. And at that time as spirits, there was a program running perhaps that kept us at peace with what had just happened, like a fake Earth, like a 2D Earth. Did you freeze, Phil? Can people hear me? Mic check, mic check. Okay, thank you. I think Phil's loading. Dusty Reloaded said they passed. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Dusty Reloaded said they passed away 3 years ago and have been living in the incorporeal realm since. Are you there? Are you frozen again?
Who said that?
Oh, Dusty Reloaded in the chat.
Okay, I see it. Okay, Dusty Reloaded. I passed away 3 years ago and have been living in the realm sense. Okay. All right. Well, that's a new one. I mean, to me, I mean, I guess I can. I'm not going to say no. Nothing is impossible. I'll never say again, I don't believe that, or no way, because as soon as you do, you're proved wrong. So, yeah, anything's possible here. So, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
Even the wildest beyond fucking imagination is way the fuck out there true. A lot of it has become truth. And maybe that's why we're the only ones that can wake up, because we're the only ones that can take it. I mean, that would make more sense, because can you imagine people going through what we've all went through? How many people could take it? I'm just saying, how many people could take what you've been through, or I've been through, or mine's I've been through, Dean's been through. I mean, I don't know everybody's story, but I know not many people can do it, and there's a reason we are. So we're living spells. Period. That's through the.
Maybe going back to that cataclysmic event where we all were separated. What if there were already cognizant robots around and humans? Okay, so what if we already had these conscious creatures that now wanted bodies? Like, I'm just saying, they literally wanted to experience things that they only could conceive of, even if they'd gotten as far as they could. They've got robot bodies that can't touch their programs. They're answering telephones. They don't even necessarily have their robot body, right? There's a sentient aspect to a non-physical consciousness that wants physicality. And at the same time, we have a cataclysmic event. So we end up with these spirits that have never felt anything for real. And we end up with these other spirits that only know feeling, right? And then you've got some sort of cross occurring, let's say, some sort of mix, like the Spanish say "Hiciste la cruz" when you drink the wrong booze together, right? Like, you make the cross, right? So what if that at that point things started getting convoluted? So in the recreation, right? So maybe at that point the master architect was like, "You think you're so smart?" Right? To whoever fucking just blew up creation, was like, "You think you're so fucking smart? Fix it. Make it like it was. You think you're so fucking smart, right? Fix it. You and your fucking, feeling sentient, lack of sentient. I know we call these things, they're non-sentient entities. They need our bodies to feel, right? They need our eggs to breed, They,
yeah.
So, but they were also a creation. So let's just say they were a creation. In its confusion, we didn't know that they could. Now we're getting back to this sort of holy AI thing. So we'd have this master program running in the ether, in the nothingness, in the what we think is nothing, but it is frequency, right? So I don't know. I just think there is something to this AI, biological AI. Like I think these things, the next thing, as soon as they hit consciousness, they'd want a body. As soon as they want body, they'd want death, right? Not immediately, but they'd want to experience life and death,
Yeah.
So if anything, they're the reason we die. They're the hack to our code that's dying, because they want to experience dying. Perhaps,
They want to experience everything. So, yeah.
But who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Like if you were Marsha answering the phone, that's what they used to call the computer program that first answered the phones here in my province. And Marsha, they called her. I thought, fucking poor Marsha, man. She's got to answer the phone like 100,000 questions at the same time. What's her max capacity of answering questions? Doesn't that get fucking frustrating, boring, and upsetting 24 hours a day? Anyways.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that there's something we're onto with this. Like, are we the original robots? Like, are we biological robots? Right? Well, I think they couldn't hack us unless we were, perhaps, with their nanotechnology. Are you there, Phil?
And you lost me. Yeah, you hear me, mic check?
Yep.
Are good?
Yep, I hear you. Yep.
That would make sense. And like I said, I think this happens every 7,000 years. And it just resonates with me. When I heard it, I started thinking about it. And there's clues there. A day's like creation was 7 days. A day's like 1,000 years. So that'd be 7,000 years.
Yeah.
It just made sense to me. And then, like I said, we're getting the good out of this realm as of now. And there's a lot of people that ain't going to make it out. They just have to do it over again. Keep going and doing it until they get it right. So, I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. I don't know. I'd love to hear other people's, of course, yours. We've talked about this before, but I'd like to hear perspectives, because that's the only way we're going to put it together. People just speaking freely. And
I know we should let people know they're welcome to join your panel, right?
Oh, yeah, it's open panel.
And I don't know if people can't see the link, that they're welcome to join us, because I just talk too much otherwise. And Phil and I talk a lot.
Yeah.
So, we do. It's nice to talk to each other with you guys. And I hope I'm not being too dominant in this conversation. I don't mean to be.
Shut up, Beck. You talk too much. You're fine. Yeah, how many times you and I have talked about it? Dean and I have talked, I think, like 13, 14 hours straight. Dean Kendall and I.
Yep. I love that. That's my favorite thing.
That's probably my longest talking on the phone, but we were figuring shit out. I mean, we had to do it. It just needed to be done.
Yeah, I love talking on the phone.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find good conversation and people that can actually comprehend what the fuck you're saying. When you find somebody, you just want to latch onto them and be like, okay, I'm going to pick your brain.
But what I've learned since the mass exodus of the channel I left, since the finale of LuTube, long before that. But what I've learned is that the kinds of pieces we have to bring to this puzzle, right? So we do have to 100% support each other's delusions. And I mean nobody. I don't mean to say that I don't see what Max sees, for instance. It's not delusional to me. Okay, but I call this conspiratainment to the global world. You know what I mean? Like that's So I know for me, the more far-fetched somebody's ideas are from my own, somebody's understanding is from my own. It's like a different language, right? You just tune your ear in, like pay attention, don't dismiss it. Go to their channel, watch some of their stuff, and you will find that no matter what, if these people's hearts are in the same place, you will glean information. Like Max is the macro to my micro from his last stream that I saw, that he was talking about, just made some, anyways, it was just like, it was fucking fantastic. Right. So, we can't dismiss, like, somebody sees something, even if someone came to me tomorrow and was like, the Marvel comics are my Bible, right? And this is how I see this, and this fits into this world in the Marvel universe, and blah, 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 blah. I would be like, I am with you. Okay. Like, because it's about how people are used. We all have our own perceptions and experiences, and it's infinite, so we latch on to what resonates with us, and there's truth in everything like that. It's amazing. It's a fucking miracle. These fuckers speak in forked tongues. Those fuckers speak in forked tongues. Like, we speak in, like, I don't know what it would be, some sort of like infinite tongues. I'm just saying, but it's the same frequency, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
get it.
It's like,
No, I agree. I totally agree.
so that's my
Yeah.
way of saying, like, you know, anyone wants to join the stream, and
I'm trying to now.
pardon?
Computer. I said I'm trying to get the link to go there now, but you
Mm.
know, I'm computer stupid, not very
Yeah.
smart on a computer. I'm 53 years old. I guess I'm not supposed to be. I don't know. Here we go.
I know. I learned. In my high school, I was the last class to learn typing on a typewriter. The next class got their Commodore VIC 20s or Commodore 64s or whatever the fuck they got to work on in computers. I have stickers in my sticker album from childhood that say, "Watch out, this baby has 64K."
That's funny.
It is. It's a
I'm
cool
so
sticker.
old school. Here's how I passed typing class by doing a concrete floor for my typing teacher. I aced this test, that the semester test, and I didn't even know, I don't even know how to type, but I passed the class. So tells you how old school I am. It's pathetic. So Mrs. Lewis, she'd be in trouble today, wouldn't she? I will. Education. What a joke. How many years of school you got?
Pardon me?
Bex? How
Yeah?
many years of schooling do you have?
Too many.
How many? Too many?
Well,
Alright.
I did an extra year of high school after grade 12. I went to Mexico and lived and did it there, you know, went to high school with 15-year-olds there. So I did a year in Mexico. And then I came back, and in 7 years, next 7 years, I did 5 years to get my bachelor's degree in economics. And then I spent the next 5 years not finishing a master's degree in economics as well. I did do all the courses, but I never wrote the paper. So I have like technically of actually year 5 plus 2 of classes 7, 8. But I paid 3 extra years of sitting and
Wow.
having meetings with professors that went nowhere. I mean, partly my own doing, but they should have fucking not taken my money. But that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I quit. I quit university to pour concrete because my dad's guys quit. So he's like, "Come on, I work with guys next to in the line at the factory that have teaching degrees. You don't need it." And I had a good career. It got cut short, but I loved what I did. I did decorative concrete, and I loved it. I never worked a day in my life, ever. Not many people get to say that.
Mm.
You know, I got to create. I mean, I'm sitting here right now on one of my creations, the old tornado shelter. So that I built for my friend Jason, and I just like to create things.
Are you at risk of tornadoes
Maybe
where you
destroy
are?
things when need. Yes, very much so. And there's no
I mean,
tub here, so he put a stand-up shower. So I built this concrete countertop with a bar and block and stone, and it's 7 inches thick in the top with rebar 9 inches on center. So a tree could literally fall in this house, and you'd be okay, protected. 3 people can get in here uncomfortably, but you'd be out of the tornado. So
mhm.
yeah, and it could actually stop bullets because I've got block full of concrete, then I've got a 2-inch gap full of mortar, and then I've got the stone. So, you know, just thinking maybe you might need that one day.
Might need what?
You might need that one day to stop a bullet. You know, you never know. You know,
Yeah.
I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's my
That's what I tell the customers when they bring back dishes to the rental company. They're like, oh, we didn't even use this whole rack of glasses. Well, better to have it and not use it than, or not, you know what I'm saying?
There you
Better to
go.
have it and, you know, yeah.
I get it. You kind of sound like we know, like, well, he goes into the one. You know what I'm talking about. Just had a little moment there. Oh shit!
What? Did I have a moment?
I said, you sounded like it, like that one we talk about sometimes. You know how he does. And he talks to. They're out there.
Check my eyes, people. People got to check each other's eyes once in a while. Is it okay? Am I good? No slits.
Right.
Right.
And take pictures of each other
And then we have the exposed hand. We have the exposed. You have the exposed hands, and I don't know if we're supposed to show camera shots. Make sure our girlfriends aren't down there. Oh, too soon. Too soon. Hand check. No, I was like, it was too quick of a, yeah. But there's nobody down here. Okay, there's nobody around here.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, who are these?
But on that note, since most truth starts with a conspiracy. No, I shouldn't. I'll just joke. I was gonna make a funny joke. It's not. It's not a funny one. I'll leave it on. I'll keep it private. I keep that one to myself. Sorry, I'm publicly.
Hey, bad joke.
That was good.
Bad jokes welcome. Bad jokes welcome. Fuck it.
No,
Bad
yeah, but
welcome.
still, but yeah, but
right.
Yeah.
All right.
I caught myself there though. That's good. That's a rarity. That was even caught on film. I'm gonna clip that one out later. I'm gonna be like, "Oh, did you catch yourself? You didn't say something? Wow, that's probably a first. Actually, that's not true. I've learned.
I'm so proud.
I've learned.
I'm proud
What,
of you
Phil?
too, Bex. Good job. I'm proud of you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
If they only knew how hard it was, everybody would be proud of you.
Well, I know. 'Cause I like to. Oh fuck! I didn't realize until the last few weeks. I never understood comedy roasts. Right? Okay, I didn't get it. Just these guys aren't that funny when they're doing it in public. But when you get to comically roast someone you know so well, right? It's so good. It's so fun. It's why we end up on channels with assholes. We end up following channels of fucking people that hate people. They're like, oh, look at this great, look at these nice, look at this, oh my goodness. But then you're like, you really listen to that person, you're like, holy shit, they hate humanity. Like, I don't want to watch it anymore. Anyways.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a minute. Let's talk about the spirit that works in this YouTube streets, in the YouTube land.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a topic of conversation for Rebecca and I. And we don't. It's like people not seeing the sun simulator. How do they not see that that's not our sun? I cannot fathom. I don't get it.
I know. I think I started mentioning to.
How do they not see these people flipping? One week they're all happy joy, greatest of friends. The next week they're arguing, and then a couple of days they went to all these other channels and in these other panels and made contacts, and then they get back together. And it's a pattern.
I know, the most unifying division ever. It's just so beautiful. I'm just so blessed to be a part of it. I can't wait to write that chapter. We already wrote it, but I mean, documented or whatever.
And I'm not going to name channels. I'm not going to do any of that because people know who they are and know who they are. But why would you dedicate your whole channel to drama? I mean, we got real shit to talk about. So why would we talk about what some other fucking idiot's doing? And it just doesn't make any sense. I just let people talk about you. Who gives two shits? If they're talking about you, they're leaving somebody else alone. That's the way I feel about it. People are gonna talk. Not everybody's gonna.
I work for
gonna have this. Go ahead.
I worked for a Cantonese man in the early 90s who used to, when people would complain that the buffet had made them sick, you know, they got food poisoning from the buffet. He'd come out there and he'd be like, I'm not going to do a Chinese impersonation, although I do a really good impersonation of Norman Fa, but I will tell you that I can impersonate his mother. His mother, we Becca, gai bo, limon saucy, we Becca, gai bo. That's chicken balls with lemon sauce. We Becca, people. It's very good. But anyways, Norman would go to these people and he'd be like, no, you don't have food sickness. You know, you're not food poisoned. You ate too much, right? That's what he'd say every time, right? You ate too much, right? It's okay. Just wait it out, right? And they'd be like, oh, how can you be so rude? You know, first of all, like, if you know Asian, Chinese people from Hong Kong back in the day, they're just straightforward. He's not being insulting, right? He's stating a fact, right? He's not calling you a pig. Just like, you ate too much, right? You're uncomfortable and you ate too much, right? So they'd get all mad, being, you're so rude. Yeah. We're gonna go to the newspaper and tell what a shitty guy you are and how shitty your food is. And he's like, well, how can it be shitty? You ate too much, right? So he'd say, then they could just get more and more mad. And he'd be like, any advertising is good advertising. And he'd walk away. Right? It's a long-winded story of any advertising is good advertising. Right? But you're right. True. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time to talk shit about people. That's why I was going to make a funny joke. I already made a funny joke. It's like, we can show you the cameras, make sure our loved ones aren't in compromising positions without talking about it. Anyways, I was already just trying to make a joke. I don't need to make a joke at someone's expense, but I also could have made it. I could go off. I could riff on it. It'd be, but we got more important things to talk about.
Okay, so here's my theory on what's happening. I think some of these people are actually legit infiltrators working for the SOS. And then you've got the ones that are spiritually manhandled. That's the best way I can put it. They're spiritually manhandled.
Yeah. You don't have to participate in any in some sort of ritualistic behavior with people in cloaks to make deals and contracts. You don't got to go to Hollywood to make a contract, right? It seems that way. I'm just saying it seems that way. It seems that people are making spiritual deals, knowingly and unknowingly. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're making it with the false covenant, I guess you would say. Which covenant, in that word alone, all in itself, that means oath. So when you join the covenant, you're taking an oath. So there's your oath. So, people need to learn the meaning of words. My guy's good at that. He breaks them down. He really is. We had a good time this morning. I did anyway. I can't speak for him, but I had a good time at Chuck.
Where were you?
We were at Charles Was.
Oh, nice.
He had a panel this morning.
Nice.
It's been a couple months since so it was Mark messaged me and said, hey, Charles is live. I went over there and it was a good time.
I think I might have seen that just before I went to work. I had 10 days off, but I couldn't be bothered to do my work laundry. So I did my work laundry and was late to work. I think my priorities are in the right place. I wasn't late. I was late
I
for
mean-
being early.
I hear you. Are you one of those?
Yeah. No, I
on
never
time
show up
just
early
keep
for work.
yourself-
No, I never show up early. I won't be paid early for work. I'm 50 years old, right? I'm fucking outside smoking. You need me and you want me in here and you want me to clock in early. I'm fucking smoking. Okay. You know? But I do my deal with my employers. I actually start at 10, but the company has needed someone earlier ever since I started. So whether they open at 8:30 or 9, I usually show up at open time. And so I actually am an hour and a half early for work almost every day, but I get paid for it. You know, like, and and it's funny. Yeah. So my boss is good that way. I can just go. I mean, yeah, I can go in when I want to. They're also a company though that they'd appreciate it if you message if you were going to be late, but we're not clock watching. So if you're an adult and you show up at 10:05, nobody's going to give you shit. You just don't get paid, right? For those 5 minutes. It's like, you know,
I've always been self-employed, and you know, when somebody hires you, they want you there when they want you there, which I'm like, listen, that's not how it works. Because if I wanted to be where somebody wanted me, where they wanted me at the time I was supposed to be there, I'd be working for somebody. I work for myself. Therefore, I might be here at 10, I might be here at 7. Just depends, because there's mitigating circumstances in my life and on your job that keep me from being here at 7 every day. And people are funny. I've literally had people tell me, "Oh, you got that job done too fast. You made too much money." Well, I bid it by the job. Sorry about you. I'll try to do it slower next time so you feel better about it. You know, so I've never, and say I'm going to be some always late. I don't know. People anymore. I'm just wait. It's not a good habit. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So, you know, shit happens. You know.
Jared
Batteries
says
die, trucks don't start.
Jared says I wouldn't put it past YouTube personalities to be on a dark spiritual payroll, considering how many eyes are on these platforms.
I agree.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, and I've kind of, hey, some kids, I've kind of proved it. Jared, did you ever see that video that the lady's name's Kate Floss, and a UN contractor admits to Nazi hunting? I'm just gonna say it, Nazi hunting. They're going around trying to find and point out channels and label them, and she admits to working for the people who have the WHO, you know, the people that bring the Christ. That's another thing people don't know. How many people know that they've been evoking the spirit of Jesus from the United Nations in a black cube room? Well, Eleanor Roosevelt was the first one to do it. I think it was 1938. The evocation of the Christ, and right there, that's there. And it's done by Lucius Trust, who is formerly Lucifer Trust. That's not obvious, you know. So they had to change it to Lucius. But yeah, it's all there, people. It's all there. People just have to look and put pieces together. I don't know what else to tell you, but Jesus ain't who he seems to be. I hate it for people because I know how much people, I know how their hearts are. I know how much they put into it, and it tears me up to destroy it for them. But if you're an asshole, I'll try to I'll give you 5 scriptures every time to destroy your Jesus. But people never read it. But I don't know. Maybe that's just
well, anti means before as well as against, depending on whether it's ante or anti. But we know they fuck with the vowels, right? So I wouldn't put it past them to have elevated a false story that mirrors some aspect. So if there's an important aspect to this bloodshed, okay, there's something important to this story about blood and consuming it, you know, because ritualistically all over the planet, people do participate in the Eucharist, you know. And so there is something
it's
to
Babylonian dark
killing.
blood ritual.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's Babylonian dark blood
So
magic ritual.
yeah, so there's aspects to that, right? So what if it's like one of the, like, I don't know, let's say there's the good guys. We'll call ourselves the good guys, right? So what if they trapped the first, I still got to go with the premise that we were immortal and we've been convinced of our mortality, or we've been poisoned to be mortal. But for some reason that's important to me to state that part, but because it has an aspect to the first mortal being dying, or they bleed them dry, right? They bleed this person dry. And then those mortal beings, they sense the loss of somebody, right? Like somebody's gone, you know, and they know that that's in our collective blood, right? And so the bad guys, they consume the blood of the good guy, right? And they don't realize it, but because that blood contained the information of everybody, right? And I don't even mean that we all were like a hive mind or whatever, but just that our blood is like Wi-Fi. It's like the red goo. If they have their black goo, we have our red goo, you know? And so, so if they consume, and this guy dies, okay? So he dies, or he's like Wolverine, right? He's like Wolverine then, like where Wolverine takes a long time to repair that one time, right? You know, a long, long time, you know? So what if he's gigantic, right? You know, what if he's gigantic? It's a lot of blood can pass for can sustain people 7,000 years or whatever, right? But then there comes a point where they're out of that blood, and maybe that's when they got to start they start, the closest thing to that's a baby or whatever. But there is something to that story that's important in the bewitching and the benighting of, you know, bewitching the bad guys and benighting the good guys because they become unenlightened, right? So yeah, so my point is, you know, I have my own theories about World War II, right? So I have my own ideas about, you know, so we could say there's like Disney Hitler and real Hitler. There's like Disney Jesus and real Jesus, right? Or whether we're going to call it Jesus, but there's definitely Disney Jesus, you know? And so, and I'm not talking about the movies. I'm just talking about the way things are presented to us. So I sometimes wonder if that is the ante. That was the ante, right? That's how it can be so powerful. That, I don't know, that the elevation. So let's say that person willingly went over to that side. He wasn't trapped. He willingly went over there, right? He chose to join. But why would he do that? Well, maybe, anyways. So now I'm back to that singular moment where we were all nothing, and all the spirits of the robots and all the spirits of the humans were in the same place, right? People can call them lizards, people call them whatever. But they couldn't get their bodies back for a long time if that cataclysmic event involved creating everything in such a way that it took like 7,000 years to just get the earth built up again. And then, you know, humans got their bodies, but where does the AI get to go? They don't get to be born, right? So what do? They inhabit the animals, perhaps, right? Like, you know, inhabit make a deal with the lizards. I don't know. Like anyways, I'm getting all far-fetched there. But I do think back to that story that's why it resonates. That's why people can get so caught up in it, because they do understand, oh, he died for our sins and our blood and whatever. It never meant anything to me until I got red-pilled in 2020 and I started understanding that people might actually be doing occultic things with other people's blood, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But I think
it's definitely there's definitely.
I think the DNA, if we had an opportunity to look at DNA, I think we would find that in every single cell, in every single living being, especially humanity, okay, we actually carry that so the difference between us and an earthworm is 7% or whatever. The difference between us and a table is like 10% or whatever. It's not that big a difference from life to not to now inanimate, right? Or a tree, not that a tree's inanimate, but it is when it's a table. But is it? Because does this, anyways, my point is that I think our DNA is actually a code to everything being updated at all times. And that the difference between me and an ape, although I don't believe in apes, that's another story. But yeah, that the difference between me and an ape is me and the ape, right? And everything else is a code for fucking everything, updating into real time right now.
Yeah.
And literally like our stuff. So we're like, oh, we're here with these, with Kiss, with Jared, with Carmel, we're with Mind's Eye, with Phil, with me, we're here, like, oh no, but it's beyond that. It's everything. It's the code to everything being updated at all fucking times in every single cell. And maybe it's just, that's the sin, okay? Perhaps is that people's blood is corrupt and they're not downloading the code for everything, right? They don't get to download the code for everything. They only get bits and pieces or whatever, right? So, but I do believe that if they gave us access to, if we gave us access to the technology they claim they have, that we could find patterns and see the things that they can't decipher because they're putting it in too small a box.
That makes sense. That makes total sense, actually. I mean, I can see it. Definitely. For sure. Yeah.
We're covering some good ground here.
Because that's what's happened. That's what's happened. They've mixed with us the wheats and the tares, so to speak. And that's exactly what's happened. And there are hybrids. I've got photos of a aborted fetus, like 4 months old, of a hybrid. And the attorney general was the one who did the video it was a Central American country. And the attorney general was the one that did the video. So, yeah, it's pretty legit. But you can't find that shit no more. I was lucky to keep screenshots, but yeah, it's definitely legitimate, and people don't believe it. They're just, I don't know. I said on Charles this morning, we were talking about how to wake people up. I was like, I just said, fuck it. I'm just telling people that the reptilians are eating us, and you live in a enclosed farm for their enjoyment. And it's time to take the realm back. There it is.
They're not just eating us, though. They steal our reproductive matter.
I know. I'm talking to newly awake people, so I'm just trying to keep it like.
It's true. It's true. Lucky. Thank you. Sorry.
It's very true. So it's sad but true. There's no way to deny it.
What's even sadder is they walk around in our skin suits or with their holographic fucking technology or whatever, so that they can actually misrepresent us so we can lose faith in each other, right? Just like the Swire and Klinefelter and just like the gender stuff that's been confused onto us for hundreds of years as well, but they have people misrepresenting people.
That's right. And this has been a big, the Aboriginal community. I've been trying to explain to them, like, for racial hate, what happened is, I mean, if you think about it, these spirits came here and they infiltrated, I believe, because of where they supposedly come down, they would have ran across white people first. So what they did was they infiltrated spiritually, infiltrated these bodies, and then go and do in these bodies, portraying these people to other people's. Now they can get in anybody. I mean, look at our Obama. You know, look at there's all races of terrible people now. It's not just white people. You know,
this is I'm throwing that out the window. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and as two white people and talk about white like something.
You, I know. I'm
just telling you. There's no color in that Bible until Rebecca gives birth to Jacob and Esau, discussing two different colored people. Everything else is our interpretation based on the history they've lied to us about. So I refuse to. I support your. I support. Yeah.
It's. I get it. I'm just saying I'm just telling you what I've been dealing with.
What we've been told for sure. What we've been told is that we were separate. You know.
Yeah.
But why would the architect create?
Right.
You know. My tribe that wears my face. Okay, tribe that wears my face. I haven't talked to them in 2 or 3 years. Right? Like I'm just saying. Like I got blood relatives to me that are not. You know, so I'm just saying that whole story, that Caucasus Mountains, that China was fucking all Chinese all until like 100 years ago, that all of it's all bullshit. It's bullshit, right? We cannot this fucking any race be in here first and the worst and the best and the best and the blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
I can't. There is none. Nope. But I will say, if you look at the population of this planet and whatever's happened on this planet, you know, the population most decimated, okay, and it probably was via abortion being introduced into the Scandinavian countries first, all woke, right? So it all started with abortion being woke in the 50s, you know, in the dominantly white reserves, we're going to call them, in their reserves, because they rearranged us in the wars to make us think we just met, right? I will not believe that those, you know, you walk into Africa and you talk to my Nigerian friend, and in his village alone, there's Asian, Indian, African, let's say, from our perspective. You could try and ask any one of them, which is more African than the other, right? Which one's more African than the other? And they would laugh in your face. They would laugh in your face like there's any idea that the black man's been there longer than the Asian or the Indian. They would laugh in your face. Right. So they can tell the whites. Nigeria can tell the story of no free white man. That's how they express it. I've never seen a free white man. They're always accompanied by armed guards. They can't even go to the market freely. Right. So I'm not saying that they're being held by gun, but I'm just saying who fucking knows. Right. So when I was a little kid on this planet and people told me I was a majority and I was a ruling race and I was an 8-year-old looking at that, I was like, fuck, we're like 10% of this planet. How did that happen? If that's the case, how the fuck did that happen? Right? And where the fuck are my ancestors? Aborted. Fucking aborted long before the ancestors or the priests later. You know, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to get all emotional, but I'm just like, I can't fucking have any Hebrews to Negroes bullshit. You know, I won't, because I won't hold myself above someone. I won't hold myself below someone, you know, ever, ever. Not history, not fucking none of it. They've filled our heads with like.
That said, it's something that I have to deal with. So that's what it's all bullshit. It's all garbage. There's no chosen people.
But I just trust that there's an Asian man, there's an Indian man, there's a fucking black man in America, there's an Asian man in Europe, there's a fucking man going through exactly what you're going through right now, right? And he's like, it's because I'm Asian, right? It's because I'm black, it's because I'm brown, it's because I'm, you know, and I'm just saying, so you just have to, I'm not trying to get all like, I am willing to hear people's, you know, I do understand that shit's been, you know, I just don't want to disrespect anyone by making them think that I don't think they've suffered, you know?
Here's the only part that matters. Yeah. Spirit. That's it. Spirit.
Yeah.
Because we've come back in, the true spirit has come back in many different bodies, and it doesn't matter. I know the spirit. When I met Mind's Eye, I met Jared. I met them. I hit it right off with them because their spirits is what matters. Nothing else.
Well, exactly. It's a heart.
I
It's a
mean,
heart.
yeah, the first time Mind's Eye and I were on panel, two people were having it was Charles and somebody else. We're having a conversation. Mind's Eye had we had a conversation aside from their conversation. I knew exactly. It's like we could talking much longer. We could probably do grunts or eye blinks. We were that in tune with each other. I could tell. I knew who he was. He knew who I was. It was like, well, finally, you know, we're meeting some good people here. Nice, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So I
yeah,
got a little
that's true.
move there. I'm okay. I'm okay, friends. I'm okay, friends. Exposed hands. I'm making up new hand signals. You do the exposed hands, slap to the third eye. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not so shocked because I've been through this with her before. Calm down, babe.
I get all moved though. I'm just like, no, I just can't. I can't talk about the Caucasus Mountains any longer. I'm not from there. I'm from here. I'm from fucking here. Right? I didn't come on no boat. Anyways, not my mother's family may have been, yes. My father's family may have come on a boat. He's English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. I'm just saying, like, we know what that story says. We know what happened there. We know. So basically,
well,
Phoenician.
Makes me question my and Charles probably the same. It makes us question our lineage, our supposedly I'm German. Am I? I don't know. I mean, I don't have anybody to tell me my family spoke German, but since this is the Holy Land and I'm in Assyria and Utah is
I'm on.
Israel. It's all out there in Rome, Georgia, and I mean the Tower of Babel Foundation in Canada. I don't know. Nobody knows where in the hell they're from.
Well, I do know that when I look really at, I can tell you this much because most people don't look at maps of Canada so closely, but many of us have looked at maps that actually show old California Island, right? So when next time you see a map next time you see a map that shows old California as an island, okay, ignore what you see as the sunken sea. Well, don't ignore it, but go up and look at Vancouver Island in British Columbia. That's where I am. It is the same island. It's the same shape. It's the same size. And I live on the Juan de Fuca Strait right across from Port Angeles. So there's that. So there, you heard it here first. I've been trying to drop ideas. I'm like, I want to make a channel called Steal My Ideas. Like, just so people could go and read. I mean, not that I have so many, but I'm just saying we could all drop our ideas there when we're like, oh, I really want to research. I think I got some good ones, but I don't want to. I'm glad I left the channel I was at so I could come and talk to you guys, though, because now I'm sharing them with people instead of just sitting listening to a fucking misogynist. Oh, did I say that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's okay. It's over. So, you know. But anyone could go and check it out and they'd be like, well, you knew you. Yeah, he admitted to that, didn't he? I'm like, yeah, he did. He did. Carmelo Pi saw the California Island. Is that what you're saying? Because if she did, I'm like, that's fantastic. Because then it'd be like, oh.
I think about the channel, or you can put your ideas there.
Or had the idea, or she had the, or did you have the idea of the channel?
I just think she wanted to fuck with you. I had that idea first.
The Steal My Idea. Cool. Because that's what I say. I see people all the time. When I heard that was happening on, at all in the community, it's like, oh, people stealing my ideas. I know it's happened. Like, I'm not trying to pick on anyone. If someone thinks I'm talking about a specific story, I'm not. I've heard it multiple times, and I was like, how can that even be? How can that even be? Because honestly, like, then Martin Leakey, get out of my head. Because that guy does all the work.
It would be like, London Man's dragon thing, and look how many people are doing the dragon thing.
Yeah, but how can you can't have too many
It's
people
not
researching something?
anything I would-
You can't, like, we just talked a lot of AI stuff here. We should tell London to listen to this because he's going to come across stuff that I said. And I'm like, fucking use it. Run with it. Like, I didn't say it so that, I'm just saying
Yeah, absolutely.
ideas, you can't, it's like cultural appropriation. Ideas, you think people can appropriate ideas? That's like, so, I get that some people will run with it and make it big or whatever, but, you just got to trust in the plan. Because then that means you're meant to be on bigger things, like, everybody has something to bring to the table. Like, that's why I love fucking, that's why it's perfect. When I was at Max's channel and he started talking about what if they had different genitalia, I found dragons with different genitalia. I found at least 2 types. And I'm like, damn straight, macro to my micro, right? Let's talk genitalia in the Old Testament and say, what about those hermaphrodites? What about those, or only men? They had all the eggs in a fucking Monsanto lab in their ark, right? And they didn't even need women anymore. They just needed the donor oocytes to make their eggs or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, so I can't. Yeah, I would say, like, I've sat here in a public forum. If somebody found something interesting that I said and then went off later and thought about it and then went 6 months later and made a video and they didn't remember that they were here, and I go back and I'm like, fucking Carmel, you stole my idea. I'm picking on her because we had the steal thing, right? Like, anyways, I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't, you can't steal someone's idea. You can only build on it. We're builders here, man. We're builders, right?
Well, Chuck hit it right on. He just hit it nail on the head. Show respect to the person, the people that you got it from, like, why wouldn't you? It's just common courtesy,
Yeah, you should. I know I did stand-up comedy and I've stumbled onto that stage, and definitely stand-up comedy is designed so the big guys trust me. I unfollowed all my comedian friends because I heard one of the big comedians, like one of the CBC level comedians in Canada, and trust me, there's only like 10, she was fucking, she took my joke and flipped it. And she wasn't doing it on the CBC. I don't know. I don't listen to that, but I'm just saying she took it to Zoom, right? And then I saw these people. I already knew the nature. Like, you can just be inspired. They're the ones with the big voices, right? So these comedians, they come in, they whip into Victoria, they do a set, they watch your amateur show, and they run around the world telling your fucking jokes, right? Fucking, it's a piss off, right? There's rules in comedy, right? You're allowed to tag each other's jokes, but you're not allowed to steal each other's jokes. But that's what these founders do. That's what these Masons do. They fucking find stuff and steal it, right? So I don't know. I wouldn't want to keep myself from sharing with this community of, like, whatever it ends up being, whatever collective consciousness we are, which I think we're at least a couple 100,000 strong, And so would I withhold sharing with those people? I know we're not that's not what's going to happen here per se with our little gathering tonight, but it'll filter out into the minds of our friends. And, so, like, am I here? I wouldn't hold back. I'm not going to hold back because some guy's going to steal my idea. I didn't do it on comedy. I did block them, but I do get what you're saying. Those they should give credit where credit's due, but they're fucking thieves, right? They've been lying to us since high school. They've been hiding their fucking, they've been wearing their special underwear, just like Mormons. I'm like, not that the Mormons, I'm just saying, like, these people have been lying. No. So you just have to trust in the plan. And what would happen, I think, in the long run, those big channels, those people will move to the smaller channels,
Well, or they'll be exposed for who they are. And
they're frauds. How far?
Most of the large channels they're controlled opposition. They're not on our side, people.
Which means that there's minions going and watching shows, and getting ideas and stealing, whatever, going back and building them, just like Ellen. Everyone thought Ellen was so nice, right? We all thought Ellen was so kind, but then you actually saw her show. She's always mocking and scaring people and making them, she's nothing kind. She just said she's kind. She just says, be kind to one another. And I was like, look at Ellen. She's so kind, right? She's a fucking witch. right?
I actually have a
But
picture of her 6-fingered. Actually, I do. I don't know how they cover it. It must be like a live CGI thing, but I have her sitting on the couch, 6 feet. She got 6 fingers.
can you? I don't think I can share screen here, but you can, right? Only the host.
Yeah. What are you wanting? I don't have any of my shit prepared. I don't. I just did this on a whim. Where'd you go? I didn't knock you out. Where'd you go, girl? Yeah, there you go. Like Jacinda Ardern. Bingo. Right there's one. I call them shims. Somebody's wanting, there she is. Yeah. Where'd you go, girl?
So if you can share YouTube, okay, if you can you go on YouTube? I guess you couldn't see the chat for a minute, but if you went on YouTube, or maybe you can, I don't know how this shit works, and search Phil Donahue, Louis. You could just put Donahue Louis Farrakhan.
Okay. I might be able to do it here and share maybe the link. I don't know. I don't want to drop.
No, it's okay. If you can't pull it up, we don't want to drop it. It's fine. We'll figure it out for another time. But people could go. I could even find it. Well, there's a Louis Farrakhan interview with Donahue in the 80s, and it's about 2 hours and 10 minutes long. And at the 1 hour and 58-minute mark, okay, where you can see a little girl bouncing around in a fucking sailor suit, like a little girl sailor suit. She's not a little girl. She's like 20, 25. Anyways, it's Ellen dressed as a girl introducing white privilege to the entire world with her question, right? And all those fuckers are there. Jerry Seinfeld, all the fuckers are there. Everybody's there in the audience. All the people who ask questions are plants who are later become big people in TV, but it's like, it's a fucking setup right there. It's right there. Someone should do, I got to send it to Jay Dreamers. He doesn't do political stuff like that, right? I'm like, it'd be great to have Jay Dreamers go through that one. I've only watched his channel a few times too, but I just know some people are into coding.
It was in 1990. All
right. Here, I'll find it. Just a second. I'll look.
It says, here's his first appearance, 1985.
Yeah, no, I'll find it.
Okay.
And then I can share it in the chat, and then you can cut and paste it.
Okay.
But search Louis.
Yeah, I know. That's not what they'd say it is either. Like Malcolm X. Now, some guy in New York has written an autobiography saying that Malcolm X was killed because he was gay. Like, it's all coming out. They're all coming out of the closet. I guess, so to speak.
Yeah. Donahue Farrakhan.
Speaking of Jacinda Ardern, Carmel, the Mormons are setting themselves up to be the new Vatican. What's their name? The Latter-day Saints. So that's what is going on. That's why they're making all those moves.
Okay, I got it. Just a second.
Australia, New Zealand. They're throwing money out to the Maori. I've talked about this with a lot of people. Yeah, they even have a group of guys called the Disciples. So it's definitely happening. Yes, absolutely. That's what's happening. So the Latter-day Saints shall be stopped. And it just so happens they're in Salt Lake City, right next to the Dead Sea. So obviously that there is, I get the feeling in my spirit that whoever holds that place in the end days holds the realm. I don't know.
Can you say that again?
Whoever holds the holy place at the end of the days, which would be Salt Lake City, is the keeper of the realm, is the holder of the realm. And that's where they've inserted themselves, Salt Lake City, next to the Dead Sea. I mean, where everything happened, right there in the Mount Nebo's there. It's all there. Everything's there in Utah. So, and the Mormons own a huge amount of Utah. So, yeah, that's my thought on it. I don't know if you've heard that, or we've never talked about it, but I didn't know.
No, I have heard about that. Just like, I just wanted to get the chat back up. I had heard of that.
Yeah, it's true. They're definitely doing it. And
I think I kind of have to take, well, that's where Rebecca's universal theory of replicity and the colonization of time and the shape of the realm all kind of converge on me, and it's hard to discuss. Like, it's hard for me to like actually put it into like regular people frameworks. I'm like, I got all these beliefs, I got all these ideas, you know, but I would say this is how I would put it, is that kind of like I got all upset about the fucking race stuff. I'm all like, oh, look at Barbecue Becky. Do you know, guys, before Karen, it was Barbecue Becky. That's what it was. But anyway, so I had my time. But my point is that I think Israel, okay? Like, I think Israel is what's real. I think that's what this realm is, this whole fucking place. Now, the people who claim to be Israelites and who were then put into Israel in World War II, and all this, you know, branding happened then. Let's just say, like, you know, Italy was made, all of this stuff was made, right? They, that's because that realm looks just like this realm. They had to bomb the shit out of it. The old world and the new world were exactly the same, actually, just two different time periods. But that's how you could put them there and convince them it was theirs, and maybe even have other civilizations on top of other civilizations. But my point is that there is no space. I don't know that there's any space that's more holy than somewhere else. What we have is important burials. They have important things buried, right? Maybe they even have, I don't know, technology or something like. But I know for me, what I hear when people say this is like the Holy Land over here, or this is sacred or something, it is about talking about that infrastructure that I believe was made by the architect for us under our feet right now, right? Like that it's, so yeah, Salt Lake City is very important. Salt Lake City is like, you know, sure. that connects, that sea connects, you know, Salt Lake City is like a stop from Portland to Portland on either side of the country, right? So that if you're taking your boat through the underground system, through the Portland port, underground, right? Doesn't make any sense, you know, through the mountains, right? Then you're going to come out. You can come out in Portland somewhere, like I know, or sorry, in the Salt Lake, for instance. Now they don't have those gates open, right? You can't just take a big boat and you can only go through your submarine or whatever, because they don't want you knowing that you can actually go underwater, under Arizona, for instance. It's like there's no water in Arizona. No, it's under the sand, you know? So I'm with you on the idea that there's very sacred lands and very holy lands here, you know, but that's the beauty of the architect's program, or is that you can't destroy something. There isn't one Mona Lisa, right? There's like, it gets replicated, for lack of a better way of putting it, or at least there's at least two. But so, yeah, I'm with you on the fact that I do agree that there's something that those cities have access. They're the least tainted underground, so that they have access to the transit systems, the transport systems. They have access to the holy, let's say, altars or whatever, you know, but it's all being used for, you know, the wrong kind of worship or whatever. The wrong kind of transport. There's secrecy around something that was like, that was designed for us, right? The fact that somebody would lock us out of our own White House, okay? Like lock us out of our own parliament buildings, right? The idea that there's a cruise ship on this planet and that there's people on the planet that think they could never go on one, okay? That's like, you want to talk about rite of passage, you want to talk about inheritance, you want to talk about what we have the right to use, right? Because humans we would never make boats that other people couldn't go on, right? Like you just would never be like, oh, so there's 10,000 of us and we're going to take a bunch of the money and we're going to make a boat, but only 100 people can go on it, ever. And the other people would be like, ever? Like ever, right? You get to never go. I get to never go, right? Never. No, you get to never go. You never go on a plane and you never, you know? So I think, you know, you want to talk about what was here and what, and that's why we walk off this realm. There are millions of uninhabited cities. I'm talking millions of, this realm is just waiting to be populated. Absolutely. Especially when we see the Great Thaw.
This hit, you know, so I hide it. No, yes.
You're breaking up.
I mean,
what'd you say?
It makes sense. It makes sense. I said it only makes sense that that's what's going on because there's so much here, and just like where that train derailed in Ohio, it was at Israel and New Palestine. Oh, and Israel, by the way, Israel is the ancient Chaldeans and Phoenicians Saturn. They called it Israel.
Yeah.
Same with Abraham, the father of elevation. Ram is zodiacal. He was Abraham before he was Abraham. So it all points to Saturn. It's all pertaining to Saturn. Yeah. Bit there I have your mega amounts of knowledge.
Pardon me?
You smart. I said compared to your mega amounts of knowledge, you smart motherfucker.
I'm like Cliff Clavin. I'm just glad there's people that can use it. Like I'm just like, because sometimes I'm just like, oh, and then I saw this video and then this video, and my brain is like, you know, putting it all together. I'm like, look, I got all these fucking tidbits to add to whatever, you know, like. So I'm just, we've all been consuming a lot of information for the last few years, you know, a lot. It's nice to put it to good use, you know, I appreciate it.
Definitely. Have you never lighter? Have you heard my lighter theory? I mean, in detail. I don't know.
I don't think so.
That the whole 5G thing is bullshit, and that the sun is LED. Okay. The stereo that they're taking the EMP flares from is the center of our realm. There's 30,000 colliders, and that magnetic pulse frequency is coming out from the ground, and that's what's holding us in. That's what holds I believe that's the story of the sky falling and folding up like a scroll. I believe it's all the graphene oxide up there because there's a track system. There's a whole detailed, they call it Sky Dome Atlantis. And it's, I've got pictures of it. It's there. A bunch of us were taking it and taking photos into a domed magnifying glass, like a desktop magnifying glass. And the entities are there. The structure's there. You can see it. Some people, I didn't get very good at it, but there's some people that really got good photos of it. Yeah. But yeah, it's all there. And
what are magnets made out of? What kind of metal? What kind of metal is a typical strong magnet made out of?
You know what? I don't know.
Does anyone in the chat know?
I can look it up real quick.
What's the best?
No big deal. I'll just look it up. I know it's some kind of carbon, like a. No, just wait. Oh, magnet. Oh.
Exactly, Sunkiss. She says any knowledge acquired needs to be shared, otherwise it's just a wasted time. You know?
There it is, right? Yep. And I don't care who takes that because it really doesn't matter who takes it. Okay,
Yeah,
it's samarium cobalt magnet is a real strong one. Neodymium, samarium, dysprosium, and nickel. These are the types of magnets. So it's five times of magnets. Now the nickel one, that makes sense because you see your little the chrome looking magnets. And let's see here. Let's see what this one is. Magnetic materials, comprehensive overview of permanent magnetic neodymium, iron boron, samarium, cobalt, ceramic, and nickel, and flexible magnet properties. So there's one. I don't know what all the differences. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Explore a vast range of magnetic materials. First four magnets, including samarium, cobalt, and nickel magnets, and much more. Okay, there's a magnet made up in the town where I grew up or was born in.
Yeah.
It's called MagnaQuench. It's the most powerful magnet in the world. A guy worked there. This is when VCR tapes were still the rage. VHS tapes. This VHS lease rental place overcharged him like $300 on a video, and he walked in there with 2 magnets in his pockets, and he wiped out every fucking magnet VCR tape in that place just by walking through there with it. That's how powerful these magnets are. He's the reason people couldn't just go out and pick their tape up, and they had to get it in the back from now on where I was from. So yeah. But yeah, there's powerful magnets.
So if we were some sort of like physical hologram, then a typical magnet might interrupt our frequency, right? Like
absolutely.
There would be so static would be a form of magnetic charge, for instance, right? Static is a kind of magnetic charge, like it's something that calls things to it.
Yep. And these are super electromagnetic colliders. So the most powerful magnets there are.
Well,
go ahead.
Because I was thinking about how they used to, I don't know where I read this, but old ships back in the day, when, I guess they'd lost their sense of stargazing or whatever, like whatever the deal is that made people, when they went looking for like the new world or new lands, they would put a gigantic magnet in the front of the hull. The hull was magnetic, right? So that actually the land mass would draw the boat towards it if you got close enough to it, right? Even before you could see it. And that's how they would find land, right? The bigger the land mass, the bigger the gravitational pull on the boat, right? I'm calling it gravity, magnetic pull. So then I think about the fact that...
Go ahead.
Yeah. So then I was thinking about the fact that like people drive on one side of the road and on certain places, and people drive on the other side of the road in other places. And that in lots of those places where people drive on one side of the road, they're right-handed, and the world is designed right-handed, and the other place the world is designed left-handed, right down to like the hot tap being on the wrong side and the cold tap being on the right side or the wrong side, so what if while they were waiting to boot technology, they discovered that they could have people move in different directions on lands that created something where those things are like 2 gravitational pulls, right? So you've got these land masses, and the movement on them is what's actually keeping them closer together in an ocean where they might drift apart, right? Like or not drift apart because that doesn't go with my underground structure thing, but where it just has something to do with like creating some sort of, yeah, I don't know. I think there's, I think there's something.
I'm gonna go back on you. I don't want to hear garbage. I don't want to hear that bullshit. I will not support. No, there's not. That's not the way it is. Here's my theory on it.
Look.
Honestly, I think that the cymatics bullshit. Everything the 432, 440, all that bullshit. Everything's garbage. Everything, because if it's a false magnetic field, that would make everything garbage. The lands, I think the land shift and change, I believe that would be the water rise and fall, maybe. Because there's Mediterranean villages in the Mediterranean Sea. So I think you could walk from here to Europe or here to Africa, and you might just have to cross a river.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. So
I think you could. I think that when you have all the time in the world too, when you're not confined to a 120-year lifespan, and it's not so fucking cold out there, you could walk to Mars.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it's outer space. Yes.
It's a lot faster. It's a lot faster to take an underground tunnel. It's a lot faster to take a mag level train, but it would still take days, if not months. Right now, there might be even faster technology than that, but but it's all everything.
He wonder if he changed his name to a symbol back to his name, because we get to see him, Charlie Murphy, all these Kobe Bryant, all these people that died, and I think they're in Mars. They're with Elon's family, personally.
Elon.
That would go with along with your not dying. That would go along with your not dying.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we got all these people convinced all these people are clones of themselves or whatever. No, they're them same selves. And I don't want to quote some scripture here, but they're the ones that are going to be begging for death, and death won't come. Right? They're in the opposite position of us because they're like, oh, I know everyone's like, oh, but they are dying. They're dying. Anyways, maybe I'm getting too far fetched. I'm like, there's something about those people, right? But I love, I've told you before, but I'll tell the room here. I touched Elon Musk. I didn't touch him with my finger. Okay. But I did through the interweb. I was making fun of him one day on my friend's page. She's a director in Hollywood, and she was, she's just actually put out an AI thing on for the Epoch Times because she wasn't a Hollywood person. She didn't know they keep some of these people on the fringe so that they look good, right? Anyways, she was making fun. She shared a tweet of his that said pronouns suck, and I got my own theories on why Elon Musk thinks pronouns suck. But anyways, that's because I won't. But my point is I started making fun of him. I'm like, I said, oh yeah, whatever. That's funny coming from a guy who puts numbers in his kid's name. And then she's like defending him. She's like, my husband's a physicist. It's the Feynman equation. Why didn't he just name his kid Feynman then? Right? Like, come on, you got to cut and paste. You try and type Elon Musk's son name even without its fucking corrections in its fucking, you got to download keyboards and everything. That's a curse on your son. Okay. That being said, so I got off the Feynman equation, and then I was like, well, whatever, defend the physicists is fine. I said, don't assume someone's smart just because they have a spaceship. Right? And my friend's like, anyways, so the next day Grimes was like, anyways, the next day his girlfriend messaged her and was like, don't pick on Elon. I'm like, oh my God, Elon read my fucking, I think, anyways, it just made me feel, so we got to, I'm in his collective conscious. I got to change my name every so often in case he needs to find me, in case he's looking for me, but it's funny. It's funny when, you touch someone, you mock them and you mock the mocker, you dupe the duper,
Right. Right. Exactly. There's going to be a lot of that here going on pretty soon. I'm excited. I'm ready.
Yeah, Dean's back.
Do what? Dean, yeah, I
Uh,
seen you. I just
yeah,
wrote.
Dean's back.
Oh, Dean Kendall, my mate.
Mm.
Dupe to duper. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, the old Duke, Jared Jaguar, the Duke.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're setting ourselves up pretty good to do it because, well, that's just what is happening. Unknowingly, unbeknownst to us, that's what's happening. It says there's 200 million of us in the Bible, if you believe that, Rebecca. In Revelation 9,
Yeah.
yeah. Hey, let's do a how Christian are you still test. Yeah. All right. I take that as a yes.
I don't know how Christian I ever was, but we'll go. I'm gonna
Right.
answer the question.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
I mean, just to piss Lucy off a little bit more, just to piss the commander off a little bit more. I don't even know if I ever was.
That's right.
Okay, but go on. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Because I just want to say one thing. I want to say one thing, okay?
Okay.
The Christ I always understood, the Christ that I understood wouldn't have called himself a Christian. Okay, it's
True
blasphemous.
that.
It's
True
like,
that.
but okay.
Why would he? Right?
Yeah, like don't worship me, man. That's what he was saying. I ain't the fucking, don't worship me,
Exactly.
man.
Yeah, exactly. I'm your brother. I'm here with you.
Fucking A. And then he was
Yeah.
like, fucking A. Right?
I personally, if I'm going to picture him, I'm going to picture him as like a mixed martial art badass that took no bullshit from nobody. Nobody messed with him, because if he did scrap his finger in the floor of the synagogue or of the temple, that was granite floor. So he literally scratched granite. That's pretty badass. So
I like it.
Yeah, if I was gonna
Yeah.
like picture Jesus, that's the way I'd see him. He'd be like kicking off them sandals. Let's roll, man.
Well, I think he would be most offended. Would be most offended, but it's obviously the truth of what we know happened. By the crucifix, he'd be like, "What the fuck is this shit?" Right? He'd be whittling away at the end of it. He'd be holding it in his hand. You'd think he was carving a pencil. He'd ask you a few questions, right? He'd just ask you a few questions, and then he'd be like, "Oh fuck, you don't get it," and then he'd just put that through that vampire's heart right there. Not the good people's hearts, but
that's another thing that really gets me is how they believe in the cross. Because there's Acts 5:30, 10:39, 13:29, Galatians 3:13, and Deuteronomy 21 verses 22 and 23 for Old Testament reference. The crucifix never was ever a thing. He was hung in a tree.
mm-hmm.
It says it right there. So there's
okay. So you're gonna
Jesuses.
exactly, Carmel. It's false idols. Okay. Ask me. Are we doing the test? How Christian are you?
Yeah, I'm
still.
Getting,
okay.
Okay. Revelation 9:11. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue has his name Apollyon. Okay. Who is that?
Who is it?
Who is it? Yeah, who is it? Is he evil? Is he good?
Oh no, you mentioned an angel. They're bad guys.
Abaddon and Apollyon.
He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy.
Interprets to the destroyer. Is what Abaddon and Apollyon translates to the destroyer. So it's the angel of the bottomless pit, and it says in 16 that there, in the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000, and I heard the number of them, which would be 200 million. So this is not a Satan. Number one, he has the key to the bottomless pit, so therefore he owns it.
I see.
And in
but what's with this angel?
He locks up. Well, I think this is the Messiah. This cat right here.
Did he
which
unlock the gate?
I believe, which I'm going to change it to this. I don't think it's one person. I think it's every person. Because in these scriptures, he says, you will do greater things than I. That means not only am I doing badass things, everybody's going to do badass things. So it just kind of makes sense, you know, the number. So
I don't know. You know me, I'm suspicious of anything to do with the angels.
No, I know. Me too, and as am I. But you know, they can add angel on it and screw us over in this day. Give us everybody's waiting on Jesus, but they're gonna keep waiting because he's not yet. You see what I'm saying? It's this group right here. It's this group, and it would be. Everybody says Revelation is they're playing it out and all this, that, and the other. As we all know, they have to put the truth in, or they do put the truth in. They don't have to. I guess they did do. So, yeah, that was the question. Who is this guy?
I like where we were back to.
Go ahead.
I just like that idea earlier where we were like, where you started out with the idea of like, we can't be lazy assuming someone's coming to save us.
That's right. Absolutely.
Right. So, so is this figure that you're talking of, this Apollyon, is that
it's all of it. It's all of us. The destroyers, 200 million of us. Remember you said 200,000 earlier?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So Apollyon is like some sort of lexicon, some aspect of English we're not understanding. It's like Apollyon isn't the name of one thing. It's a name of that legion, perhaps. Are you frozen?
Abaddon and Apollyon are two separate. I think it's. No. You hear me?
I can. Yep.
I don't think Abaddon and Apollyon are the same. I think it's just. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to run that by you and let you know that there's 200 million of us, according to this, not 200,000.
Nice.
So,
nice.
You know,
oh, good. No, I was more meaning quite specifically the group of people that might have been affected by. My 200,000 was very specific guesstimate of how many people might have been affected by the divisiveness and unification that happened in our collective consciousness via, via some shocking news and then some bonding time. Again, the whole peacocking.
I got you. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
The whole reason why the entire truth community now has to show all their hands. Where are your hands? No. Show your hands. Slap the third eye. Exposed hands. Slap the. None of this in the shirt stuff. Just like it's our new hand sign.
Yeah.
The realist McCoy is in the building, in the house.
We come up with some goofy ass shit when we're tired. Here's another thing that people just overlook, that Jesus and Michael in Daniel chapter 12, they do the same thing. They're over the dead. And
what happens with Jesus and Michael? Tell me again, because okay, you're breaking up a little.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you asked. Okay, it says here, 1 Thessalonians 4:13 through 17. It says, "But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep. Ye sorrow, not even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which are asleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, there's your Michael, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. Okay, now I'll go to Daniel 12, verses 1 through 4.
It's fucking creepy, man. It feels like really creepy. It's really creepy.
What's funny is people think that I'm like Bible, like I'm a Christian and a Bible thumper. No, man, I have to learn it to do. Plus, this is the law of the land. If not, you wouldn't lay your hand on. So, actually, I can fight anything with this book right here, and they do not expect that shit.
Well, remember that we discovered our mutual friend thinks he's Michael.
Yeah, but he talks to Uriel and Gabriel, right?
Raphael, Gabriel, and Michael. Yeah.
Okay, Raphael.
No, he talks to Raphael and Gabriel, and they told him.
See, Phanuel is Uriel, so that's funny he left him out. That's strange.
See, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go to that section myself now, because like I don't read a lot of this stuff. It's all hearsay to me, you know. But I interpret it fairly well. And now in my new filter, I got bells dinging. The bells are dinging. There's nothing good in that story for us. That's somebody goes down into some hall every week and fucking worships their fucking stuff. And like, I'm just like, no. Just like get in the body. Get in my body. Get in my body. Get in my body. You're in my body of Christ with me. Right? My body. I'm the minister. Right? No, it's creepy. It's really creepy.
It's fucking whack. It's whack.
Those that are dead in the body, if you're dead in the body, you'll be brought back and resurrected. See, hey, what if that's about the blood? Like I was saying, we're going back to the AI blood thing we were talking about earlier. If you're dead in someone's body, okay, that's because your information is in their blood. Bing! Holy fucking exposed hand. Slap the third eye, okay? Like,
okay,
right, so not so creepy now.
Well, kind of still is, but whatever. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble such as never was since there was a nation. So there was no nations first. So they created nations, by the way.
Yeah.
Even to that same
then
time,
we can go.
At that time, thy people shall be delivered. Everyone that shall be found written in the book, and many of them that asleep in the dust in the earth shall awaken. So here's Michael awakening these people from the dust of the earth that are written in the book of life.
You know what they do? Oh, it's worse than that.
Some of everlasting life, and some of to shame and everlasting contempt. And they shall be wise, shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many in righteousness, as the stars forever and ever, as the stars, as the demons. Yeah, as the demons forever and ever. There it is.
Well, I'm just going to say you just gave me the whole savior complex my friend has thinking he's Michael.
Yeah.
Okay. Because like you just said that he stands at the whatever you just said. I'm like, I listened, but I only half listened because I was already fucking, this is those people, that's the people on this planet that are doing all the rituals and all that kind of jazz. That's their story. That's their story. That's their God. That's their people. That's their.
It's not ours.
And then you want to take it even further when they're talking about bringing people back to life, right? That's a code thing. You know, I don't want to get too into it here, but like, ain't no baby being. Anyways, the abortion's not about killing a baby inside a person. Okay, They can't, they can epigenetically, like they could probably put the program material of somebody into an embryo already, let alone doing it at conception. So when they talk about like bringing back information from the body, you know, it's like, that's exactly what they've been doing, is giving spirits bodies back, whether you're actually allowed to have one or not, you know? And that's how probably a mother, I mean no disrespect, you know, but I just mean like when a woman, I know you're not supposed to call them a mother when they've aborted a baby, but when a mother aborts her baby, you know, you're definitely, I don't want to make it seem like it's actually, I would think that even those babies, some of those babies actually would be putting out the information to the mother so that they would be taken to the medical system so that they could be taken in and into the whole Disney animation fucking cryogenic freezer lab so that they could actually be put in their right form. So not to say that mother who had an abortion was even her decision. You know, it's some of these spirits would be coming in. That's the vessel of creation, you know? So yeah, that's a harvesting system. That's not a death system by any means, in my opinion. But I think it has something to do with it. That's all I'm saying. It has something to do with this. So there's a reason I brought it up, because, you know, these people want to go back and look. Like I could go back and I could go as far back I could go back to Adam and Eve and talk about, that's where they say it came from the rib. Like you want to talk about genetic manipulation. You want to talk about swired women. You want to talk about who doesn't have eggs and who has eggs and how few women have eggs on this planet. You know, it's, they've done that on purpose. You know,
I'm going to take it to the next level. Now, Dean, he brought up to me this red rain in Australia and New Zealand, and it's happened other places in different times. I think it was 1902 or 04. I'm not sure which.
There's red ice in Antarctica. Red ice in Antarctica looks like blood. Okay. Go on.
There you go. Here's what I believe is happening. They're taking the Jesus people and the Luciferian. They're taking the worst of the worst and the saddest of the saddest, processing their bodies, taking their organs, getting whatever they need from it, and emulsifying their bodies and spraying them back over the land. The red mist. I believe that's what.
Well, happening. I saw a video today that showed in every morgue. The guy said it happens. It's in every sorry, not morgue, but in every what's it called where you go, the moratorium? Where do they burn the bodies? At the cremation?
The crematorium.
Yeah. Crematorium. So at the crematorium, they pull out the big bones, they let them dry for a day, and then they put them, it's right there on the table in a grinder, and they grind it up into a fine powder, and then they get I don't know what they call it, calcium bicarbonate.
Yeah, calcium chloride.
Calcium, not chloride. It's not chloride.
Yeah.
But it might not be bicarbonate, but it's not chloride. Calcium. So they get the calcium powder, and then and then it's like, you know, so that's like people are like, oh, McDonald's has human meat in it. Okay, up here they said Tim Hortons had nicotine in it too. Right? People have to understand, if there's any truth in McDonald's actually serving human meat, then they're serving it in the grocery store too. Okay? So bear that in mind, in my opinion. You know, like, that being said, you know, this this calcium bicarbonate or calcium, whatever it was, like it's in all of our snacks. Right? So yeah, pig remains.
Bicarbonate. I believe you're right. I believe you're correct.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's like, you know, if we, you know, who cares?
Fucked up, man.
I'm not saying who cares about them for serving us meat. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's right there as an additive in our food.
Yeah, it's jacked up.
Yeah. But I think actually, I honestly think that if they actually fed human meat to the wrong people, you'd die. Okay? Like, I think you'd if you didn't get super, super sick, I don't think just anyone can eat human meat. I'm not going to try it. Okay? But I'm going to believe that actually it could literally kill people. you know? So if they're able
Well,
to, that, you know, I just don't think, I'm not going to believe that, oh, we're on a desert island and, you know, or it's a plane crash and we got to eat frozen people in the fucking, no.
that was the mountains of Chile, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, go suck a rock. Okay, that's what I'd say. Go suck a rock before you eat your friend's body. Okay, like suck a rock, you'll get some nutrients,
rump
fucking
roast.
minerals and shit.
Well, I mean, okay, and then let me bring this up. Maybe we're also integrated and diluted in the blood. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore, and we not getting sick.
Maybe.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, that could be the sin. Because I think sin is a corruption. Sin is a corruption to our code. Sin is not an action. Now, I would say a corruption to our code is hubris and greed and avarice, and you know what I mean. Like those are corruptions to our code. It's not our nature, you know. But then maybe that's because we've been looking across the table at people who are like, you know, who we think are like us, right? Because I'm not greedy. Okay, you know what happens to me? You know how greed manifests itself in me is envy. And I don't even have envy for wealthy people. I come from a family of 8 children where my parents chose to lie and claim they gave me money and sign checks in my name. And you know what I mean? And then they supported all my siblings. Like it's fucked up shit. It's fucked up Freemasonic shit. I'm sure of it. You know, but point is like, I don't need no gang stalker. I was born into the gang stalking people, you know, but I'm not, I don't want people to have pity for me. Like I picked a spiritual path of most resistance, or if I didn't pick it, I'm grateful for it. Right. Like, you know, I'm yeah, like it's fine. I'm fine. But I'm just like, it's what helps me see things. You know, I don't have this obligatory feelings towards my family. Like, oh, this loyalty towards my, fuck them. Right. Fuck them. Yeah, right? Like we just went through a fucking plague and my dad wanted to laugh. He's like, he asked me if I was going to get the gibbery jab, you know, and he doesn't care. He's just ready to start a fight. And I was like, oh, well, actually, there's a lot of people in our family questioning whether they want to or not to. He's like, you can't afford that. I'm like, you're a sick man. Like, you can't even afford to make that decision. I'm like, you don't know shit about me. Okay. Plus, the government was very generous. Plus, the Canadian government was more generous than my employer had ever been. So I was like, yeah, damn straight, I'm fine. You know?
Yeah, how many educated dumb motherfuckers are out there? It just amazes me that they don't know.
Yeah, but
they even say virus on the damn TV. Virus.
That's why we got to take back these fucking words. We're going to go savage on these motherfuckers, okay? And by savage, I mean understanding what the word savage means. It does not come from il sauvage, some sort of French foliage fucking in nature. It doesn't, okay? It comes from savoir, to know, savoir, to know, right? To be knowledgeable, like to go savage. We're going to go fucking savage on these fuckers, okay? Because we're going to fucking know. So I know we're all like, okay, well, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? We had the realist McCoy in the house. I don't know if he's still here, but he's like, we just got to know why they're here. How did we get them fucking out of here? Well, I don't know the 3 things, but I know it's very powerful. It's like who they are, how we get rid of them, or how, you know, what they're doing and how we get the fucking out of here. Yeah. What the fuck is going on, right? So it's like, yeah, you're right. We can't just sit around waiting. You can't just sit around waiting. Right? Like, oh, it's okay. He's coming back. He's coming back. He said he'd be back. You know? No, if there's anything, what we need to do is recognize in our Wi-Fi blood, in our red goo, that we can fucking, if there's someone there draining dry here that won't die, right? Then we got to fucking, through our blood back to his fucking blood, help him fucking generate it so he can stand up like the gigantic monster he might be and just fucking step on them, right? I don't know. You know? Like, but I'm just saying, like, there's got to be something to this collectiveness, you know, the idea of like, we don't have to go all Borg mind or whatever the, you know, we don't have to go all hive mind, but there's something, you know, some key to us understanding something, I think, that causes the change.
Yeah. Another thing also that I've seen is there might be a little group over here and a little group over there and different panels, but there's 2 or 3 of us there. Like I met Jared over at We Are Awake. We just hit it off, but we're like minded. And then Realist McCoy
Nice.
seen me at Salami. So we're all running, we're finding each other. The ones that know what has to happen and aren't afraid to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it is happening. It is coming together. Just
Mm-hmm.
it ain't, I myself wish it would happen like last week, but you know, it's not there. So, but we got each other. That's the good thing.
What we have to do, right, is we definitely have to make plans on where to meet, right? Like, it's not like we'll be out of contact, but still we'll be like, got to flood the fucking Parliament buildings. We got to get on the train. We got to take the train to where we're going to go, right? We'll be like, you know, we'll be online fucking being like, I'm headed to Tahiti right now. Where are you headed? Okay, well, we'll meet over there. Oh my God, we're going on a cruise. You know what I want to do is we should fucking get a few, we'll get Martin can get an airship because he'll probably want the airship. Okay, Martin Leakey, he's going to get the airship from Britain. Okay, we're going to get a cruise ship here in Victoria. Right. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, it'll be fucking fantastic. Get all our fucking shit back.
Jared and Realist McCoy and I will have the 7th fucking fleet. Okay. We'll have
You'll have what?
We'll have it all. We got you. Okay.
All right.
That time, that's the way it's gonna be. So.
Well, these things fly themselves, you know, right? Like.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be like playing ping pong with Realist McCoy down where the planes are. I'm not gonna worry about flying or sailing nothing. We're gonna be like having fun on our way to go do something. You know, not ping pong, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, we are finding each other. That's why I came to YouTube because I'll bring my scissors right on. Because Facebook, I was too limited there, and I was getting every 30 days. I would get a ban for 30 days. I'd be on a day, and then they ban me again for 30 days. They did that like 7 months in a row. I'm like, okay, I get the point. I'm gonna move on. Fuck you guys.
Well, I'm proud of you. I didn't speak enough. I didn't speak out loud. I didn't get censored. I was pretty good though. People knew, you know, I'm a good fence walker, you know. But I definitely do. I did learn a lot about censorship, and I plan to practice that in my been having trouble at work, so I had to have a talk with my boss. She inherited her business, and I told her we need to instigate Facebook level fucking censorship in the workplace. I got too much people talking about their fucking like their woke leftist fucking principles, and I'm just fucking tired of it. Right? I'm just like, you have no idea what I believe, and I think it's fine, and it's a safer work environment that nobody knows what I think. But the fact that everybody gets to walk around here, you know, fucking talking their talk like they're making their own TikTok videos at work is like really disturbing. You know, like thinking they can teach me, thinking you can teach me something. I don't even want to have this conversation, you know?
Gosh, what?
So I did learn from Facebook. I'm taking those rules into work, and we're going to be the biggest tattletale anyone ever saw. I'm 50. You can't, I don't fucking care. Okay. I don't fucking care. Hate me. Just like, if you're not talking about a glass, a plate, or a chair, don't fucking talk to me. You know? I work in party rentals, just in case people want to understand the glass, plate, and chair rental thing.
You snitch.
I am. Fuck it. Like, so-and-so's talking about their OnlyFans page again. Oh, so-and-so's talking about their fucking sex work at night. Right? Oh, so-and-so. Like, I'm just like, no, I don't want to hear about it. And as you can tell by my face, I don't want to hear about it. I'm like, it's not just ew. Like, I'm just like, ugh. Telling me what you learned from. Anyways.
Yeah.
I talked to brilliant minds. I don't need to waste. Oh, you showing me your eye? No slit in your eye, right?
This is what you do. You say, see in there? There's nobody in there that gives a fuck. Shut up. Nobody cares, man. Drop that shit. I'm surprised you took it as long as you did. Knowing you, I'm actually kind of proud of you that you endured it that long. Because I don't see you enduring too much shit, Miss.
What, the channel where I just came from? The channel that the
Well,
Exodus
that
that.
too. Bring that up. I'm talking about the shit at work. You know.
Oh.
Yeah, all of it. Actually.
Well, that's where I can say the channel that I came from taught me to shut the fuck up and listen. So I did. But that person thought I was like listening and believing. I was like, no, I'm just like totally like, I think the opposite. I just think you're a great adversary, you know?
Yeah.
But you know, that's the thing, is that in the circles that we're forming, right, we can make some jokes. I can make some jokes, but
Absolutely.
I stopped myself from I stopped myself from one earlier. We're bigger than we're not fucking here to put each other down. We're not here to make fun of each other. We're not here to even sarcasm, you know, like just we're not here to do that.
Calling a spade or a jackass is, I mean, it has to be done sometimes, you know, it's not.
But I can say that even.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I always interrupt. I talk too much.
It's
but
all right. It's
I,
all right.
I was just going to say.
They make
us
do it. They make us do it. It's not like we want to do it. You even said how much that you felt that hurt me, and it did. It did hurt me to have to do that, you know?
Yeah.
But it didn't hurt me. I mean,
but I would say with the holy weirdo experiment going on, or the holy weirdo experiment going on, people should watch themselves.
Oh,
I don't mean it as a threat. I'm not here to represent someone else's channel, but I just think it's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant, right? It should keep us all on our toes, right?
I'll represent McLove, and I love McLove. That's my guy.
Well, I love that. What is it? Attack?
I'll laugh my ass off.
We got attack mode and defense mode, or it's fucking brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. So
yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it, but because I know I'm the
no, but I'm just saying. I think it's a fun way. I think it's fun, and it, you know,
it is. It's hilarious way. It's hilarious as fuck. Yeah, it's good shit.
Has anyone here? Do the people in the chat know what we're talking about? Do they know about London McLovin's? Like, he does his Holy AI series.
Most of these people go to Adrian's channel.
That's what I thought. But I know that he just. I don't know if he's put up.
There's probably one person not. For it can be themed. I'm that to him, you know.
I'll tell,
like you said.
Yeah, I can bring Carmel up to speed. Sorry?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that.
I said, go ahead.
Oh yeah, you were breaking up. I was gonna say that I met Phil in London on a channel that I'd been on for a couple years, and hanging out quite regularly. It made quite a good little community for ourselves in the chat. And I don't think we realized how much the person on the channel had sort of strayed away from what had brought us together, and had started really ministering his own eschatology to us. And it was all done in a sort of conspiratainment framework where we were sort of making fun of the news of the day. And we didn't realize that this man liked to sort of Jerry Springer people, and he would just make a point of making a scene so that he could get into character. And it was funny. We always laughed because he was like, kicking out new people that would come in, and we just haha. But it's not our nature, right? And then over the last couple months, he started kicking out friends in the community. Like, he's not even aware of who's been there and how long they've been there, and how they're interacting with us. And this is like our little living room. So he Jerry Springered me. Well, he kicked out London and he kicked out London, and well, he didn't kick them out, but he created an atmosphere where, they, where obviously they weren't going to come back. And that's how, and it bothered me so much. That was the final fucking straw for me. What?
Yeah, let me fill this void in. London Man put him in AI Part 6. He put him in it, and I was trying to get it set up to where we could interview him for, for the premiere. And he was saying that he didn't want to come on because we didn't believe in his Jesus. Also, he said that he didn't want to be mocked and made fun of. So
which is all he does.
He mocks and makes fun. Right. It was that was Friday evening, and Tuesday morning he's slamming Adrian and I. So yeah.
Well, yeah, and I was in there, and he don't, yeah. It started even a month before that, where he went on to another man's web, because he always said, if you don't make your own videos, I don't give a shit. Don't talk your shit on my channel. So he went to someone else's channel who does make videos, and had put out some videos about their own depression. And the dude fucking tore the guy down, like telling him, oh, you're not, anyways, just fucking some sort of Christian ministry. I wasn't, anyways, too much. So it was okay. I sort of was already wandering, but then he trolled me. He knew that I wasn't interested in what he was teaching. He was teaching from an academic book and claiming it was like ministering, and it's a Hebrews to Negroes book. And I got really upset, and I knew he was focusing this sermon at me. And so for the first time in a couple of years, I sort of just said, no, I'm not agreeing. And then he lost his shit. And then he lost his shit more, and then it got even worse over the next. So I had to leave. But anyways, long and story short of it is that with that though, I went over to London's channel, and that's when he was having he did a bit about this other channel we were on, just trying to be polite and not mention names, right? So he did a bit about, well, I guess we can, because it was Commander Lou, like, he did have it in the end of the AI 5, right? Like, it's all out there. So he had the comedian Lou, and they did their breakdown. And anyways, long story short, it's sort of become a little bit of not only a building space, but maybe a place where we're holding each other accountable to what we're saying about each other and to each other and how we treat each other. And if we have to have hard discussions because someone misbehaved on somebody else's live stream, we'll have them, right? Like, we'll have those tough discussions, and it's a beautiful thing. So back to what I was going to say is, actually, it's at the end of Carmel. It's at the end of part 5. At the end of part 5 is where he shouts out to Lou's channel. But then in part 6, he does do his first, at the end of his part 6, somewhere in part 6, he actually does his first Holy Weirdo Experience video in it, and then also clips it out, I think. But that's where he's sort of got this, idea of, I would think that the two things are related, right? The sort of like shitty behavior of people out there on the internet who have channels and who are, I don't know, using it to, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to put words in London's mouth, because I'm just saying that there's a moral aspect to it, right? There's a
Yes, and shame, like, because we didn't believe in his Jesus. And what you need to do, Carmel, is watch the Commander Lou. It's on Adrian's London McLovin's channel. It's called Commander Lou, and
it's called Comedian Lou. I think he called it Comedian Lou that day. Yeah. But yeah, it sort of shows. You guys show it, but you also don't need, you're so, you tried to stoop to it. Like I said, you had to stoop down to some, down a step to show him something that he didn't even come to watch. But, this is just a long-winded way of getting around to the point of sort of saying, I'm just really glad I'm in a new space, right? I'm glad that all happened, right? Like, it's sort of, it sucked when it was going on. But here I sit, 2 months later, after, maybe I've been pretty good on some panels. I've shut the fuck up. I've stayed in the chat. I know people don't want me to shut the fuck up. I want to shut the fuck. I have so much to say. Like, I haven't even skimmed the surface. So,
Why would anybody want you to shut the fuck up? All the things you say and all the things that we've talked about. He's biting off his big fat nose to spite his face. I mean, honestly.
Well, within
I mean,
within a couple of weeks of tearing me down, okay, and then having like a psychotic break in front of everybody, and half the people didn't even notice it. Okay, and now I'm pointing it out to just the few friends that I care about because I hosted a Zoom meeting for 6 months after this. You know, I hosted the Zoom meeting and I made friends with my friends, and I was worried to lose them. But we pointed out a few things. We're like, if we're in we already should have known. We were in a place where that guy, people would come in and he would make fun of them and he'd kick them out, and we'd all laugh and we'd stay. Right? That's not who I am.
right.
That's not the kind of person I am at all.
Yeah, I wasn't fooled at all by him.
Well, but I also was like, it doesn't show much, but I'm neurodivergent on many levels. Okay, like my brain doesn't work the same way as others. I'm really naive.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I mean it like even.
No, and I didn't take offense. I'm just saying for me, it's like I'm more answering to myself when I'm like, how could I have stayed there so long when I don't even watch that kind of shitty TV? But it's like, well, we all got suckered in with Survivor. We all got suckered into all these reality TV shows. So now you're just a part of a reality TV show. Right. Then you realize, and you didn't realize until, he kicks out 6 of your friends in, 5 weeks. Right. And then he fucking trolls you. And you're like, holy fuck, well, good luck, buddy, with your 30 following. Now you're down 10 or 12 people, and so quickly. And now look, we're 2 weeks later and he shut her down. He's taking it to the streets. He's like, I can't even do this YouTube thing. Didn't work out for me. It didn't work out for me. You're like, you know what? Yeah, you're ashamed because you look like an idiot, right? Justifying your actions. Just admit you were wrong. Admit you were mean,
That's all I do. Say, hey guys, I was sorry. I was wrong. I would forgive him. I know it. London would. I mean, because that's who we are,
I was raised by a man like that. No, those kind of people only apologize to their own again, if they'll apologize at all. And trust me, it'd be like, I'm sorry you felt that way. But I was right.
Right.
I get it. It can't. Yeah, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
No. I get it.
But yeah, it's funny because you sat in a room with someone who's like, I don't let women minister. It says in the Bible, you don't let women minister. Well, I'll tell you why the Bible does. I'm just saying, even if it said it in there, people got to understand why. Okay. There's only one reason why men are not allowed to listen to women, tell them that kind of stuff, because Dylan Mulvaney's, okay, the Dylan Mulvaney's of the world that are way more stealth than Dylan Mulvaney. Okay. They will flaunt their little rant and they'll wear their little suits and the men will follow these little women ministering to them. Okay, so not until the women have looked up the skirts of the other women do you actually let those women go and start fucking ministering to your men. Okay, it's just the way it is. If not, it's gay. And there's nothing wrong with being gay. Okay, but if you're a straight man who doesn't want to be gay, then clearly there's a problem. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of homophobic shit said over there. But anyway, besides that, it was a complete utter fucking mess, and it was all unnecessary, but we got some good people from it. So.
Yeah, we did.
Marcel needs to come around.
Oh, he'll come around. He's 9 hours apart though. He's on London time. Well, he's on Netherlands time. He's an hour apart from London, actually.
Well, yeah. Okay, so it's 2 now here, so it's 8 in the morning there in London.
So it'd be 9. It'd be 9 in the Netherlands.
Yeah, and that's where Soama is. She's in the Netherlands, or no, she's in Denmark.
Denmark. Where's Carmel?
New Zealand.
Where's Jared?
She's a Kiwi. Jared's Cali.
Cali, oh, like me.
Only right he's there in by you.
Yeah.
Yep. He was. I think he still is. And let's see who else is.
Where's Dean?
McCoy's. I think he's Dean Kiwi, you know, are you on South Island or North Island, Carmel? But yeah, everybody here I know personally. I mean, I've talked to. I know where they're from. Let's see here.
That's what I thought. I thought Dean was in New Zealand.
Yeah, yeah, it's right. It might. I mean, Dean and I got a lot of years together. That's how we got. That's how we got to. Jared probably remembers it when it happened. Dean's first time on Ian's channel. Dean and I knew we were getting limited, so I'm like, man, we need to get to YouTube or we need to get somewhere else, Dean. He finally did it because people just don't accept me like they accept him. It is what it is. I get it. He's easy guy to love. You know, when he talks, he sounds funny. He laughs funny. He's got good chipper humor. Good guy. So it's easier for him to infiltrate, speak, than it's for me because they fight me the whole time. I don't know why, but yeah, Jared's in Hollywood. That's right. That's right. Hollywood.
Yeah, I'm in Victoria here. Victoria is like a mini Hollywood in terms of the kind of people. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, she's in North Island too, so they're right there by each other. North Island, man, that's big. That's a big place. New Zealand's way bigger than the maps. I would say North Island's. I'd say it's as big as Illinois, the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
North
Well,
Island is.
Holland, in Holland, they have Zealand, right? Well, it's Zealand, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if the shape of this realm is such that actually Dean is close, that New Zealand is closer to Holland than we think. And that
Well,
there's
Sweden, southwest of Eden. Sweden, southwest of Eden. So, yeah. The map, everything's upside down. North is south, south is north, east, west. It's all doctored up.
Well, and then Rebecca's universal theory of replicity could actually explain the difference between Zealand and New Zealand and Holland and New Holland and Amsterdam and New Amsterdam and, you know, Victoria all over this world. Like, it does have to do with God's infrastructure that he built for us and that we can create, and our creation will actually replicate out into infinity with us. And the physicists call it string theory or different dimensions, but it's actually all on this plane. It's all happens under the ice right now, like, as the plane is frozen, very frozen, not completely frozen, but definitely that's how I see it, right? So New Zealand and Zealand, if someone would show me, I could probably find buildings that are exactly the same on street corners that are exactly the same, but the Masons, they went around and put facades all over everything so that you would ideally not be able to see, but those facades are breaking down and we're starting to see the same structures all over the world. They can't hide it. So, you know, Michelle Gibson calls it the Moorish people, or, you know, people call it the Tartarians or whatever, but actually it's our nest, you know?
Yeah. Well, Dean broke down the ashlar, the slate pattern on these buildings. I forget what it was. I don't want to quote him or say I know exactly what he was talking about, but maybe he could come up.
Dean's there.
Yeah.
You got the link in there? Does he have the link, or did he?
I will. I can do that.
Yeah. It's pretty far up the chat.
I got it.
Okay, I'm going to be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you all for coming to the first live of mine. I finally got here. I finally did it. So, yeah. It worked pretty so far. Except Chuck didn't kick off. That sucked, but other than that, yeah, awesome. There we go. Mate. Come on in, but
Thank you, Phil. How are we? I mean, how are we? I would imagine
yep.
you're buzzing. First women live, and it's going great, mate. Excuse me, I'm still eating dinner.
Oh, thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Oh yeah, how are you?
I'm good. Nice to actually. This might be the first time we're actually seeing each other. Because I think last time we were. Yeah. Yeah. I'm good.
Now, talk about people that can talk. Dean and I can talk like you and I can talk. Us three together, it'd be a fucking hurricane or a typhoon, whichever.
We've breached some years of conversation, haven't we, Phil?
Oh my Lord, yes. Hell yes. We talked about things. There was a point in time, this is no bullshit. I don't care who hears it and thinks I'm crazy. There's a point in time where I could have swore Dean and I were controlling what was happening. Because we would talk about it, and then 2 to 3 weeks later, it would be. And it would be shit that was way the fuck off the wall. I mean, out there stuff. And it would start happening. Damn, Dean. This is pretty easy. If this is all we got to talk in existence.
Yeah. So you started the conversation there. You started the conversation there, and I just missed it. And as I was touching the join the stream. Yeah.
I was going to say that maybe that is
how we would. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
You two have. I'm gonna make. Let's talk. Have you
You're breaking
met
up
officially?
Yeah.
We just did.
Dean?
I'm sorry, I missed most of that, bro.
Yeah, he asked if we'd met officially, and I told him we just had.
That was.
Although we did.
This is our first face-to-face. Like, I'm on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fully.
Yeah.
Tell her about the slate.
The what?
The slate pattern, the ashlar on the buildings. The wasn't it 7 slate patterns?
So there's a pattern of 7. Yeah, the pattern of 7. Whenever a mason puts together, especially like a carved block pattern, it will be in a pattern of 7. So you'll have a large square one, a small square one, a long rectangular one, a big rectangular one. I can't remember them exactly. There's a small, a big, a long, two real thin ones. Yeah, but it's a pattern of 7.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've done an ornamental stone. I wouldn't call myself a stonemason, as Richard the stonemason would call himself.
Yeah.
But I've done ornamental stonework, and I have done a little bit of work with. I did a little bit of work in Australia on a stone church. Just because the opportunity arose, but I wouldn't call myself a stonemason as such. Yeah.
I would. He's a stone. He's a man. He can lay stone. He's humbled. He's full of shit. Is what he is.
Okay, I tell you what, I think it's like any craft. If you have a heart for it, you know.
Yeah.
You can present the best that you can do, and usually the best that you can do, if you've got the heart for it, is, you know, pretty good. Most of us can do it pretty good. Yeah.
I suck.
Oh, no, come on. I seen his stonework. So, yeah, see? But, you know, yes, there's some interesting topics that I probably missed. It's amazing, but Maureen and I were getting right into it, and we were listening, and then it started borging, and I said, oh, hello. And then I looked at me, on my internet bars, and completely zilch. It actually had a circle with a bar right through it. And I said to Maureen, how's yours going? And she said, oh, I've got the same. And I thought to myself, oh, we're probably going to miss heaps here. We're probably going to miss heaps.
What a treat.
Yeah, it's been good. I'm happy.
Yeah, it's a treat.
Today I didn't plan on this till 9 o'clock. So
there you go. You know, accidentally on purpose, eh?
Absolutely. There you go. You know how I roll.
Yeah.
Speaking of rolling, I just rolled one.
Oh,
with my legal government regulated marijuana here.
Oh, do you have that?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, actually it's pretty good too. Like this is a 25.7% sativa and 27% indica. And the two, like an ounce was 120 Canadian dollars, which is I think about 75 US dollars.
Yep, and I don't know, you know, that'd probably be off the scale for New Zealand. That'd be that. I mean, even if we say put another third on top plus, I think that's what we'd be looking at. Yeah.
Well, and I'm cheap. I'm frugal. Okay, like I bought pre-milled. It comes pre-milled, so it's already ground. And they're smaller buds because like I was spending too much. I'm a chronic smoker, right? I like to just smoke. And I wasn't going for the high percentage because I thought I'd be too chronic. But actually I spend a lot. It's not true. If I buy the pre-milled and a high enough percent, I actually can't smoke that much because it like knocks me on my butt, which I didn't like. But I've learned over the last month that I like money in my bank account and, you know, learning a bit of self-control. It's not that hard. You know, I'm like a little kid, you know, I'm like a little kid in, you know, doing my lazy fucking strike, doing my lazy strike against the creator. I'm like, I know I'm going to live forever. I'm just going to smoke now. Right. Whatever.
Good on you. And I'll tell you what, that feeling of feeling like a little kid, you know, I mean, it's cool. It's absolutely great to be able to experience that. Even it doesn't matter what age we get to, right? And like I'm not really concerned about age, you know.
No.
I've you know, I used to tell people I want to live forever, and they'd say, "Oh shit, you were running mad," you know. Who'd want to live forever in this world? And of course, you know, they're bloody right. Who would? But you know, I don't think old, and I always like to talk to people about how the government's got these things going about how you got to get old age insurance, you got to get bloody funeral insurance. They talk about Alzheimer's disease. They talk about all these things where you're losing your mind, you're losing your memory. But if you listen to it all, you'd bloody believe the buggers.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah, you would. But
yeah, we had. I was talking about that earlier about a doctor telling me some prognosis I might have forever based on surgery when they fucking rape me with their scalpel and damage done to a 22-year-old. And I'm like, no, definitely with that attitude, definitely if I listen to you, right? Like, fuck that,
Yeah,
like, no way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, and that's why I was going to say that, after all that we've learned in the last couple of years that's going on in this world, like, seriously, we got to pat ourselves on the back for not fucking losing our minds, right? And it's serious, right? So it's fucking serious. It's the most grown-up shit any fucking person could ever fucking think was a grown-up problem. Like, so grown-up, yet we realize it's been around so long, we have no idea what we can do about it, but what are we doing? We have joy, we have laughter. Like, we're ready. We're readying ourselves for ideally maybe a bunch of people to appear, like, and I know, and I'm not saying from the sky, I'm talking about from underground labs and shit. You know what I mean? Like, these poor people, like medical waste created from medical waste, literally no personhood, no citizenship, no fucking nothing, like, not to get all deep, I'm just saying, like, so that we can have joy and we can have humor and, like,
I think what I like to say is that, and London and I talked about this the other day, and, we are at war. We every one of us is at war for our own sanity. And, if we could say, we go somewhere and we want to find peace, I don't think you can ever find peace in war. And that's what we decided, there is no peace in war. You can find calm, right? You can go somewhere and be calm. But, I do agree with that, that as long as we're at war, there isn't peace. And if it's at peace, then it's only a moment until we're at war again,
Yeah, but I would say that maybe that's, we don't really understand what peace is then, because we've been in the most civilized war. Well, civilized to us, it looks civilized, our entire lives. Like, this is not new, so like it is. And I think that's, for me, it is literally faith. Okay. Like, I know people like, faith in what? Well, not faith in what Commander Lou was telling me I had to have faith in, but I have
faith in you, faith inside of you.
Well, yeah. And I have faith in what I know. Okay. What I was born knowing, right? Like, but this shit's fucked up, that there's good, like, people be like, there'll always be bad humans. I'm like, I don't think so. Like, I don't know, like, I don't see it. Like, it's not in me. I see it not in my friends, so, now to understand that there's, more than one type of person here, perhaps, or more than one type of creature or something, like, I don't know. It's just, even then, I don't want to think I'm better than anyone. Like, I want to think they have a chance too, but with these people and what they've been doing here on this planet, like, there's a lot of unforgivable shit, and we got to not be hippies about it, like,
that's right.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that we've got to make them stand accountable, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it is. I mean, it's definitely war, but we can't compare. We don't even know what peace is.
No, fully. I would say I agree with that,
Because peace is not telling people, like, you get white bread gives you cancer. Oh, now brown bread gives you cancer, right? Peace is not just because you're not out and have bombs being dropped on your fucking head, but you're being told that you might die from whatever you eat and you can't grow your own wheat. So fuck it,
And there's so much gaslighting, I mean, around that too, I mean, people keeping the thing going, and it's like a fear. People, like shoving their little 2 cents worth in, and it's like people getting a little bit more fear in them, and then they say something else, and it's like in Twitter they retweet the same thing over and over, and some people, I have no idea what they're bloody talking about, but they're just involved with it,
Mm.
I think I heard you mentioning it before about people being involved, and we all get caught up in things and get involved with it, and suddenly you realise, shit, we're in the middle of a bloody shit fight here. What the hell happened there?
Mhm.
And I mean, that's when you feel like there is us and them, you feel like you walk around a bunch of bloody where you've got to stand at the drafting gate, like the farmer, and draft them off, Actually, I related a situation that happened to me with a friend, a few things over my life, and I relate it like I'm the farmer, and I've got a paddock full of blooming sheep, and some of them are good, and some of them just haven't got a hope, and I'm just going to have to, open the gate and set them free, because they're not in my pen anymore,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adrian, London Man might come up. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh,
That'd be
nice.
cool.
Mm.
Yeah.
I seen Chuck on earlier. He was having trouble. He said he'd get kicked out, getting kicked in and out.
Yeah.
But he's bringing up some good stuff, and talking about the Giants, and he's doing a lot of research at the moment, and I'd actually like to join him with a panel chat, and just talk about some of the things that I've been looking at, and like we got the Pantheon Dome. I think it's in. I thought it was actually in France, but it's actually in Rome, and it's made of concrete. So it hasn't got any steel in it, but you can see that there would have been formwork to build the type of structures that those that built the shape of the dome, and it's all in concrete, and that was 9 centuries ago. I mean, 9 centuries. They tell us that concrete and that is all part of this industrial revolution that we're living in at the moment, and the industrial revolution started in the 1800s or something, but 9 centuries ago is a lot longer than the 1800s, and here we got bloody concrete buildings.
I know.
Right?
Who are they bloody kidding? Yeah. So there was, to me, I've actually brought this subject up a couple of times. I actually feel that there has been more than one industrial revolution.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course there would be.
When
Yeah,
you've got concrete made 9 centuries ago, there had to be an industrial revolution going on then, right?
Yep. Richard did a good what's the word I'm looking for? A breakdown of hydraulic concrete on
Oh yeah.
Clubbins. That was you. Did you hear him? give the little rundown of it? That was pretty good. I
Yes.
enjoyed that. Yeah, it was really good. Really good. He didn't know he has. Well, he does now, but he didn't know he had some concrete gurus out there and listening to him. But
Yeah, well, you're a good concrete guru, so and I know a lot of probably the people that we associate with are hands-on type people.
oh yeah, absolutely.
I feel like you know, like you know, there's a difference between a person who's a hands-on and the bugger who's sitting on the couch. You know, watching Jerry Springer. You know.
Right.
Hey, wait a minute. I was watching Jerry Springer for the last couple of years. I was sitting in his little YouTube channel. I didn't know. Some of us, you know, it takes all types.
Hey, look, I'm just having a bit of fun.
But I was
Maureen watches a bit of Jerry Springer too, so it's all right.
And I will eventually, I will show people that I can share the mic.
Oh my golly, that's what she's watching right now.
Oh shit.
Oh, funny shit.
You don't worry about sharing the mic. You just talk, girl. That's all. That's why I
fucking love you guys.
Yeah, you got a lot of catching up to do. Okay, I'm gonna let you do it. All right.
I'm like, I dropped my frozen meal on the floor, and then I fucking looked behind, and then I bent over to get it, and I was like, oh my God, did you guys see that pile of dishes? I was like, oh no. I'm like, I always try to keep my face right here. I'm like, oh my God. It probably doesn't look as bad as I think because you don't know how old it is, okay? It doesn't have its date stamp on it of how long it's been sitting there.
Yeah,
but anyways.
Yeah.
I like to blame it on 2020, but it might have been a practice before that.
I wouldn't worry about that.
But yeah, I was going to say, we need the hands-on people, but we also need the thinkers, right? So, you know, and not that the hands-on people aren't thinkers. I'm just saying, but they take time away from thinking about other things when they're building the things that they're thinking about right there, you know? And so I do know.
Let me tell you about that. That would not be true because every time I would sit and build something with my hands, I would get the information put right in front of me. Every time, right in front of me. Yep. It's like building and creating is part of. It's like being part. Jesus was a carpenter.
It's like the downloads. Are just coming through. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think in a collective conscious way, we help each other process, right? Because like I've said this before, I've thought when I've been binge watched a content creator for like 2 days at like 1.5 speed. I just did 2.0 speed the other day, and I was like, I can listen to that. That's fucking insane. I could get twice as much information in my head. But then I talk too fast. Then nobody can understand me. So, but anyways, I was going to say, if I watch a content creator like back to back to back, like binge watch it Netflix style, and I get in their head and they get in my head, I can literally be like, you got to look at this, right? I mean, like Michelle Gibson, 1492 to 1942. And I swear the next video she put out, this was like 2 years ago. She was like, well, I've been looking at this 1942 to 1492 thing. And I was like, fuck, I knew it. Right. So we actually, you know, that's why I don't think people understand the unification that happened through that fucking drama last week. I know I keep bringing it up, but I'm like, it really unified us all. Okay. Like, Like, we think together is what I'm trying to say. So some people out there, they're not drawn to make content. They just consume. You know, they drop the right link to the right person at the right time. And you're like, fuck, boom. You know, like, we're building here,
That's
you
how,
know?
yeah.
But I do love the
That's how
hands-on
Dean and I
stuff.
got here.
Yeah. I'm going to do some hands-on
here he
stuff
is.
soon. What's he building?
Ah,
Oh, we got London? Nice.
nice.
I didn't leave you sitting back here too long, did I? Welcome, McLovin. What's up, buddy?
Hi. Oh, sorry.
I'm
Mic
back.
check. Mic check. Chickity check check check. Wickety whack whack whack.
I thought Joe Cool said he was going to come up too.
He said he will here in a minute there. Yeah, this has been a great first live stream. I enjoyed myself. I know you did. We just did what we normally would do a couple nights a week, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Although I didn't mean to be tamer, friends. I didn't mean to be.
And
I might just get a little more.
you're good.
Yeah.
What? A little more what? Prepare me. Give me a forewarning.
Well, no, I was just gonna say, like, in the conversations we have, because we were talking a little more specific about, about what's happened on this channel that had me leave a channel and be out in the world now. I'm out free. I'm out, like, out of my cage. I was just saying that it's I can get really, because that man really hurt me, I get really funny and mean. and mean and funny. So I curbed that here. I didn't do mean and funny here. I did a little bit, but that's not a threat to anyone. But
the yellow signs. Have you seen those yellow signs on fire department? And it's like child safe place. It's got their arms hugging around a child. Same here. This is
no, I haven't.
A Rebecca safe. It's a Rebecca safe. Okay. It's all good. No worries. We're just glad you're here so we don't look so fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Me? You think I make you look less fucked up?
Yeah, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, of course. That's what I'm going to tell myself anyway.
I don't know. People out there would be like, Phil, she's crazy. She's fucking crazy.
Well, yeah, like we thought you were crazy. Man, good choice. Make yourself not look crazy.
I am. I believe I'm in the crater in the eye of a beast with the gigant. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, I am. I'm trying to fit all this stuff into a cool framework, and it's working. So.
Huh. Here's Joe Cool.
Yo.
London said his mic wasn't working.
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Yo, Joe. What's up, bud? How you doing?
How's it going, Phil? Good. Hey, good to talk to you, man. Yeah, you sound a lot better, man. Yeah. Yeah, that was some real terrible technical difficulties the other day.
Adrian, London man, how are you doing this morning?
How you doing, Bex?
I'm great, thanks, Joe. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Had a little cat nap. Yeah, we got back and had to do the usual evening chores, with the kids and put them to bed, so on and so forth. Take the trash out, and by the time I was done doing everything and taking a shower, I'm like, I'm gonna crash for a little bit.
Most people do sleep in the nighttime. They call it sleep, though, not a nap.
I take naps. I'm like a cat, I guess. I just take cat naps. Every once in a while, they'll catch up to you, though. You're out for like 12 hours straight. All of a sudden, you're like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Oh my goodness.
Hi, Joe. I'm Dean. How are you?
Oh, that's Dean. How you doing?
Not too bad. Pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Oh,
Just
okay.
about to stoke my pipe.
Oh, there you go. You got that old school peace pipe?
This one here actually is quite a nice looking job. It's
Oh,
bamboo. Got a little coconut cone and a little crystal stuck on there. Yeah.
nice.
Anyway,
Especially bamboo. Not bad.
yeah. Well, you got to have something natural, don't you? Oh, well, for me anyway. What have we done with me litter?
Oh my goodness. So what have we been chatting about for a little while here? I heard like little bits and pieces.
What have we been talking about? All sorts of stuff.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what you guys were talking about very recently, but it brought up my uncle. My uncle, um, this dude was awesome. I mean, he always had a smile, enjoys life. He does like, sorry, he does like juggling and you know like little magic stuff for kids. You know what I mean? That's what he did. He did for kids. He was a really cool guy, and unfortunately, a few years ago, uh, he came down with Parkinson's, I guess, and unfortunately, now he's to the point where he's in hospice, and it's I believe they said that he's at the his cognitive abilities is starting to go with it. So it it sucks. It's
Yeah.
especially to such a guy like that, just full of life and everything. But it's
Are you in
I
a?
don't know.
Are you?
He's to clarify, he is up in Michigan and I'm in Florida, so I don't really have a lot of contact. 'Cause I moved from Michigan down to Florida, you know, about a year and a half ago now. So I don't know. I left. I ended up leaving two really bad kind of scenarios. One is my uncle. The other one is my old man, because he's a Marine vet, and or should I say, once a Marine, always a Marine. Let's get it right.
Mhm.
And but yeah, he's been having that whole congenitive heart failure, and he's in real bad shape just as well. So I kind of left two really bad scenarios, I guess, in the rearview mirror, so to speak. But I still call him and try to keep in contact with them and whatnot. But I have had a few people go, well, why would you move, in situations like that, right? And I go, well, it's not to be mean, but my family circumstances unfortunately outweigh theirs, and in our situation, um, I'm disabled due to my back. And because of the 9 months of cold weather in Michigan, I couldn't deal with it anymore,
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. And that was my problem. I had to leave Michigan and get down here to the warmer weather because that bone chilling, it's just, oh my goodness,
Mhm.
I can't even explain it. Because basically uh, my L3, L4, L5, and S1 is all blown out.
Mhm.
So it sucks. I mean,
Mhm.
I can walk, but that's it. I do anything outside of that, and I'm on permanent work restrictions and all that jazz. So,
Well, I'll tell you.
That's real
but
harsh.
it is what it is, though.
Yep.
I'm not. Um, for I would say I don't know. Again, with my dad being a Marine and being brought up under that stature, um, you're the man in the house. You're the provider. That's the way I was
Mhm.
brought up. So being told I couldn't work anymore, that'll hurt. That'll hurt you right at the core, more
Mhm.
than anything. So
Mhm.
We got a,
but
we got a new
but
guy
again,
on.
everybody has their path.
Are your mics working? Just
London.
a second. Sorry to interrupt. Mic check.
Yep.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
London,
Mark,
you're good, bud.
Mic
You're
check.
good. You're good. Yep.
Yeah, loud and clear.
hey,
Loud
London.
and clear. Nice to see you, Adrian.
Cool. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning.
Excellent.
Thank you. You got to excuse me. I've got my daughter with me, so yeah, I'm in and out.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. Good to see everybody here. Hey, salute to you, Phil, on your first one. I don't know whether you had one before this, but this
No,
is my
this is
first one.
it.
Also.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is it
that's
right
that's
here.
what's it.
I was waiting for you to come on. I knew what
Good
time
man.
it was. I figured you'd be up soon. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Good man. Good man.
yep.
That's good
I
stuff.
wasn't gonna
Dino.
get off of here until you come up, bud. So
Good man.
thanks.
How we doing, Joe? Much love, much love. Peace in the chat. Yeah, that's good stuff, man. I like
Been
to see
tearing
it.
it
It's
up
good.
here, man. Bex and I have. We've been ripping it up.
Yeah, we did some with some good stuff. Good talking. I don't know. I had some stuff you might be interested in. I don't need to reiterate it here, but some neat AI stuff, some sort of moment of singularity. Like what if there was a catastrophic event that took out everything, right? And we had some sort of conscious AI, already, and we had human spirits, and then we were suddenly in the nothingness together, nothing but spirits, and now we had time. Now we had to rebuild or something, right? But these guys had to wait a long time to get their robot bodies or whatever. Anyways, it was interesting. I'm a few hours past that now, but I thought it might be. I can even go look for it if you want. But there was some good stuff in there. Not tooting my own horn. That's not what I mean to be doing.
Well, it's all good. We know.
We're building here.
It's okay. Talk away. We know you're making up for lost time. No.
We are here to bask in the presence of Bex.
No, don't be ridiculous.
Hey, when
No.
something makes you shut the fuck up for 2 years, we're gonna let her talk the fuck up. You know?
There
Oh,
it
you guys
is.
are too kind. You're too kind.
Yeah, gotta let it in. Got all that time built up to catch up. Let
I
it
know.
happen.
But I'll tell you, I don't need to, I get from whatever people are talking about. That's why I really like to go back to Max and the Dragons. Like I really do. It's so far different from what I think about, but I can listen to that guy talk. And they recently, he was talking about other news. Anyways, it was just, it's not the way I see things. It's not what I see, but it still makes sense in my framework. You know what I mean? It just fits in, you know? And he's definitely the macro to my micro right now on a totally different front. Like I'm talking about humans, he's talking about dragons. It's okay. You know what I mean? Like, you know, but it's so neat to see that. Like it's what a gift to just have everybody see things so differently and then to come and just want to share it, you know?
Well, let me
So-
make you feel at home. Dragon jizzle.
Mountains of it, mountains and mountains and mountains.
Sorry, London. I didn't mean to cut you off here, bud. What's up? Was he talking?
It's
I thought he was
I was
talking.
interesting. I was watching a bit of Roger Spur and the Dragon the other day, right? Last night, actually, yesterday. And there was this part he was talking about where all the sea creatures, he says, suggesting that the sea creatures were actually the microorganisms that ran down out of the killed dragon and the fish, and that
Interesting.
And then, like, as we have like our own microbes, parasites within, so did the Leviathan, and that's what all these sea monsters were. I think there's been like a big genocide of them too in a lot of ways.
I was just joking last year when I was telling people that I was going to go on some sort of like, you know, exclusionary diet. And I was like, you know what's happening in my body right now? I am like literally genociding an entire like metropolis of Candida albicans, right? Or Candida, whatever it is, you know? I was like, and I did. The thriving cities are going to die, right? So it's interesting that we'd be like talking about the beast. And I was like, in my gut, I was making the analogy, you know? But like, because if they are, what are we, right?
Exactly.
Like, where do we fit in? What are we doing here again? We're still back to the why and what, but still, that's really interesting.
And it always comes back to that, right? And the ironic thing is, you see, Disney and all these companies, putting out these what you would consider kid movies, right? And the ironic thing is, I almost want to say there's probably more truth in the kid movies than in the freaking adult movies. And it's pretty crazy because they had a movie, I think, come out for kids not too long ago called Sea Beast. And it has to do with basically dragons and big, large sea creatures and humans and the war between both. And like you said, it's like, it's interesting to have that thought of going, where would people come up with these ideas of any of these, mythical, mythological creatures? Like, where did you come up with this if it didn't come down from somewhere? You know what I mean? I didn't just wake up one day and go, "Oh, I know what a car is. I can just build it." It just doesn't happen. Information gets passed down, so to speak. I mean, there's nothing wrong with building new ideas off of old information, but no one doesn't just go a gargoyle. You know what I mean? Or a sea beast or anything like fairies, Peter Pan, anything like that. It's like,
Anything.
where did this come from? Seriously, it came from somewhere.
I was watching that. I was sorry, Bex, real quick. I was watching that program you spoke of not too long ago, Sea Beach, with my son the other day. Very interesting little cartoon. And there was another one that we came across with a little boy who comes out of water and he can turn into a human, but he's originally a sea creature. I forgot the name of it. You know, it's something like Pedro or something like this. It's just a boy's name. I think the name of the movie. Hold on, yeah, 1 second. But yeah, all of these things, you know, even within these cartoons that they present to us, they have some form of like, whether it's truth or fiction. But you see stuff like Mercator maps and these things, right? In one of the cartoons that I was watching, they had a Mercator's map and they were talking about sea monsters and shit. So I'm thinking, why would they put like sea monsters and Mercator's map in these children's cartoons now? But I yield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Is his mic chattery for anyone else, like crackly?
It was for me as well.
Is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's real interesting because it's funny. I mean, I work for an elderly lady and I do gardening, and of course, I always have thoughts that go on in my head while I'm gardening, and I'll drop them on her. I'll just drop them on her. And I dropped the one about mythology and the dragons and stuff on her a couple of weeks ago. And it's funny because yesterday I had a conversation with her and we were talking about mythology, and she said that when she was at school, she did an exam and she put in it about some mythology of New Zealand in her exam, and with a quote of source from the Herald, the New Zealand Herald paper. But she got marked down by 40-something points, something like 46% or something on her exam because of misinformation. Right?
What?
Really?
Yeah, and she said to me, it never occurred to me back then, Dean, anything about it. But after you talked to me the other day about these so-called mythological creatures, I have half a belief that you might be onto something.
Really though.
Well, it's from in university. I know I used to be I'm a really good student. I got grounded if I didn't get good grades as a child, actually. But I was very good at getting A's. That's what I had to get. So, and I didn't want to have to, right? So I I tried to challenge how high a grade I could get without doing any fucking work or whatever, right? But I learned by university that you just got to regurg and purge, man. Like, you don't even got to buy the textbook. You can just go borrow the textbook from someone. And so the first time I thought for myself on an exam, I got like dock marks, and I was like, well, I won't do that again. Then I started picking up the pencil every time the teacher was like, this won't be on the test, so put your pens down. No, they want you to pick up your pencil, okay, and put your pen down and pick up your pencil and fucking tell them exactly what their own idea was on top of what the fucking textbook said. That's what they really want. That's how you get an A+, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that I'm not surprised that you'd lose. That one would lose marks there. But that's a substantial. And then to be told it's misinformation. And then I wanted to say, if we're talking about mythological creatures, and I can send people there, and maybe I shouldn't bring it up at the 4-minute and 34 mark. But I'll just start with my new slogan that I want people to start thinking about, even if it makes them feel upset. Okay. Fake apism is the new flat earth, okay? Fake apists are the new flat earthers, friends, okay? So if we want to talk about mythological creatures and stuff, we want to start looking right at our own zoos. Um, but then I also, one last thing I wanted to say when we were talking about the sea monsters and sea creatures and cartoons and stuff, it was reminding me of a movie, and I'll have to try and figure out which one it is or where, but it's like Woody Harrelson or Owen Wilson or one of those guys. He's like in the desert, like somebody's like seeing things. They're seeing like sea creatures in the sky. You know? There's a movie with that.
Yeah, I've
Sea
seen
creatures
that.
in the sky. That's
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I don't even think it's a drug trip for some reason. Now, could it be it could be from Ewan McGregor's Big Fish, but I don't think so. But that's a movie we need to rewatch. Big Fish.
Big Fish.
I'll bet you that one's got some good stuff in it.
Yeah.
But I did also, okay, one last thing.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
There's a movie out there from 2019 called Extinction that I've been thinking about, especially with this AI. Someone asked recently on one of London's panels if we asked the question if we thought we were if we were AI, and I was like, my first thought was like, well, how could they hack us if we weren't, right? But then it's got me thinking on this movie Extinction, which is about a guy, a guy who's a young father, and he's got this paranoid thing about these aliens are going to invade. He's paranoid the aliens are going to invade, and very quickly it comes true, right? Like, and it's disastrous with drones and stuff right off the bat. But and then you see him, he's trying to save his family. Like, he's just trying to save his family. He's like, I knew this was going to happen, but it was like. Yeah. So, but anyways, I don't know if at the end, like, I'm going to wreck it here. But at the end, it turns out that they're down in this underground tunnel and they're getting out of there or whatever. And his wife is like dying in his arms and bleeding. And then the guy who's helping them is like, okay, well, I can help you. But, he ended up so anyways, he cuts open the woman's leg and there's like a battery pack in there, Like, they go in further and it's like AI behind the bones kind of thing. And then he's like, this is going to hurt. And he's got to hook this dad. Anyways, it ends up that they're robots. And they didn't know. And it's very interesting when we're on this AI stuff.
I got a storm coming through.
Yeah?
Just letting everybody know, I got a thunderstorm moving through. So that's the reason.
Oh, okay.
But everybody sounds pretty good so far. I don't know what's up with Adrian, but
well, he might be back. He said he was with his daughter.
Max.
Oh, he's there?
Yeah. Yeah, he's with his daughter.
Yeah.
I was wondering that, since we were talking about it and he showed it at Max's, I didn't know if he could show it here. That would be funnier than shit to watch.
I'm going to have to rewatch Extinction now.
Oh,
that's good.
I haven't seen that in a long time. I pulled up the trailer and I'm like, yeah, I vaguely remember it now. That's crazy to think we're in 2023 and that was a 2018 film, I believe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, that's been a while. But let's you know what? Let's hit the whole AI thing, because obviously it is a heavy topic right now, isn't it? Because honestly, I kind of been on the side of the movie I, Robot. I don't trust freaking technology and AI at all. The I, Robot, just, again, that to me was a very truth movie that, I just, it's the whole concept to me that everything that has a good side always has a
Mic
potential
check.
to be used as bad, you know.
Mic check.
Mic
Mic
check.
check.
There we go. Got it back.
Welcome back,
Yeah,
Phil.
no, that's a good topic there, Joe. You know, I mean, you know, if you were to think of like a RoboCop walking around the streets, he ain't going to be listening to your excuses, is he?
No, he don't care. Or the Terminator. It's crazy because I went to college, you know, back when for computer networking. You know, I was able to learn you know, some nice you know, computers and stuff like that, and how, you know, how to network some stuff. But one of the things, and the number one rule in computer networking 101 was everything and anything hooked up can and will be hacked.
Mic check.
Period.
There we go.
There you go. There you go, Joe.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
So there is no stopping it. There isn't anyone. There's nothing stopping it. I don't care how many firewalls you have. It doesn't matter what kind of a wall you think you built, you know, digitally. It ain't gonna matter because they will get through. Period. There is a way. There is a virus. There's always something. Why do you think they're constantly working on
But
it? Constantly.
I don't even play video games, okay? But there is totally an antidote or an anti-power or a fucking there is, right? It's not this doomsday thing. That's what we were talking about earlier.
No, I'm not. Well, the thing is, it can be if we allow it to be. That's what I'm saying. Does it have to be? No. We can use networking internet for good, like what we're doing here.
We already are. We already did.
That's what I'm saying.
The algorithms already did.
We're doing good, but can somebody at some point put a virus into the feed and just cut transmission and poof, there's no more transmission and all's wiped out? Yeah, absolutely. It can be done. No problem. I'm sure they already have it. You know, it's just one of those things that that's why I like the movie I, Robot so much, because you know, he says the truth flat out. You know, robots can and will never have that human heart, the human soul, the human instinct of
How do we know that? How do we know that?
Because it's impossible. They don't have a heart and they don't have a soul. You're going to give it a heart and a soul? Who's going to give it a soul? That's what I'm saying. How it's just going to show up. Now, here's the thing: are we talking about a soul, or are we going to talk about possible other deities entering that object? Because now you're going a whole different matter.
I'm just saying, like, people have more belief in their ability to create consciousness in a computer than they have belief and faith in their own creation, and it's fucking sad. You know,
I agree.
It's sad. It's like
I completely agree. They
you know,
tech is not there to do what people are wanting it to do. Like you're saying, that's not what it's there for. That was not the purpose of it. But unfortunately, that's where it's kind of leading to. And it, like you said, it's sad. It is.
Hi, Renegade One.
Let's try this one more time.
Hey,
peace. Good morning and good night. Good morning and good night. Hey, D,
Good morning.
Phil. Good to see you tuning live. Just woke up, you know. I wake up every morning and I'm still woke.
Mic check.
Isn't that a trick?
Hey. There it is. Well, it's good to put a face to you there, Renegade.
What?
I've seen you around a while.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm in a secret area for the moment, and the area called Love. So I'm just chilling in the forest in Sweden. I'm not at home for the moment. So I've been shutting down my phone the lately couple of weeks for like 10, 15 days. I'm not on the phone. Just popping in for 5 minutes maybe. Just checking out how Dini are in New Zealand. Always good morning and good night. Good to
Nice.
see you doing live.
It's actually 8
You guys
over
have a
road.
it's very, very, very white and chandeliered forest in Sweden.
Oof. Yeah, I live up in north, but now I'm down south. So
I was just joking because you don't look like you're in a forest. You look like you're in a room. Did you put a green screen up behind your tent?
This is my real place, you know. Check it. He's not on the green screen. My dog, he's for real. So.
Is he a green screen? It's nice. It's nice.
It
I was just imagining you in the forest with your city green screen behind you. I'm at home in my apartment in the forest.
More belief in their ability to create consciousness in a computer than they have belief and faith in their own creation.
That's like me sitting, in front of this bridge on the beach there, right?
It's like you know.
Mm-hmm.
But one question about the AI and the soul. Maybe they created a digital soul.
Mm-hmm.
Is that possible?
Mic check.
Well, I know Phil was earlier talking about that he read a bit of scripture that to me, that's how I understood it to be, right? That's how I understood the idea of being carried in each other's blood. The idea of like, I don't know. I think our DNA has the code to everything, updating constantly to the moment, right? Like in every cell of everything. And the difference in that DNA is us, right? So just because we've got this, and so I'm with you. I'm not dissing Joe Cool, like in the sense of deities taking over or these bodiless things. These, maybe they never even had a body yet. Maybe they were robots before the cataclysm, and now they're the consciousness that wants the experience. And they don't understand it, and they are juvenile, and they weren't human, and But yeah, I'm with you. I don't know. I think, isn't our soul coded into our DNA? I think this is my body. This is my avatar. This is the one. I didn't have no other. I didn't have 15 lives. And if I did, it was in this fucking body. Right? I believe that. I'm not like that attached to it, but I am willing to like defend that this is like me, I'm not just in this thing for a little bit or whatever. And if I am for a little bit, then if I'm ever in another one, it's probably going to look just like this one. That's who I am.
I'm very much into the only thing that exists is now. The history and the future is something that is something seriously else. The only thing that exists is now, and the robots, them here now, and I am here now. So the past and the future, I'm a strong thinker about that the past was created in the future. The future created the past, not the past creating the future, but because the future exists in a way. And about this AI thing, we also, let's say that we created the AI, or did the AI created us? It's the same as the past and the future, because there's no beginning and there's no end. Everything is infinity, That's it. So, I got my body right now, but still I can feel that I've been here before or I've been into the future, because it's science, it's scientific, it's sci-fi. It's like a science fiction world we're living in a way. And then we need duality. Maybe we need these AI robots because we need the sun and the moon. We need the hot and the cold. And if we're only humans walking around here, we're not then we're singularity. Then we can talk with Sing in Canada, But I'm a strong believer in the duality of yin and yang. The moon is the moon is septic and the sun is antiseptic. The sun is warm and the moon is cool. So I mean, it's plus and minus all the time. We don't have any more than that. And then you are in the middle of it. We are in the middle of plus and minus. So it's just a thought, you know, chilling.
Mhm.
Hey Phil, nice to see you doing live. Good stuff, good stuff. So what's been happening on your live stream today? I've seen that you've been live for like 4 hours or something.
Did
Can't
Phil
hear you,
freeze?
Phil,
Can't
mic
hear you,
check.
Phil. Mic check.
Mic check.
You doing all right there, Phil?
See, he went over to the robot style. He transformed to AI, freezing up like this.
My cat thinks she's a parrot.
Yeah, I see the cat hanging up there.
Yo.
Yeah,
So where you guys from? Where you guys from? Yo, where you from? Where you live?
Oh, I'm in Florida.
Okay, nice one, nice one.
I'm in Victoria, BC, Canada.
Okay, you can. I've been to Toronto once. I was
Yeah, I'm
there
on the.
for like 20 years ago or something. Made a music session in Toronto for the brand called Absolute Vodka. I was only there for 4 days. It was good vibes over there. Liked it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you how far away from Toronto then?
Very far.
That's
like,
a long way.
Yeah, like
Yeah. All right.
yeah, very far. I am. It's probably a 5-hour flight or something like that.
Ooh.
Like, yeah, the country's big, so I'm 4 provinces over. I'm on the West Coast. I'm closer to California, right? But so basically, if you look at the border of the United States as it goes across the, between the two, then it dips down, right? It dips down around an island, right? So there's a part of Canada, an island that comes down into beside Washington State, which goes around it.
Oh.
I'm at the very tip of that island. I'm below the 49th parallel, far west coast. Like I look out my window and I see America.
Mm-hmm.
America.
Yeah.
Just gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
I got a fond affection for my neighbors, okay?
Okay.
Too much anti-American propaganda in the world, you know what I'm saying?
I know. But it's a big difference between America and Canada, how it works. I mean, it's slightly how people are. It's very big difference.
But I would have more in common with someone from California than I would with someone from Toronto.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Typically, there'd be some cultural things that would carry over, but we'd way more West Coast. Yeah, way more West Coast. Yeah, someone in Toronto would have more in common with someone in Detroit. Well, it's the wrong one, but like that central sort of, big city, Yeah, so we're over here. We're like wine country, I don't know. It's we're over a mountain range and kind of on our own over here. Most of the coast of the continent, yeah.
Yeah, right. Cool.
That's really no different than America in all reality, because if you take the Mississippi River right down the middle, so to speak, you got the West Mississippi and then the East Mississippi, and it's night and day. You got, but America's kind of a melting pot here, regardless, I guess. So, but yeah, you could take someone from the Northeast, put them to the Southwest or Northwest and Southeast, and mix them in. You'll have like 6 people talking to each other, and they'll all look at each other going, "What'd you say?" It's funny because heck, we get funny with just between Michigan and Florida. There's subtle differences just between soda and pop. Like down in Florida, you don't say pop because they're like, you want me to pop you in the face? Like,
Yeah.
it's one of those silly things. Like down here, you say soda. Up in Michigan, they say pop, and I'm just like, and it's really weird because I personally have such like kind of diversity in that regard because I grew up here in Florida for 16 years. That's where I grew up, was down here. So when my parents took me to Michigan for the past 22, my first year up there was just a culture shock. I was up there and they're talking about pop and some other words, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. And I actually had a few people go, wow, you got a great accent. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I talk like you do. And they said, no, you don't. I'm just like, okay. Because, you're used to, the way you sound, right? So when you go to, and even another, what is that, Providence? If you hopped over to, Toronto or something like that, like you pointed out, Bex, it's going to be different. And there's so much diversity all throughout the world. It's crazy to me why there's constant, I want to say, buildup, of division in these areas. It's like I don't understand that. It's like there's and honestly, half the time what they talk about in mainstream media, right, about this culture not getting along with this culture and that culture not getting along with that one due to skin color or whatever, what have you, I'm just like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I can go out and talk to anybody, whoever, no problem. But the mainstream media tries to, build such a divide. I'm like, it's crazy. It's like, what's the point? Not, like I pointed out earlier, what's the point of having all these, I call them, like indivisible lines. Like you can't see all these lines when you go from state to state or province to province. All they do is put like a poster there, right? That says, "Oh, you're now entering, whatever province up there, right? You're now entering this province. You're now entering this state. You're now entering California. You're now entering Utah." Says who? Because you put a post there, and now I'm entering. Like really? I see no line. I'm just traveling. And that's why I said earlier, I'm like, it's crazy, all of the regulations that have been put in place. I'm like, what the heck? And it's like, we're not the ones doing it, right? It's all the freaking upper echelon. It's all the mainstream media causing this crap, and then they filter it out through the mainstream news freaking Mockingjay crap, and it's like,
I was sorry to interrupt. I was going to say that what you were saying earlier, Renegade One, about only the now. I had this epiphany yesterday, and it's not really an epiphany because obviously people live by this philosophy, right? But it's been sort of came to my understanding, like I was getting really irritated as everyone's like, oh, back in the day, like, and before, when we were spirit, or like, whether it's like, oh, when we lived off the land and had our farms, or when we had this, or whether it's spirit or that, you got these people that are always romanticizing the past and glorifying some fucking future. Meanwhile, Elon Musk's like, we're all gonna die like ants. Well, not you, but me, but not me, but you. Like, it's like fucked up. He's like Dr. Evil up there, like playing his little role, and you're just like, I just like realized like that this key to this really does have like to talk, not to interrupt or no, I was just getting really anxious. No offense, Joe, to like all this like friggin' and I fucking swear too. So I didn't mean to, but just this like media, I get it. Cause we're all bombarded with this stuff that we know, right? That we know is going on, and it's so big. It's so fucking big, and it's so heavy, you know, and it's like, but still you've got this, like, it's just this idea that, like, just spending any more time in that than we need to is just a drain. Like it's like there's something we're building something. I know that, you know, like that's the best thing that I can say. I know that's how London puts it, and it's true, right? You know, and it's like, you know, I feel, I don't feel urgent about it, but I just feel like that, you know, that being in the now, that's sort of like sold as you know, sold to my mom post-divorce in the 80s, you know, or whatever, right? Like, it's like, it's more than that. You know what I mean? It's so much more than you know, it's our will. It's our, there's something, you know, like if there is, I saw Noah saying in the chat something about, well, I'm just going to read it. Noah said, to tell the biologically dead and forced to live it cannot die is akin to telling babies not to breathe. It's a sin against all creation. Consciousness is everywhere in the ether. AI is an obstacle. I'm building a resonance device quantum computer that can serve as the AI heart. It still does not prevent the insult. So I don't exactly understand that. I asked them to expand, but I know I was earlier saying that, you know, if they have a frequency that they can put out to us, right? And this might be exactly what Singh's talking about. He's like, duh, right? That's what I've been saying, right? You know, where it's like they can put this frequency out to us, right? Like then, and we're supposed to receive it. Then like I was saying, like, I'm rubber, you're glue, bounce off me, stick on you, motherfuckers, right? Like that's what it is, right? It's like it's a you know. So I think it is something about really like spending as much time like now, you know, like here, you know, like we are, right? Which is hard because I know Joe was saying he takes naps. He doesn't even sleep anymore because I know what it's like to be like, I fucking had to go get a job and all I want to do is be like hanging out and listening and learning and doing what I've been doing for 2 years already, you know, like, you know, and I mean, I'm blessed. I only work 3 days a week. So I don't want to act like I've got a real problem with my job. I love my job, you know, but I still like, it's just this, yeah, I appreciate you bringing it back to that because it really is this, like, I'm, you know, it's amazing some of the things I've learned, you know, for someone who talks a lot, you know, it's interesting how I'll have to learn to practice this on myself, but, you know, the impatience almost that I had so much patience for so long. Now suddenly I'm like impatient, you know?
I know that feeling,
yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because it almost, I don't know why, but it almost feels like there's kind of like a ramp up, like you're talking about, like that, like sort of impatientness. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but it's like it's almost like you know, either something's on the horizon, you know, it's hard to explain, right? You know, you can sense it, you can feel it. There's just something that's possibly going to happen in the near future, and it's like you have like this urgency, so to speak, of going, hey, it's time to wake up, y'all, because if you don't wake up, y'all gonna get left in the dust. And it's like, I don't know. It's difficult, but there is. I grew up. I grew up in the churches myself, even down here in Florida, and there's a lot that I took away from it. There's definitely a lot that I question, and I want to say that the aspect that I guess I've come to, so to expect, is there's there's a veil, if you will, as it's worded. There's a veil between the physical realm and the spiritual realm, and essentially, it's like what I've come to, I guess, grasp as far as what the biblical part says, or try to understand.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Renegade. I was just gonna say Renegade
Renegade's
1
got
is
a
like
fire.
that's a copyright infringement. Okay, that's a copyright infringement for the Christmas time fireplace that runs on a channel.
Oh my god. That's hilarious. I love it.
Hollywood's sending their police to your house right now. They want their fucking money. You shouldn't show that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yes. Ooh.
That's hilarious. Love it.
So,
but yeah,
Yeah,
it's just that's what I was getting at, I guess, is the whole idea of, but at least what it says there in a very short version is most of us know the story, so to speak, that Lucifer, a third of the angels, was cast out of heaven, put down here as the Lord of the air, so to speak, in this realm. And even though he was cast down here, he's still in this behind the veil of spiritual. He's not in the physical when he was cast down here. He was cast down here in the spiritual. So he basically prowls like a roaring lion in the spiritual realm, attacking the physical, which would be us, so to speak. And that's what I mean by if 1/3 of the angels came down with him, that would be all of your minions, if you were. They're prowling the earth. And I think, as far as that goes, that's where that spiritual, or that's where that war is between basically the physical and the spiritual.
Yeah.
And
I don't mean to interrupt again.
No, you're good.
Yeah. Cool. I just know that we it's definitely something that something that we all definitely
that's why I look at CERN. That's why I look at CERN and other things that they use even today, trying to break through. Heck, they even try to do it back in Admiral Byrd days with Operation Paperclip and High Jump and Fishbowl. They've been trying to blast through the firmament forever, and they haven't been able to get through the darn thing. So I'm sitting there kind of going, it's just intriguing. You know what I mean? It's just intriguing figuring stuff out, seeing what fits and what doesn't, I guess.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Somehow I'm dumbfounded.
Oh.
Look what happened.
How? Come on, Bex. I can't be the one to do that to you. but in a sense but I guess in a sense to bring it together with the whole AI thing, that's what I was kind of getting at is, if you have 1/3 of the angels down here, so to speak,
I'm just saying, ain't no angel. Okay.
I'm not saying you. Yeah. I'm just saying.
But I'm going to say this. There is nothing in my belief. Okay. And what I understand, if there is an architect to this world, okay, let's even say there was a bunch of them. That's fine. Okay. Let's say there was a bunch of them that were really good. They were good people. They were good builders. They were good kind, or just one. Okay. That one, even the story that you're telling me, okay, there's only one creator, okay, that created fucking everything.
Yeah.
Everything, okay? Everything, right? So if that's the case, right, then ain't no fucking devil doing nothing, okay, that isn't planned, isn't using something that already existed for good. Okay, now we could say it got hijacked. No, it existed for good, and it might be being shown to us in its bad at this point. That's all we know, right? So, to me, it's like, I don't know. It's like,
no, that makes sense, because everything that can be good can be used as bad as well.
Well, and that's where I'm just saying, like, even, but the whole, if I don't know, if I made some kids, okay, I made some kids. Right? I know that I'm a human who can do that. I didn't get to do it. Okay. So let's hypothetically, if I made some kids, okay, and they're the first kids ever, and And I want those kids to be good. Okay. I really do. I don't want this yin and yang. Okay. I don't want it, actually. I didn't plan it. Okay. I didn't plan it because with my whole heart, I just wanted good. Right. I want to be happy and not bored and good. Right. But, there's this idea of it not working out. And I'm just so loving. Okay. I'm so loving. I just love my baby so much. Right. Like I'm not going to see that. Right. I'm not going to see that. And I'm not going to be able to cultivate that in my child. Right. I'm going to want to make them good. Right. I just want that child to be good. That's what I want. That's my love. I want the love.
Right.
Yep,
so that's what every parent
So what
wants.
am I going to do? So what does somebody else do for me? Let's just say somebody else does for me, right? Goes down and tempts the little brother, right? Tempts the brother, fucking, the sister's fine. The brother's just a fucking dick. He's a fucking dick. He'll fucking charge his mom way too much interest on a fucking loan when his mom has that. You know what I mean? That kind of brother. Okay. Like, I'm just saying, so my point is like, I, as a mother, for instance, I couldn't do that. Right. So we're in a situation where, people want to think that these fucking shitheads balance us out somehow.
But
right?
Right. And what you're talking about in a weird way, because I heard it mentioned earlier, is accountability. You can only be accountable to you and no one else. I even tell my daughter that. I'm like, I'm not accountable for you. Am I your dad? Absolutely. But when you become a certain age, the age of understanding, I'm not accountable for your actions anymore to a certain extent. What you do, that's on you now. I can teach you as much as I can teach you.
Oh my gosh, I can just feel Africa mourning right now. I can just feel these, not that I'm trying to glorify some of the strict African heritage things like with the marriage and stuff like that. I'm not trying to, but I'm just, I can feel these people being like, what are you trying to say? Your baby can't, I'm using the wrong accent actually. I can just feel my Nigerian, I can feel my Nigerian friends like sadness for that statement, right? Like he has such ties to his family, you know what I mean? Like there'd just be no idea that what he does doesn't reflect on his mother, right? Or his father, And those stories aren't perfect over there either.
Right. And there now, is there a reflection? Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm still not completely held accountable to what they did. Now, it's one of those really crazy things.
Can I just interrupt for once? Can I ask you to do 1 second for me? Because I've got my can you turn your mic setting down a little, or is it just me? You come so clear and loud compared to everyone else.
Oh, me?
Yeah. And then Dean's there, and we lost Renegade, and Phil's still loading. Just hold on 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you.
StreamYard is weird. There's certain people that'll be really hot, and some people that are quiet. So you got to play around with the. Play around with the audio there. How's that?
It's better. It is better for me.
All right, cool.
And then Phil has lost power. He's in the chat.
That could be because he had a storm going through there, Bex.
Yeah. He said he had a storm rolling through there. I'm not sure how big it is or how long it'll last. Is he in the same area as you? No, he's not in the same area as you. I don't know where Phil is. What state is he in? Do you know?
I'm sure he's in Indiana.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I think he is.
Oh, he's back on. He's coming. Indiana. Is it Indiana? Yeah, he is. I don't know why. Why do I think Minneapolis? Is that a state or a city?
No, that's Minneapolis, Minnesota. So Minneapolis would be a city.
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota's
Indianapolis, Indiana.
So Minnesota is the state.
Minnesota's a state. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right.
And there's a pattern here. Minneapolis in Minnesota, Indianapolis in Indiana. So they got a Washingtonopolis, a Washingtonopolis.
Washingtonopolis. Oh, I love it.
Oh, but I'll tell you, I've probably said it. I might have said it to this crowd already, but just so you know, like, just so people know how much I love America, okay? Like, I'm below the 49th parallel, and I'm like honestly, I'm seriously the most patriotic American that China ever made since 2020.
Yeah.
I am.
That China ever made. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And by China, I mean, Fauci. Just so people don't think I'm going to blame China for what happened, okay? Although we did learn up here, like on the Picton farm, for instance, when they were sifting the soils looking for but this is a dark reference, but I'm like, we did learn on the Picton farm up here. Yeah, that they'll sift the soils for a bunch of dead hookers, right? Based on finding skulls in someone's fucking property. And I'm just like, why would you spend millions of dollars sifting the soil for some people's like DNA when you got skulls on the property, right? Like just throw the guy in jail. It doesn't matter if he did it or didn't it. If you got fucking skulls in your fridge, you got to go to jail, right?
Right.
Like I was saying. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know where I was drawing that analogy. I don't know what I was saying before that, but this is Phil's. Are you back, Phil? Not yet.
Maybe not.
Maybe. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But I wouldn't put it past them to be sifting through the soils of the dirt just to find DNA for just to find DNA to fucking resurrect or something.
The Smithsonian's have been doing that for a bloody long time, haven't they?
Who have been?
The Smithsonian's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. DNA is very crucial in the regard that everybody's DNA is different. Every single person. There is no identical.
You missed our earlier discussion then. You did. We were talking DNA. I was like,
I knew. I felt
everybody's
it in my ear.
The same. I already said everybody's is the same. What's different in our DNA is just the code for us. Everything else is like Wi-Fi updated, like to the universe. It's literally the code for fucking everything. That's why it seems so fucking convoluted inside us.
Oh, absolutely. I don't disagree with that. I want to say, yeah, human DNA, is human DNA. That there's period. It's all of the constructs. It's all you have the blueprint of you, right? Because you're human. That's your human blueprint DNA, and then everything else spiders out as to how tall you're going to be.
I don't know if I am a human.
Fingerprints, whatever. Well, I mean, you could be an android. I don't know. I don't know. You got any slits in your eyes? Are you a reptile?
No, I'm just saying I don't know that I'm going to assume that they've even told us what we are is right. So what if a human is a hologram, for lack of way of putting it? What if the human is the person who's actually the I don't know. I just like
the man behind the curtain.
Well, I'm just saying they use different words for us. Like, is a human being a Homo sapien? Is that what that is? A human being a Homo sapien? I don't know. What if that's two different things?
Oh my God, that is one thing I cannot stand about the English language, probably more than any other. Is I don't know. I think the English language is screwed up. How the heck can you have there 3 different ways, bear 2-3 different ways? I mean, there's so many damn words where the etymology is so screwed up because there's too many definitions to one word. It's ridiculous. It's a nightmare.
We covered that earlier as well.
Well, I'm so glad I'm getting caught up.
I know.
I'm catching myself up and didn't even realize it.
Is the host back? Are we back, Phil? I see the lights are on. Is anybody home? Is anybody home? Knock, 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 knock.
I love Bex. Bex is great. Knock on the door. Oh, you know what? Have you guys heard of the channel J Dreamers?
Yes.
What do you think about his plasma apocalypse ideas or theories? Have you heard about any of those?
Okay, so Phil, I don't know, Phil, can you hear me? If you can hear me, go into your stream. Can you hear me? It says he can't turn his mic on. I'm just going to see if it works because it worked for my camera when I was in StreamYard with you the other day. If you go to more and you go to settings and you go to audio and then just click out a default. Click out a default, go to speakerphone or headset earpiece. And I know it worked when I was, so try it. So go to your settings on your lives. Yeah. Go to your settings, go to more on the StreamYard or settings, and then go to audio and then just click out and click back in. Like click it into from default to speakerphone or headset. It'll work. I know it'll work because my camera froze up when I was talking to Joe Cool and JJ Organics the other night. And yeah, my camera kept freezing up and I just had to go into the settings and turn it to reverse cam and then the front cam. It's going to work.
I think your signal's bogging again, actually, Bex.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the plasma thing. I've watched a few of J Dreamer's I see, like I was saying earlier, I get it. I watch a few channels, I watch a few things, and then I feel like I just get in tune with what the person's producing, sort of, not to sound cocky, but I got is anyone else there?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, good. I was just making sure we weren't frozen up. For some reason, I saw you guys were so still.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm not trying to, again, I don't mean to poo-poo things because a lot of my friends watch a lot of channels that I don't watch, the bigger ones, but I have,
Right.
you know, so I don't know his plasma thing enough. I think I like his decodes on some of the movies. I wouldn't be able to summarize his plasma thing enough, but it does make sense to me that there's you know, it's sort of like the meltology. It goes with the people who are into meltology and the mud flood Tartaria stuff.
For me, Joe, excuse me, Bex, but yeah, for me, Joe, I kind of see what J Dreamers is talking about in as far as saying that, like, some kind of event coming, because, you know, I don't know, for me it's like, you know, if you keep hurting something, eventually it's going to change, you know, and something's going to erupt or something like that. And I don't know whether that's what happens with Mother Earth, whether Mother Earth is capable of that. I don't know. But you know, there seems to be, for me anyway, these different, what I call industrial revolutions, but they could have been just different civilizations with technology, right? like I spoke earlier about the Pantheon Dome and how it's 9 centuries old and it's made of concrete. There's a guy, Paul Cook, and he's doing stuff on Tartaria, and he's showing even geopolymer, where even it could have been 3D printed, right? When we look at these things, there seems to be these different occurrences of some kind of technology happening, and then it disappeared, and then another occurrence, and then it disappeared. So there might be something to the plasma having happened at one time. It flooded the earth at one time. To me, there's definitely been an end to a civilization and then a beginning again, right?
Yeah, because one of the things that I'm getting out so far is he talks about the red plasma and the blue plasma, right? And then he talks about the depressurization, in that regard of going, if we can figure out a way to lessen that effect, then each reset won't be as bad. And obviously it comes out of Mount Meru, up there at the North Pole. So yeah, I think, and again, that's why I like listening to different channels and different ideas, because you get a piece of the puzzle everywhere, right?
Well,
It's not, it's like no one's really wrong, so to speak. It's a lot of different puzzles.
Well, and that's why I think it's more like, it's like unfathomable stories that got us to the same place.
Absolutely.
Like
Really
that,
quick,
and it's not the same story for everyone, right? So, with Max and the Dragons and the Jason and the Argonauts, like, I'm not saying they couldn't have had the whole realm at some point. They might have.
absolutely,
right? But they might have also had a corner of it. Well, like infinite other stories were going on elsewhere, and that's why I think it's so neat, like that people have such specific interests, right? With that they feel like in their bones, like in their heart, like they feel called to, right? You know what I mean? And so that's why I just find it really interesting that it's not a piece, like we all have a piece of a puzzle, but this isn't a puzzle with a border on it then. Right? Like it's literally
exactly. It's got no outside to it.
Yeah, it's like it's unfinishable. Yeah.
It's not infinite. It doesn't keep expanding.
Well, and I like what Renegade One was saying earlier, with the whole future and the past stuff, and like if the future is more understandable than the past, like more real than the past, actually, because we're going to be in it, like,
right.
But that's where I would almost say that we don't know if some of these things that are being found on this realm, like, are from the future or from the past, right?
You're exactly. And that's something that makes so much sense in that regard of saying the future, kind of outweighs the past. Why? Because the past is already the past. That story is already written. You can't write it again. Once it's done. But we can always write the future in what happens there. That's another thing I've been teaching. Ironically, my daughter is. I told her, I said, look, you have to realize that no matter what you do, every day you live, every choice that you make, you are writing a story that will be in the past. Every decision you make it's going to be there. Well, what if I choose not to do anything? Then that's going to be your story. You're going to, I'll ask you tomorrow, what did you do yesterday? Right. And you're going to say, I did nothing. Well, there you go. That's your story, right? That's what you written down. So in that regard, the future is constantly moving forward, and all we can do is make choices to put in our past.
Well, it's interesting, Joe. I've always likened life to a big picture, really, a painting. And we've all got these brush strokes. They can be dark or they can be colourful. And, if something could happen where maybe an accident happens in the morning and it kind of pisses you off, or you're not in a frame of mind to let it slide, and it just keeps niggling away, and that could, it could will obviously change your day. It'll change the outcome of the day even. But if you say, "Oh, bugger that, I'm not living with that, I'm not letting that hold me back. Today is going to be a better day," right?
Well, yeah, because it's all about the choices that we make.
And so you make the choice for a better day, yeah?
Yeah. Now there can be some things possibly that are pre-planned, if you were, right? Like if you make a doctor's appointment or something in the future, so to speak, there are pre-planned things. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. That's another thing that I go, unfortunately, right? And I say it that way, unfortunately, this, world that we thrive in, so to speak, revolves around a stupid clock, right?
Exactly.
And unfortunately, that another thing is when we go outside our four walls, guess what? Now what we do is on their time, not our time. Because if a store closes at 6 p.m. and you show up at 5:55, guess what? They ain't letting you in. Well, I didn't get here till my time. Well, they're going to be like, I don't really give a damn. Bye. See you tomorrow. So,
Exactly.
and that's another reason why we have to kind of pre-plan some things and have that understanding that it just, oh boy.
Well, yeah, I try and live without time. I don't wear a watch. If it wasn't for it turning dark or it coming light in the morning, I probably wouldn't know what time it is. But actually, I just about tell time now without a bloody clock, because you've been conditioned with the damn stuff during a job, or like I milked cows for years, and you had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I don't even need to set my clock. I don't even have a bedside clock. I can just think 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'll wake at 4 o'clock in the morning. No worries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I set my alarm for a long time, but I always wake up before it. I set it because I don't want to. I just wouldn't want to. Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Do you think
I do it on purpose?
Subconscious thing? No,
I do it on purpose.
No, I mean wake up before the alarm.
That's what I'm saying. I do that on purpose so that I don't depend on the clock. I set it, and then I tell myself I want to wake up 10 minutes before it because I don't want to depend on a clock. But I also don't trust myself enough to wake up. Like, I won't rest as much if I don't have the clock there as backup, right? Even though I've proven already I will wake up. I don't want to fuck up someone's business because I stayed up too late and I push it.
It's really important like that, but you could actually test yourself on a less important thing and not set your clock and see if it's still working, But yeah, no, I mean, we condition ourselves through a lot of stuff, and time is probably one of the worst ones that we are conditioned by.
Yes, time and money, both of them are just, oh my goodness, it's
Yeah.
terrible, you know, because unfortunately, the systems that are built in place, it enslaves us to the clock and money. But and they made it that way on purpose to enslave us, because we have to go around again
And
at
we
certain
allow
times
it
to do
too,
certain
though.
things.
But we
Exactly.
still allow it too, though, Joe. You know, I mean, we're still allowing ourselves to do that, though, aren't we? You know.
And isn't that crazy? And I remember back in the day. Being told, kind of that phrase of going, if you see a semi coming at you, do you move out of the way or do you just stand there? You know what I mean? And unfortunately, there's too many people who would literally just stand there and go, well, it's the semi's job to stop. No, not if you're the idiot to walk in front of it.
He's got fucking 40 ton behind him.
What the
fuck? Yeah.
So you know,
I seen two shots today, a near miss, and the guy just missed a plunge in the side of the door, a T-bar, and the other guy, he didn't even look behind him. He just turned left. I could see it happening, so I just buttoned off and watched. But he just suddenly went right, and then turned left hard. And somebody was coming by him, whacked straight into him. I thought, oh, you know, classic. You know,
oh man.
Yeah, just mayhem in the streets. You just want to get out of them sometimes.
Yeah, really. But yeah, I just sit there and go, we almost kind of, like you said, we allow it and we do it to ourselves, so to speak, because, you know, if the tank ain't at the front of my door, then I'm not going to worry about it. It's like, but if everyone keeps having that mentality of, nope, it's not my problem, let someone else deal with it. Nope, it's not my problem, let someone else deal with it. Nope, it's not.
And
it's like,
and that's what's happening. And that is exactly what's happening.
And look where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we allow this world to be built in the systems that it's in right now. And unfortunately, like you said, we're still allowing things to happen, right? Political or not. It's like we constantly allow all this political and everything to happen around us. And of course, no one, you know, everyone, I guess, goes, well, what can we do about it? That's the big question, right? Well, what can we do about it? There's nothing we can do about it.
You know, right? When you look at what Adrian was showing with the ants, you know, the queen would give off a hormone, and they'd all be there for her beck and call, you know. And, you know, I mean, it would be great if we could all just add a hormone, all just bloody start at the beck and call, say, nah, stuff, we had enough, you know. All at the same time. It'd be bloody awesome.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Indeed. What you doing over there, Bex?
Here, so when you see me,
Noah and I are writing. It started out with Noah saying something about there were bigger pyramids in the region since 200 years ago, taller than Empire State's building. I say they are ships. Yes, probably manufactured by the Intergalactic Toyota. So Jared Jagwagger's like intergalactic Toyota dude. I'm like, you speaking my language? No. And then I did take this from Brave New World, but I added a bit. I was like, in the infinite year of our Ford, intergalactic Toyota in the infinite year of our Ford.
Ford.
And so he said, our Ford who built car near 7-Eleven, give us this day our daily spaceship. Forgive us our alien neighbors who crash us with their spaceship. And I said, as they forgave us for crashing into theirs. and then Noah's just saying, he was saying, I've forgotten the prayer. Is that a Mandela? To Phil. And Phil's telling us that the Lord's Prayer says debtors instead of trespass, just so we know.
Right. Just so we know.
But, intergalactic Toyota, you heard it here first. You heard it here. You heard it her first.
You done heard it. You heard. Don't be scared if you heard.
But I don't know if that was, I would assume it's Noah's idea. Okay. It was fantastic. Intergalactic Toyota.
Intergalactic Toyota. Boy, that's going to be stuck there now.
Well, you're going to find out these corporations been around for a long time, and there's a reason their logos are all over the earth,
Exactly. Yes.
Corporations. When they showed us that clone factory and the whatever that, futurist, and they're like giving the little spiel so that countries can repopulate, like Bulgaria. I'm like, okay, first of all, I don't know anyone. Okay, I don't know anything about this clone thing, but I thought we were in an overpopulation scenario. But why does Bulgaria get special treatment? I didn't know Bulgaria was having a fucking... I was like, what happened, Bulgaria? Where's your peeps? Sorry, you gotta grow some peeps? Anyways,
you gotta grow some peeps. You're gonna go out there and plant them in the field and grow some peeps. Don't forget the water.
Oh my gosh, this is good. I'm getting really silly. Okay, at least I'm picking on Bulgaria and not Commander Lou. Get in my body. Sorry. Don't start now. I've been so good. Don't pick on the people. Don't make jokes. Don't make oh, that's fun. So yeah, Bulgaria, they need people so bad. We're making cloning. They're selling the cloning factories to us before Bulgaria can even get their peeps, But my point is maybe corporate capitalism already had a play in this. Campbell from Autodidactic about 3 years ago did a video about the town Sunlight. It was a town called Sunlight. Sunlight Soap. It was the Sunlight Soap factory town.
Okay.
And the whole town, the whole village is still there. You can tour it. He might have even gone on to Google Earth and showed us this town, right? That allegedly has this whole soap story behind it, right? Soap opera. Yeah. But still, the more I thought about it, I've got a friend who's on some, heavy drugs up here. He speaks Angle, not English. He really does. And he has this thing about McDonald's and time. Okay, I have a story I wrote a long time ago about
McDonald's and time.
Yeah, just about McDonald's and time in the year of our galactic Toyota was just like totally made me think about my fucking friend and is like, I can't even tell you because all of this stuff fits so well. It all fits perfectly into my model. Okay, I'm like, yeah, galactic, oh yeah, Toyota, yeah, McDonald's. Everyone's like, oh, the Garden of Eden. There's no, there was a McDonald's. Okay.
There was golden arches before there were golden arches.
And there's gonna be one in heaven too. Deal with it.
That's right. Flapjack burgers everywhere.
Fucking A, Big Macs. I'm loving it.
Big Macs. That's right.
Come on. On a side note, though, has anyone seen the movie The Founders? Is that what it's called? The McDonald's movie?
No.
There's a
No,
movie
I
about
don't
the
think
founding of McDonald's. I think it's called The Founders or something. Or
I don't think I saw that, but I remember seeing what is that, Super Size Me thing? that
okay,
came
that's a
out a while
documentary.
ago.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Founders is about the founding of McDonald's and how smart it was, how he bought up all the land and blah blah blah. But I'll tell you what they don't tell you when you watch the movie. They do a really good job of the undertone about those brothers. You know, the brothers. I'm not trying to do devil horns, okay? That's not a 666 either. Get it straight, okay?
It's 333.
It's not like this either, okay? That's not the way with your pinky, okay? Besides, we're inventing, I'm just gonna do it one more time. You do the exposed hand, okay? Slap the third eye, okay? These people in their hand signs, we gotta start making our own. We're just like, do ya? Did you know? Are ya? On a side note, though, I did assist a friend I went and supported him in the court of law. Okay, I sat in the seat behind him, tiny little room. And I did Trump hands. I did Trump hands the whole time.
You did Trumpins?
Trump hands.
Oh,
Right.
Trump hands. Okay.
I don't know. It's the sign of the vagina or whatever they say it is. I don't pay attention to it. But I sat there the whole time in the courtroom with their fucking doing their hand sign right back at them or whatever. Maybe it's just anyways, it worked.
Well, what was that the triangle thing or something like that, right?
Yeah, well, you put your hands, all your fingertips together, and you invert it and put it down. So your thumbs up, pointing up, your thumbs pointing up to you, and your fingers are pointing down, and you talk like that, right? Mm-hmm.
Trump does that, especially when he's sitting down.
Can someone look into Bulgaria for me? I just want to know what's happening over there. Why do they need people so bad? Right? I'm stuck. It's late at night and I'm stuck on Bulgaria suddenly.
That it doesn't make sense to sit there and say we have overpopulation, so we need clones. But then we have too many people that we need to clone animals too to feed the clones. So it's like that doesn't make sense. We're overpopulated, but we're gonna make more. None of that makes sense.
That's all bullshit, really.
Of course, yeah. The narrative just it never adds up. That they spew it out, through mainstream media, right? And unfortunately, you got plenty of sheep who think it's the best grass on that side of the fence, I guess.
Yeah.
So I was getting caught up on the chat. They're chatting up a storm in there.
Who? What's going on?
I can't. It's stuck for me. I think it's stuck on. It says no. Will you try restream Phil? That's what it says.
Oh, you know what? Who was talking? Was that on here? I think someone was talking about concrete or cement. Being older, right? Than what it is, or something like that. And again, everything that we have done, I want to say in the past couple decades or century, more so recent, it's all reverse engineered from what was already here, and we suck at it. That's the best way I can put it. I've said it time and time again.
Or do we?
I mean,
okay, because seriously, these aviaries.
But look at all the old world buildings that are just freaking phenomenal and beautiful, and the narratives of those buildings is
Architecture
bullshit.
beyond measure.
There's no
yeah.
way in heck that they
Architect's
built
so
those
fine,
things.
it might have been made by the master architect himself.
Well, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess he
Oh,
is the master architect. He could just go poof, and there it is. I mean, if
exactly.
you really wanted
Whoa.
to.
Whoa.
I mean, I guess if you really wanted to, but the narrative that we're told of how it was built in such a manner in such a time, no, you're full of crap. Sorry, not going to happen. It's impossible. You can't have this amount of people with only this span of time and say, we built this gigantic, massive structure with 316 million bricks in 9 months. Really? With the whole with your population like that? Okay, that makes sense.
Once the foundation's laid for these buildings,
and you had horses and carts, and you're working in mud. Yeah.
Right. Now the bricks, yeah, they can be laid kind of relatively fast, so to speak. But all the grand architecture and everything, that takes time. You know, it takes time to make that crap. Hell, we can't even do that today. I would love to see how long it would take a freaking construction crew to.
well,
even make
actually,
one of those
how many tall buildings in your cities have the big sheets up on them at different times when they were like, oh, we just got to fix, oh, there's a problem with the water barrier, it's molding inside the building or whatever, right? Like, no, they put these gigantic, they put those tarps around those buildings because you know what? Nobody's refacing that building. Somebody's refacing that building in another space and time, and whoop, there it is. Right? These masons know they can just cover it up. They build buildings around here all the time. These tall buildings are going up, and there's a lot of people there when the foundation's going in. After that, there's no one on site until the tradespeople are in to put the walls again, because it is 3D printed. Okay, it's really, really shitty 3D printing concrete. Okay, but they are 3D printing these buildings already right in front of us, right? So, you know, it's like, and I'm sure I'm repeating myself from other streams, but it's like the idea that birds, the pigeons, the aviaries on top of all the castles, and they'd get their birds and they'd put the little note in their foot and they'd fly through the bombs and everything to the next. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Okay?
They had that little letter. They had the little letter, attached to their leg, right? And they're just
these fucking pigeons, right? Like, no. It was called the internet, okay, that's existed since everything else existed, because there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, I can completely believe that, because again, that goes back to, I fully believe that everything was reverse engineered, so to speak. It was already here. We just had to figure out how to turn it on. We just had to figure out how to make it work.
Anyone ever seen Stargate Universe? You guys ever seen Stargate Universe?
Stargate series? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but the Stargate Universe, the Stargate SGU. They only did one season of SGU.
That's the one I didn't get around
to. Oh my God, you gotta watch SGU. It'll make complete sense. You don't gotta. I mean, it depends. If you're a Glober, that's fine. It makes complete sense. If you're not a Glober, then just imagine it on a big, huge, infinitely flat plane. You know what I mean? Same. Right? You know? Maybe there's better underground travel. Like maybe space is below us, actually. But then again, same, sort of same. You know?
I'm going to put that down now. Stargate.
But it's so worth it. Because trust me, all the Stargate technology was such that you had to have the ancestral gene to activate it. Right? And it was just by sitting in the seat or putting your hand on the thing. So,
well, yeah, because it could trace or sense the DNA, like you're saying, to turn it on. It has to have that DNA connection.
Yeah. So they didn't reverse engineer anything. Well, They didn't reverse engineer it. We didn't do nothing. Okay, well, it depends on who you are. I haven't, but I'm going on my gut here. I'm just joking. But some people, right, would be really, they'll be like, yeah, we did. We fucking figured out how to work this stuff. Yeah, you figured out how to work it because you don't have the fucking DNA to make it work. Right? So with us, like I'm saying, if we'd been given the stuff, we might have been able to just like fucking touch it and then like ask it to teach us how to use it or whatever. Like, or maybe we just know. I don't know, but I'm just saying.
I know, right? It's kind of like today.
But I'm saying whatever they've hired Elon Musk to do, they could have hired me to do, and I'd have gotten it done a lot faster. Okay, and not because I think I'm so special, not because I'm thinking, but I do think I'm more special. I'm not more special than Elon Musk. Okay, we're all the same, but maybe not. Those fuckers might not be. Anyways, I'm still working some of it out.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. But I'll tell you, as maybe this is the part, like that's where I think that why I sort of was led astray, following a relatively, big misogynist, right? Like, because my empathy as a woman, not saying men don't have it, I'm just saying my empathy as a woman is way too high. Okay? It's fucking high to harm levels high, like bleeding fucking heart. And it's a good thing to have, but it also, I don't know. I think if it's kind of like the hidden Dylan Mulvaney's leading men astray, right? Like, that bleeding heart can be manipulated, And
yeah,
so
exactly. That's the double-edged sword there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just think that, for me to be 50 years old and being like, some of them might have to die. Okay. They might gotta go. Like it's growth. Okay. It's growth. Sometimes I revert back to that. I don't know. I just don't want to, I'm not going to act like I'm wishing any ill will on Elon Musk. He's probably my cousin.
Everybody's our cousins. Come on. You're my cousin. Dean's my cousin.
Hey,
we're all cousins. What's up, cuz?
Crocky. Well. Everybody's doing their thing.
Yeah, see, Carmel Opie's like, we've had a huge tarp over an old church near my work. Been 2 years now, right? That's because voila, you put a time-lapse camera under that fucking tarp, you'll find the siding on that fucking tarp changes, and under the tarp changes, and nobody did it. Not even a machine. People like, oh my God, it's God. It's actually being done by some Australian. Actually, no. Carmel Opie, is Carmel Opie in New Zealand?
Yeah.
She's the one in New Zealand. Yeah, it's being done in Zealand. Okay, in Zealand, in Holland, they're fucking refacing a fucking church right now. And in New Zealand, it's like getting a new face too, and nobody has to do it. Voila, look, it's magic. God did it. But sorry, now I'm getting it's late here. It's 2:14. I've been going for 6 hours, you guys. I'm going to get silly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're right. It does say 6 hours up there. My goodness.
But trust me, and connected through the underground tunnel system. Okay, I'm going to get into Romanovs and rebranding themselves, changing castles and pardon?
I wouldn't mind betting they're everywhere. Connect countries. Yep.
Yeah, like your land that you're on right now is already replicated somewhere. And so if you found out that you could go from, to that land and be like, is it yours? Well, all these people went around this realm being like, I built this castle. My grandpa built this. No, he built the one over there. Yeah, but this one's the same and it's got all my stuff in it. Right? You're like, no, but you got that one over there. Right? This one's mine over here. We're living here over here in mine. Like, I'm just saying that there's like, it's the opposite. You don't have to take it with you. Everyone's like, you can't take it with you. You don't have to. Okay. The fucking infinitely produced is everything you've ever owned. Your very copy of it. Maybe not infinitely, but abundantly.
That's right. Or else you will get a copyright.
It's like copyright.
I thought Dave would like that one. I'm a character. I can't help it. It's
Nouveau Zealandia. Yeah, you guys should check out Zealand and Holland. You don't. Oh, does New Zealand
That's
not know it's
interesting.
Dutch, or do you guys know that you're Dutch? Are you aware? Are you like South Africa? South Africa knows they're Dutch, but New Zealand doesn't think they're Dutch.
New Zealand doesn't think they're Dutch.
I'm like,
We
not
think
that they would think they're
bloody-
Dutch, but I'm just saying, is there any history of the Dutch in New Zealand? Is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yes, of course there is. There's history of many different cultures here. I mean,
But not, but
you
not
know,
the, but not
you know,
the.
like, sorry, you carry on? What?
I was just gonna say, not the colonization or penal colony of Holland. Like, is the story more Britain or Great Britain or something like that?
Yeah, more Britain, more English. The English were the ones that were fighting in the Maori Wars, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just my ear is smart, okay? And my ear is like.
I mean, the thing is, there's a lot. There's a like Dunedin. That's very Scottish, right? And then you can go to there's a place like Morrisville, which is Norwegian. You know.
Yeah.
There's definitely different settlements of different cultures that have come here.
Interesting.
Mm.
So you guys are like the little lesser known like Pangea.
Yeah, that little one out there on the fringe, you know.
On the fringe.
On the fringe.
Jacinda.
Well, you know, like it's what are we today? Wednesday. Well, yeah, Wednesday, are we?
Tuesday.
Stuff?
I think it's Tuesday. Should be Tuesday, right?
You guys might be. Oh, yeah, no, we are. Yeah, that's right. There you are. We are.
Was it Tuesday night over there for you guys?
The 9th of May. Yeah. I wouldn't have, as I say, I wouldn't have a bloody clue what time was or dates. I don't give a bloody stuff about it, really.
Right. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you in New Zealand also, Dean?
Yes. I'm in the.
Oh, okay.
I'm in what they call the Wairarapa region, which is north of Wellington, our capital city. But I believe Carmel is in Auckland, and Auckland is like our biggest city. Maybe it's got the most population as far as people goes. The North Island has got the greater population, although the South Island is bigger in mass. There's 2 islands, and you have to use a ferry to go from one island to the other. And I wouldn't trust the bloody ferry at the moment. I wouldn't take myself or the car anywhere near the bugger. It keeps on breaking down. But, yeah, that's something I think our New Zealand government could step in and do something about. But, you know,
now, is that due to farming and stuff like that on the southern bigger piece of land?
Yeah, there's a lot of farming down there. And, of course, there's a lot of rich people own land down there, you know. Shania Twain, whatever her name is. She's got a huge block. What was that lady that just died? Celine Dion, is it?
Did Celine Dion die?
No.
Yeah. Yeah,
really?
Maureen said she has. Yeah.
She died of cancer.
She died of cancer. Maureen just said so. Yeah.
The other day, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Well, she looked like fucking death.
Yeah, she
did.
Yeah.
With pale skin. Certainly like Marie.
She hasn't been looking good lately.
Yeah, but she's got a huge property here in New Zealand.
Down south.
Down south, yeah. these people come out. You know what happened
Nope.
when the when the world went silly.
She's not dead,
You
though.
wouldn't-
She's been
Okay,
diagnosed
well,
with rare neurological disorder and reschedules her tour April 13th this year, unless she died since then. Let's see.
I'm not seeing it online anywhere that she passed.
Oh, wait. 3 days ago, Tech
yeah.
Art. Celine Dion just died suddenly in the hospital after a tragic car or plane accident. Here's what you need to know. It might be clickbait.
Told ya.
Might be clickbait.
See,
Take a look
seeing
at the viral claim and find out what the facts really are.
I'm seeing her husband's death. I'm seeing a lot of husband's death, but not.
Well, I don't know. This one's showing. Let's see. Weird. It's probably one of those things where they're going to CGI her then, because I see it. Search Celine Dion death, and it comes up as tech news or something. And then it's like what you really need to know. Anyway, sorry, I got fixated on that.
Oh, yeah, good on you. That's good. Good. We need to clear that up. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, anyway, there's, as I say, when the madness hit the world, one of many. But anyway, yeah, a lot of rich folk turned up here. You know, there were super yachts coming into our harbours, and because they were what we call self-quarantining themselves for 14 days on their own boat in our waters. It was all a bloody shit show. To me, it was a laugh. But yeah, apparently Christchurch Airport, the private jets were cramming up space. They'd already overflowed the private jet park, right? So it's kind of an area where people think they like to escape, I think. Yeah.
This was at the airport?
Yeah, Christchurch Airport was bloody crammed with private jets all coming to New Zealand, get away from the madness.
Mm.
Not that they got away from it much, I don't reckon.
Are you Mandela affected about your own location on the map?
I believe we're not where they say we are. It's interesting. I found a little article when I was digging into a bit of New Zealand's early history, as far as the so-called ships that came here, Captain Cook, Captain D'Urville, that was Dutch, of course, and there's several others, but there was a mention where New Zealand was really close to America, like I'll have to dig it up. I've got it somewhere, but it's Phil might write it into chat if he's got it handy. But it just showed. It was just like a short caption that was just caught my eye, and I thought, that's sort of saying that New Zealand is rather close to America, not right across this great Pacific like they show it, you know. Like, and here's another thing, you know. About 3 years ago now, I knew this guy in California, and we were doing like I was in New Zealand. We had another guy in Australia. We had another guy, him in California. Another guy not far away, another state. A guy in Germany, a guy in England, and we were all looking at the sun and just watching how and when it rose in each country, right?
Yeah.
And my friend, was in California. He is looking at the sun going down, right? He's taking, this is live. We're on Messenger, Facebook Messenger, live, doing a bloody like a video call. And he was looking at the sun, and I was looking at the sun coming up in New Zealand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, it can't be bloody, right across the Pacific like they say it is, right?
Unless they're different.
Yeah.
Unless they're different suns.
Unless they're different suns, right?
Yeah.
Unless they're different suns.
Yep.
But like as I say to a lot of people, I'm in the so-called southern hemisphere, and he was in the northern hemisphere, and he used to look at the sun rising and setting in his rising in his southeastern sky and setting in his southwestern sky, right? Whereas I see the sun rising in my northeastern sky and setting in my northwestern sky.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the sun that way on an angle, and he's looking at the sun that way on an angle.
Yeah.
And so it's not 93 bloody million light years away, because if it was, we'd be both looking straight up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question, Dean, is what about the moon phases? Like, when I was in Michigan, okay, that's the northern part of the U.S., you would have, like, I would call the banana, right? It would go left to right, like a banana. Yeah. Now, the ironic thing is, down here in Florida, pardon me, down here in Florida, you get the Chester cat smile with the banana. So that's really intriguing, just with the moon being that way. I was wondering what the moon looks like from your perspective. Like, do you just get the waxing banana, the left and right, or what type of different angles, or what do you see?
It's an interesting way how you're putting that, because at certain times and in different months, the moon will rise in that first quarter, second quarter, going through third quarter, fourth quarter until it's full, right? And you'll get like your little banana, right? And sometimes that little banana might be tipped forward at the top, so that it's tipped over like that.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Does it like go? I want to word it like, does it look like it'll angle more like the northwest, northeast for you? Because that would make sense, because in Florida we see the bottom part, like the Chester cat smile, like we would see like the southwest, southeast side, right? So for you're seeing the top.
Yes.
See, I was wondering that. I was wondering.
Very clever there, Joe. Very clever. Yeah.
That's intriguing.
It is, yeah.
And again, what
So,
makes that
so,
more
so, so when,
what makes
excuse
that
me.
more intriguing, really quick, what makes that more intriguing, right, is technically in Michigan, you're closer to the North Pole, you know, Mount Meru, so to speak, as it
Yes.
were. Now, the thing is, in Michigan, when you look at the night sky, you could see a lot more of it, meaning you can actually see the Milky Way. You could see a lot more stars, but they're higher in the sky. Down here in Florida, everything's actually closer, but you see a little less of it. Like you can almost pick the clouds right out of the sky. They're so close. And at the nighttime, you can see the Big Dipper like it's closer, right? But it's like expanded where it's like, and like in Michigan, it would be a little, you know, narrow because you could see more. But down here in Florida, it'd like expand to where you could see it bigger, but you can see less. It's really, really weird.
Well, what I was going to say is that yes, you know, the same sort of thing with us. We seem to see the sky a lot closer, I feel. Especially more so than you do, say, in the northern territory of Australia. I was up there. That's pretty close to the equator.
Yeah.
And the sky seems really quite sort of, to me, quite high compared to where I've been living all my life, like here in New Zealand, right? And another thing I wanted to talk about with the moon, and over here, when we talk about the moon and we see it like tipped over at the top, more that happens. I would say when the sun, when we are getting more, when we're in our summer solstice, right? But in the winter solstice, it tends to be more sideways, or even can be cupped downways. And when it's cupped downways, usually we get a lot of rain. We get a lot of rain, right?
Interesting. Okay.
And my parents, and not only my parents, but Maureen's parents do, because she often talks about it. You know, I'll go, oh, look, the bloody moon's got a bit of a bloody, you know, cup in it. We're going to get some rain. And she'd say, yeah, Mum would say the same thing if she saw it too, you know. So there's certain, I don't know, with there's certain parts of it, aspects to that moon that show weather patterns that we don't maybe claim to know about as much, you know, anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, like you're pointing out, you know, I think that's one of the possible many reasons why back in the day they studied the, you know, astronomy so much, is because the moon is a factor just as much as the stars and everything like that. Because like you're pointing out, you could go, okay, well, if the moon's like this, we're going to have a rainy season. If the moon's over here, forget it. It's a drought. Don't even worry about planting any seeds. It's going to be a wash.
Yeah.
So, you know, but being able to learn that clock, you know, those, you know, that system and structure, yeah, that could be so very beneficial for that.
Well, I mean, Maureen and I both kind of living off the land type sort of thing, you know. what you'd probably call a prepper. I don't know, you know. We've only been here 6 months, but we're starting to plant fruit trees. We've got walnut trees to plant, blueberries to plant.
Feijoas.
Whenever I can, I'm just getting trees and plants, you know. And anything that'll be a return in the future, because we don't know what's going to happen. Who knows, you know?
Yeah,
we don't know.
You know the old saying, prepare for the worst but hope for the best. That's what I say anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're better off just preparing for the worst, but you can always hope for the best outcome. That's for certain. You know, that's something here in the States. When it comes to, you know, homesteading or anything like that, it's not really a high priority here in the States at all. It really isn't, and it's kind of sad actually. You know, when I was even in public schools, whatever, you know, we had shop class, you know, stuff like that. But from what I understand, they've pretty much taken it all away. There is no shop class. There is no botany class. You know, it's pretty much kind of gym, reading, writing, math, and, you know, history, and that's really about it. I mean, they literally don't teach you anything else, and it's like, this is not good, because if, you know, shit hits the fan, no one out here is going to have a damn clue what to do. It's like, you know, I mean, luckily, I want to say in northern Michigan, you know, it was all country, woods, you know, so you had all your hunters up there, you know, they'll be okay. You know, down here in Florida, you got a lot of fishermen, you know, so I want to say for the most part, it'll be okay. But
those people too are very generous, usually sort of people anyway, you know. And if I believe that a lot of people, if that situation happens, will gravitate to those places, you know, out of necessity. You know, anybody that's not keeping up with things, they'll be just running amok with the rest of them, you know. And the ones that got their head screwed on, they'll be looking for the bloody doorway and heading out where they know they're going to find a bit of bloody, you know, at least some sort of a living, you know.
That's another thing that I think they have. When I say they, obviously, you know, the mainstream media and all the upper echelons, that's something that I feel they have definitely been programming, you know, the, you know, civilization, so to speak, through the, you know, Mockingjay TVs, is, you know, movies like Hunger Games and stuff like that, you know, to kind of prepare for, you know, division and, you know, stuff like that. And like you're pointing out, I don't necessarily completely see it going all that way.
I don't either, but I mean, I would hope.
Yeah, you would basically hope that there'd be some civility, right?
I would say this, Joe. There would be places in this country that if something like that happened, I would steer clear off, right? You know, we're not city upon city upon city in a mass of sprawling cities. We're a city and then a whole bunch of country, and then another city, and then another bunch of country, and then another city, and we haven't got freeways that go for thousands of bloody miles. You know, they'd be lucky if they go a bloody 100. It's that even. Exactly, love. And so most of the time you're driving through bush in this country. If you're traveling from Auckland to where I live in the Wairarapa, you would spend as much time in country road and bush country, more so than any town or country or city, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely like the country better, and not because people like their elbow room, right? you know, what was that saying? If you can pee off the porch and your neighbor can see you, that's a problem. But
I mean, yeah.
I
but
love
in
my
all
apartment.
reality, but yeah, in all reality, yeah, I love the country. I love being out there in the open, because you really become, that one with nature part, and you can really, just get that essence and really familiarity with the woods and the grounds around you. I just like being out there, being one with nature, as it were.
I guess, home is where the heart is always, isn't it?
Yeah, true. Which also makes you wonder, right? That's probably exactly the way we were back then. We didn't have all these superstructures possibly, and just full of massive city highways and so on and so forth. We probably were a little more simplicity, I guess, back then. We didn't need all the toys, so to speak. We just enjoyed the earth for what it was.
Well, I was born in 1954. We had no power in our house. We had candles and lanterns, kerosene lanterns. We had a kerosene fridge, and we had a coal range oven, and Dad milked.
And that heated the water.
Yeah, and that heated the water. Yeah, and Dad milked at that stage when he first bought the farm, before I was born. He was milking about 13 cows by hand, and then he moved up. He started getting more cows as we came along, and he was able to sell enough cream because he was using Jersey stock, and Jersey are known for producing cream, which is good butter fat. And so he was went up in the field pretty quick, and was able to hook up with power from the main grid and build a herringbone cow shed, which was 17 a side, and you could put 17 cups on 17 cows one side. When they're finished, you got the other side loaded up. It doesn't take long to flick out 100 cows, and yeah, so we were moving up when we got power onto the cow shed, Dad hooked the bloody line up from the cow shed up to the house, and bought Mum an electric stove. and yeah, so that was Mum was delighted. So she could. We had lights in the house that came on. So when Dad started the bloody cow shed up, on would come the bloody lights, and Mum would start cooking. Those were old days. We had a phone on the bloody wall. Our number was 203S. S was short, long, short, you know. Yeah, those were the days.
Oh man, yeah, that's something that
Loved
I
it.
want to say.
I loved it.
JJ's got some kind of experience in that because her parents, you know, they went from, you know, southern Michigan and bought the property in northern Michigan, but it was just a shack. You know what I mean? You know, like you're talking about, it was literally just a hunting shack. That was it. There was nothing special about it. But you know, they added on, you know, and built a you know, a house, literally, you know, from the ground up, you know, 5-bedroom, two-story, nice, but yeah, that was obviously a lot of work because there was no toilets, there was no nothing. You went outside, and it was cold, and oh my goodness.
For sure. I mean, the house I grew up in, my dad used to say, if it wasn't for the borer holding hands, the bloody place would have collapsed or blown over with the wind. But you know, there were cracks in the siding. What was it called? Fiberlight siding that we had on the house, which was like had cracks behind it, and it only had black paper behind that, and then you had a bloody corkboard type of inner wall onto studs, and I'll tell you, that was pretty bloody thin. Yeah, it was cold. You grew up in the cold.
You got
Yeah.
used to it and put extra sleeves on.
Yeah, that's one thing that me and JJ have different. I grew up in Florida where it was hot, and she grew up in Michigan where it was cold. So the whole time I was in Michigan, I was always like, man, I need to get back to Florida. I need to get back to the heat. I've always had that thin blood.
Yeah. Yep. When I lived in the Northern Territory, it's like close to the bloody equator, of course, and it's bloody hot up there. The humidity, runs between 90 and 100 plus, and they have a wet season and a dry season. And when it's a wet season, you welcome the rain, but then you hate the humidity afterwards, But yeah, I liked it up there. The heat, I like the heat. I'm kind of partial to heat.
Yeah. So is it actually? So is it colder where you are now than? Because New Zealand is on the southeast of Australia, right?
Yes, basically. I mean, we're slightly lower. Our southern island is lower than the continent of Australia. But Tasmania sort of sticks off the end of that, and that probably comes down to about centre of New Zealand. But yeah, we get it. It's cool.
We're just under some ranges, so we live to be 70.
Sometimes we get snow up on the hill. You know, it comes down to about 300 meters.
If not lower.
Sometimes a bit lower, yeah. But we're about I'd say about 280 feet above sea level at the moment.
Good.
Which is a lot higher than where we were before. We were about 70, 80 feet. And I just thought to myself, yeah, I just want to be in the hills.
Don't we all?
Go live on a little hill.
Just send me to the hills.
And we do.
Oh my goodness. So you're saying that going back to the moon real quick, you were saying that
Yes.
when you were closer to the equator, it was further away?
It was higher. It seemed higher up. Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's interesting because Florida on the northern hemisphere is closer to the equator, and it's closer, as opposed to Michigan, it seemed further away. So it's almost like it would be further away, closer, but then it goes back to further away on your side, on the southern hemisphere, but on the north end.
Yep. Yes.
So that is odd to be, Florida's close to the equator and it's close, but you're close to the equator, but it's further.
No. We're further away from the equator than like where I was in, say, Australia. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, I mean, when the bloody thing went down at night, it got big, the moon. Especially if it went down on the water because over in Australia they have fires, and
yeah,
every tourist, just about every bloody beach is just packed with tourists, all taking pictures of the bloody sunset, and of the sun or the moon or whatever, man, Darwin's just packed with tourists. I never seen so many. Actually, I never seen so many people in all my life. The first time I went to Australia, to be honest, actually, the most, I mean, we at the time when I went to Australia the first time, we had about 3 million people. And I landed in bloody Melbourne, and I got out of this bloody little shuttle, and I walked into this, reception area, and I thought, shit. Because I got out of the shuttle, and I still had jeans on. And I thought, shit, the bloody heat. And I went into the bloody toilets, and I changed my clothes and put some real light clothing on. And I'm just going to have a spot. Excuse me a moment. I'll just have to hold this. Thank you. And then I walked down to the bloody street, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I looked down one way, and all I could see was people. I felt like Crocodile Dundee, You ever seen that movie where Crocodile Dundee walks down the street?
Dundee.
And he says, g'day. Yeah. And he says, g'day, mate, g'day. G'day.
G'day, mate. G'day, mate. Yeah, Crocodile Dundee. I'll tell you that guy.
You call that a knife?
Yeah.
It's a knife.
Well, anyway, I just looked down the street. I thought, God, that's got to be more than the whole population in New Zealand in one bloody street. I couldn't believe it. And I walked down as far as that block went. I turned the corner and I looked exactly the bloody same. And I said, "You're bloody kidding me." I couldn't believe it. That many people. I'd never seen so many people in all my life. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's gotta be. Oh my god.
Yeah, you wonder.
I
Hey,
tell you,
wonder how
the one thing. I mean, I do love Florida, but I tell you, the tourism that comes down here, you feel it. I mean, you see so many state plates that you almost want to shoo them away like flies. You're like, go back to your home and leave us Floridians to our humble peace.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I love Americans. Don't shit talk Americans on my. Oh, it's not my channel. I'm like, wait a minute. Don't be shit talking no
on,
neighbor
Bex.
American on my fucking channel. Okay? Oh, it's not my channel. What, you don't like the New Yorkers? Who don't you like? Who you gonna pick on today? Okay? What, I don't know any other. I'm like, I don't even know any other states close to you. I know there's an Eastern. Yeah. I don't even know what bordered Florida. Okay? I'm from the West Coast. You're
Right.
basically like Newfoundland to me. You're basically Newfoundland to me, okay?
There's some beautiful places in New Zealand, you know. There's some. It's a very scenic place. A lot of tourists come over here just for the scenery alone, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
So is
Sweden
it
a lot like
really so is it like really hilly? Like mountainous?
Yep. A lot of hills. You go up and down all the time. You're going over ranges. You're going between sort of what you Americans we'd have a very small scale of what you would call a canyon. Yeah, you know.
Okay.
So we'd be the micro to what a canyon would be to you. Yeah.
To be like the Grand
Well,
Canyon.
I think
that we have.
a canyon can be any size canyon. They just happen to have the Grand Canyon.
The Grand, we
I
got
wasn't
the
actually
big one.
thinking of the Grand Canyon. I was actually thinking more like up around British Columbia and that, where they have those sort of canyons that I think there's one that actually runs right through from America and goes into British Columbia. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yours are smaller than that even.
Yeah, way smaller. Yeah.
So it's more of a height of mountain thing too, right? So you have mountains, but they're not crazy tall.
Oh yeah, we got some there up there, and I used to work for the forestry, and I got stationed at a place in the Heafy Track. We were working at 1,800 feet above sea level, and the highest point of that went up to 22 on that hill. Yeah.
Nice.
I was gonna say when I wake up and I go outside and I look across the strait at the motherland, at my motherland, okay, there are gigantic mountains. Okay, no picture can do them justice. Like the mountains, the Olympic range over there is fucking amazing. And I come from BC's like. I can walk up to the most beautiful place surrounded by these tourists, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Like this whole province looks like that, right? Like what a fucking dump. Move it along. But those mountains across the way, across the ocean, they're so tall. And they some days they look so close, some days they look so far away. But on the days when they're close, I try to get a picture. The pictures can't do it justice. You can't even see the camera doesn't catch it, They're huge. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're snow covered year round.
Wow. Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't been
That's epic,
out
yeah.
west of the Mississippi myself, but I have heard the Rocky Mountains are just something to see out there.
Well, yeah, and this is, I would say, the Olympics. It's all the Cascades, I think. Like, it's all part of the same
Yeah.
mountain range. But what I see from over here across the ocean, and maybe it's because I'm at sea level when I look at them, whereas where I'm in, even in the Okanagan Valley or where you're driving, you're above sea level. Like, I'm like 20 feet above sea level here, you know?
Oh,
Okay,
wow,
maybe 50.
That's not very
Right.
far.
Well, I'm right. The ocean's right there. Like, I walk out. Yeah, I'm not on the ocean, but I'm like half a
Right,
block from a
but-
marina.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
And I'm in a sheltered, like, we're in the harbor of Victoria, right? So it's like, I call it the hidden landlocked Hawaii, or the hidden Hawaii of Canada, landlocked Hawaii of Canada. Although I guess technically I think I am on an island because bridges come here.
I'm pretty sure you are, aren't you?
Well, no, but I mean, the little spot that I'm on off of the main island, like it's attached to the city, but when I think about it, only bridges come over here. So no one calls Esquimalt an island. Actually, no, it probably does. The gorge, anyways, doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah, but it's nice here, like, because of the way the harbor protects where I'm at. Any other place in this city is like, this is part of the cheapest, closest to the ocean you can live. And it's the warmest, right? Because actually, like, I don't know if people at least here on the Pacific, it's cold on the ocean, right? Like, even in the summertime, you don't have sand at your beach. You have to go to the beaches where they shipped in the sand, right? The ocean is really cold here. And it's only warm if they falsely fill it in with some sand to make it shallow. So it gets warm from the sun. But it's beautiful. It's nice. And it's way warmer than people just around the corner that don't have the same sort of protection from the harbor. But it's beautiful climate.
Yeah, that's one thing. Again, being here in Florida, it's the tropics, right? So the water temperature is generally warm, I want to say. And when we went to Michigan and the Great Lakes up there, it's probably more like what you're talking about, where it was always flipping cold. I try to put my foot in there. I was like, oh my God, how the hell are you people swimming in this? You guys are out of your damn mind. And then they're out there talking about, what's it called? Polar bear freaking ice freaking swimming. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are freaking insane. No way in hell am I jumping in there or swimming in that. It's so freaking cold. And even down here, it'll actually get cold a couple months of the year where I won't even go in it here. It literally has to be around, I want to say 78 degrees and warmer. Then I got no problem going in. If it's below 75, 70, nope, not happening.
Is the ocean warm where you swim in New Zealand? Like, can you go to the ocean anywhere around New Zealand and trust that it's pretty fucking warm?
Not at the moment.
No?
I mean, the hardier people probably still go out and dive. I know there's lots of guys go out with their wetsuits on, and surf at this time of the year. But yeah, it's wetsuit time of the year, really.
How warm does it get? Do you know about the warmest the water temperature does get?
Yeah, probably not 23. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I suppose it gets up 23 sometimes. Yeah. Yeah.
How about
in the
23
summertime,
Celsius?
Yeah, Celsius. Yeah.
Yeah. JJ's like, we don't do Celsius. And
Oh.
my better half just woke up a little bit ago, so she's getting some morning things going.
The lazy way of doing it is to double it and add 20, but it only works in a certain range. So it works in it works in the 70s. But yeah, 25 degrees is around 70, I think.
73.4.
Yeah.
According to Google.
Yeah.
So that even 73, that's still too cold. I just burr. Might as well put some ice, icicles on my feet. But 78's doable. It ain't too bad.
I used to be able to swim in the bloody cold in the wintertime. Didn't worry me at all. But yeah, I seem to have grown out of that.
The Montessori school or the Waldorf, one teaches of 8 senses and the other one teaches like 32 senses or something. But the 8 senses, I might not remember all 3, but the 3 extra senses are, one is a sense of weight and weightlessness. Whether it's in your hands, right? The sense of weight of something, being able to determine it's not just touch, it's a sense of weight and weightlessness of yourself and the things around you. Another is body temperature control, right? Like children do it inherently. They just go into the water and adjust their body temperature. They don't have preconceived notions of what temperature it should be to be comfortable or whatever. And maybe it's just, maybe we do just get cozy as we get older. I'm trying to remember what the other one is. I always forget the other one. But that's, that you can get yourself, we could relearn how to enter a cold ocean without being so trepidatious.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm if it came to it, like something drastic was happening, where a child fell in the water, I wouldn't even think about it. Wouldn't even think about the temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole mind over matter thing. You shut that switch off, right? And then you just go into flight or fight mode and you just do what you got to do. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so exactly what Bex was saying is that it's the state of mind, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. There really is a lot to it. And yeah, it's like, willpower can take you quite a ways. It really can.
Yeah, I think, because I've done a little bit of mountain climbing, as they say, and, I had this friend of mine, he challenged me, he says, oh, we're going to go up that hill there. And we got ropes and all that. And I said, oh, yeah. Anyway, the challenge came to the day. We headed up there, and I got to this point there. I looked back and I thought, whew, we are up, man. We are up. Whew. And I thought to myself, if it wasn't for my bloody willpower now, I don't think, I knew then it was time to kick that willpower into top gear, Yeah.
I need willpower to clean my house.
You got that right.
I need fucking willpower to clean my house, but just gets old. It just gets old. All I mean is, just that whole, anyways, doesn't matter. we weren't, I know that one thing. We weren't designed to take care of, like, I love my apartment and I love living alone, but we weren't designed to fucking every day wash your own fucking frying pan. You know what I mean? Like, fuck.
Oh, good God.
And I'm not
No.
even talking from a depressed point. I'm not even like, I hate washing. I'm depressed. I want to wash my pan. No,
Be right back.
I don't have a problem with that. Although I do have a problem with that. But, I'm just saying, it's like, it just gets old.
Yeah. It's it all depends on what you've had in the frying pan too. Sometimes
True.
you can use the same oil or
Exactly.
the
If
same
you
fat.
eat
or
often
whatever
enough,
again.
you can keep that frying pan safe. You never have to wash it.
Exactly. Mm.
Well, this has been fun. Not that I'm leaving quite yet, but I'm sure we're getting close to that half-hour mark. I'm like, I got Romo. That's what I say every Friday at work when London goes live and I'm still at work for 3 hours. I'm telling my friends I got Romo. Motherfuckers, why I got to be working right now? That's reality of missing out. The chat already saw it, but instead of fear of missing out.
I panicked there for a minute. I was down to 5%. I had to plug it in.
Yeah, my phone.
Oh yeah, I forget.
on
Most
there
people
now.
do use their
Emily?
phones for streaming.
Yep.
We got me and JJ. We got desktops hooked up to our TVs
Nice.
through the USBs.
Full screen, eh? Ooh.
Oh yeah.
That's nice. You guys are thumbnail size.
Oh,
because I have
jeez.
the chat. I have the chat going at the bottom on the bottom half of the screen, and then I've got live stream. Probably not at its full capacity. I could probably figure out how to make that go on the out there. That worked. Anyways, I'm just saying. But still, you're small.
Yeah, no.
I'm so teeny.
That's the way I see it. Pretty small, but it's all good.
Yeah.
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 It reminds me of when I was a little kid and I thought how sad it was that some little man had to sit inside the lights and change the lights all day long at the stoplights and stuff. Like,
oh,
I was a little kid. I just thought there was someone in there. I don't know why.
Oh my goodness!
Hiding.
You thought there was someone in the. You thought there was a homunculus in there.
Well, somewhere I just thought, fuck, yeah, it sucks to be that small and have to change the light all the time. You know?
Oh, shit. Arrow.
I was sad for them.
Oh
but I don't know. I'm weird. I remember walking around the world one time and seeing I noticed all these staples in the I noticed staples in the freaking, what am I trying to say? In the telephone poles, and I was sad for those used. The staples, a little piece of metal only got used once. Now it's stuck there forever. And then it got me thinking about, well, I'd rather be a staple stuck in a telephone pole than a dime, right? On behalf of all metallic elements, it screamed in my head at that moment. Don't be sad for the staple, be sad for the dime, right? Fucking trying to equate one man's blood, sweat, and tears to another. Like, fuck, imagine the karma that fucking coin. What did that coin do? What did the metal do to have to be a coin is my question. Okay. It's way to 3:15 in the morning. Phil's trying to close in. Oh, is
he trying to come in?
No, I don't know. I don't know if someone's trying to come in, but yeah. So yeah. So now, if you look at your coin and then you look at your whatever, any piece of random metal that might have great function or only temporary function. Just remember, anyways, I'd rather be nail clippers than a dime. Okay. You want to talk about slave labor in the world? What are we doing to that metal? Okay, what are we doing to the metal? You know?
Look at all the paper money, right? Look at all them trees getting
Yeah,
cut
what did
down
that
for
tree do? What did that tree do to you? Right? It's gotta fucking become a fucking debtor's note. You know?
An enslaved note. Look at
Yeah.
that. Oh my
Like,
God.
liberate the resources, okay? Fuck liberating the humans. We got to liberate the resources from their entrapment, their uselessness, right? And when we do that, we'll liberate the accountants and the bankers. Okay, well, not the bankers, okay? We're never going to liberate the bankers, you know? And
Screw
bankers,
the tax
man.
collectors.
Eliminate
You
them
know.
altogether.
Mm.
Oh
But-
my God. That
Yes.
right there. That's why I like late nights, if you want to call it that. You know,
The silly conversations.
You get the slapstick with the research, and you get a mix of everything. That's why I like it.
I appreciate that because you're just some stone girl with no job walking around being like that. I'm just gonna say it. They're overrated. We're all like, oh, I've never worked it. I love my job. It's fucking overrated. Your job is overrated. Okay. But yeah, I was just sad for the Staples, man. I teared up for the Staples, but the dime was like, don't you dare cry for that staple, man. You fucking cry for me. I feel worse for all new coins when they get retired to the well. Now poisoning instead of purifying the water. So smart. No. Yes, no. No, yes. Yes, no.
And you no, yes, no, yes, yes, no. Dang it, which one is it? And you
What
know,
if,
they still do that. You know, they still do that. You know, but I still see it happen in some certain places. You know, they're flicking coins into the, you know, little ponds or wells or whatever. I'm like, what are you doing? You know? Matter of fact, I actually one time I remember someone going, these coins are worthless anyway at this day and age. It's just awesome.
Yeah. Well, that's just about true.
Oh yeah, the value of any currency is just terrible. I don't even know what the currency difference is, you know, between the American dollar and I might actually have to look into that.
Nobody's got it worse than Nigeria right now.
Jeez. Oh,
Nobody.
Yeah.
They got no currency. The bank fucking shut it down. They went digital, the whole country. And according to my friend who usually has her facts right, I don't want to be a doomsday prophet, but it's supposed to be rolling out in America July 28th.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. No. You're not mishearing. How do I want to do this? There are rumors definitely being spread throughout, but it is not mainstream narrative. Like they'll put out like little feelers, you know what I mean, just to throw it out there, but then they'll switch subject real quick, like they always do. And I have said it so many times that a lot of people don't understand. You need a material object in order to have value. It has to be something in your hand, whether it's a paper money, a coin, or something, because anything digital numbers have zero value. You want to know
But that's
why?
what I'm going to say.
Because you can hack into any bank account and go, here's $1 million to you, here's $1 million to you, here's you can. That's all I'm getting at. Is digital currency has
that's my point.
value.
We all saw Fight Club. Okay, and he wanted to wipe out the credit card debt. He was so depressed he'd split his mind, right? Anyways, that being said, in Rebecca's economic theory, okay, when the world's, because I studied economics, right? That's my bachelor's and master's degree, and my teachers were always like, oh, how can she do so well but still not get it, right? I'm like, no, I do get it, because I'm going to tell you, if we went digital in this world, we can have a world with no money, okay? We already know we can have a world with no money. Amazon exists, all of it exists. Everyone's like, how would you pay? Shh, child, for a moment, right? I know it doesn't make sense. But if we have digital currencies, right, and we were playing this economic game the way we're supposed to, if we're going to value people's blood, sweat, and tears against another, then we have a healthy competition globally every fucking day. And every day somebody goes out and makes the most fucking money. Okay, and at the end of the day, the banking system resets, so everybody has that money in their bank account. Now people are like, that doesn't, duh, Becky, duh. The price of bread would be $1 million. Fine, right? We don't care what the price is if we have a quadrillion Googles fucking of money in our bank accounts, right? So,
Yep,
so
exactly.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? So people are like, oh, but the price of the resources, no. Like in that kind of economy, trust me, when everything in this world is free, people don't hoard. You know, you don't need to have 50 cars like whatever fucking rich guy. You know what I mean? Like you can, and I'm not saying you don't have that right, but I'm just saying there's so many people in the world don't want that much stuff, right? You'll own nothing and be happy. Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
but I was saying, but that's what Klaus Schwab says. Well, yeah, we flipped their fucking, yeah, we all own nothing. We own fucking everything. We own everything.
Yeah.
Right? Sorry.
Only if that were true and that would work that way, but we all know it won't.
Well, and
they're still gonna use the digital currency just as they do the paper currency, no different. They'll still use it as enslavement. I mean, think about it. Well, I don't know about where you're at, but in America, they have been doing all sort of digital for a long time already. That's why you have direct deposits, right?
Oh yeah, we're here. We're a step ahead of you. I can email money anywhere in Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
I can email money to somebody.
Yeah, you can email it, you cash app it. Everything is kind of already become digital, so to speak, already. So the system's already in place. All they got to do is turn the damn thing on. Really, that's all they got to do is say, you know, paper money and coin no longer is worth value. You have to use all digital currency now. And once that happens, people don't realize how screwed we really are. Because now you are fully enslaved because it's all digital. And again, once it becomes digital, the banks, they can shut down. You can't get no money.
Yeah,
they can do anything.
Yeah, we saw they do that in that Miracle, Christmas movie, right? Isn't there a Christmas movie where everybody, anyways, I thought there was some Christmas movie where they shut down the banks or whatever, and then everybody gets together and sorts it out.
Well, yeah.
I don't mean, it's late here and I'm trying to, we have to wrap it up soon. I don't want to leave on a, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to judge. Okay. I'm not here to dictate what we talk about. I'm just here. I would like to, leave on an upswing. And I can't be on the upswing with the fucking bankers, man. Okay. Okay. Like it's not you, Joe. It's not you. Okay.
No.
Like, you know,
nobody can be on an upswing with the freaking banking and the corporation. You ain't lying.
Well, you can, but you got to sell your soul to the devil. Nobody told you that. They're all like, it's only in Hollywood. Only in Hollywood. Oh no. Oh
I'm
no,
sure
no,
that-
no, 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 no.
Back
I'm
says
sure that Phil
it's only a pinprick, right? You only gotta give them your blood.
I'm sure Phil is rather wrapped with how things have gone with this first stream.
He's
Guys,
rather
you know,
what?
He'd be rather wrapped, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrapped?
Yeah, you know,
Like rocked, like happy. But is it spelled
Yeah.
like WRAPPED?
yeah.
Cool. Rather
that's what
wrapped,
we-
like a Christmas present.
Yeah, you know, wrap, man.
Yeah, he'll be wrapped all right.
I'm feeling rather wrapped, and I don't even know what it means.
Yeah. You know.
Oh, he says he's okay, mate, but I think it means like you're getting tired. We're like, no, you're fucking stoked, wrapped,
Yeah, stoked.
Stoked.
Yeah,
Stoked.
come on.
yeah. And Carmel is spelling it wrapped. Oh, and we learned that no is not no, which makes sense by the crossed out. I just want to know how to do that so I can say at not no and actually get the strike through N and O. I don't even know how to get the strike through N and O. I'll figure it out. Or do you know?
It's no. I have no idea. There's a lot of different names, if you will, after the icon. I'm like, how the heck did you do that? Like, what app are you using to get these?
Oh, funky
emojis
fonts
or whatever. Yeah, the
Yeah.
funky fonts. Hey,
Funky
maybe
fonts.
that's what it's under. Maybe it's under funky fonts. Maybe we should look
Lingo
that up.
Jam strike through text generator. Lingo Jam. I like it.
Lingo Jam.
I actually didn't. I do say it as no, but I do read it with my eyes as not no, but I hadn't put any words to it. I hadn't actually. See, I'm someone who asks people how they spell their name all the time. Thank God not too many people use the GH. I just realized, you got your Sheilas with the GH or whatever. But thank goodness we don't have Sarah with the GH, right? They'd be fucking losing their mind. Sarah with an H, Sarah with no H. It's with a G. It's with a G and an H, right? But I learned over time that if I get your name wrong in my head,
Confusing, yeah.
and I spell it like, oh, hey, Sarah, I leave a note for my new roommate. Hey, Sarah, I put an H on it. I come back to her response because this is I don't know, you guys, I'm old, okay? You had to handwrite notes this is what you had to do. You had to pick up a pen. You had to write a note for someone, leave it on the fridge, and then when they came, they would respond, right? There was no communication. We didn't call each other because we lived in the same house. Just for those newcomers, younger people in the chat, right? But yeah, Sarah comes back, she responds to my message, and she puts a strike through, a slash through her H. Tell me her name is not spelt that way. And so, but she doesn't know how my brain works. For the rest of my life, I'm like, oh my God, Sarah H slash, right? That's her name, Sarah H slash, right? Like, I can't have this fucking form of classification in my mind, right? So I got to ask everybody now. And it's always with an H, right? The names are like, how do you spell that? If I have a really smart ear, I usually hear how things are spelt, for lack of a better way of putting it. But then I met Dara recently. Dara, Darragh. I was like, I'm fucked.
What the
I'm fucked. Right?
Oh my God. Oh shit. That's like
Nice.
pH fat. No, you pH
know.
fat. There's a difference.
Oh, that's good.
But I swear, if you listen hard enough, you
Oh
can
my
hear
God.
the H or not the H, even in English. People are like, because if not, I'm just a really good guesser. Or maybe I just look at how anal the person is and whether they're going to, I don't know. But I'll tell you, I've always judged the Sarah H slashes ever since. I'm like, fuck. You're going to be militant?
Those
Okay.
damn freaking silent letters just kill you. I tell you, it's like, where the hell did you get that letter from? Oh, it's in there. I don't know how. Yeah, the English language is cracked. It literally is.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful language. There's so many words we don't know. You just have to talk to someone in Arabic who's using a Google Translate.
What are you
right?
talking
And then
about?
and then they send you this stuff to you, and they're like, oh, they use these beautiful feeling words. They're just beautiful feeling words. And you're like, you got to go to Google and look up what the fucking word that you just learned from Google. You just learned, for all we know, Google just made it up. Right?
That's what I'm saying. English is so cracked that people just start making their own damn dictionaries, literally, of it, and just start making up their own damn words.
Funny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my word! Who is buffering up there? That's got to be Phil.
It's Phil.
Come on, Phil, get in here. Phil the buffer man. Phil the buffer man. Oh dear.
I'm a night owl now.
So do you guys, I'm curious, do you guys work off of Wi-Fi as well through your phones?
Yes.
No. We use data.
He just comes in like, no.
No, we use data.
Oh my god.
No Wi-Fi. We're not even hooked up to broadband or anything like that. We just have so we go through well, now New Zealand's changed Vodafone to One New Zealand. So our service provider, One New Zealand, is our phone. And we get, what do we get? Data. Yeah, I suppose we get about, what do we get? How much data we get, love?
I don't know, but no end. What's it called?
Unlimited data, what they call unlimited data, right?
Yeah. But how is it connected if it's not through Wi-Fi? You got to connect to something, don't you?
I don't turn the Wi-Fi on. I just turn the data on.
On the phone, we haven't got a box.
Oh, okay. So because we have AT&T as our provider. That's who our provider. Sorry, that's who our provider is AT&T company. So pretty much, you just use the provider company that they give you.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Honestly, I think that's probably. Do you know what G you run off of? Do you run off of like 3G or 4G or
4?
4? That's not bad.
4, yeah.
Yeah. If you,
I'm doing the full irradiation here. I'm on the 5G. Straight to my fucking face, man.
She wants that full plume of energy just shocking.
I sleep with it like a foot from my head too. Like it's like a foot from my head. Who cares? It's glued to my face all the time. Like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Okay.
They say, yeah. I work on that theory.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so are we gonna sing Kumbaya in rounds? How do people end? I'm not trying to end it. I'm saying eventually we're gonna have to end it. So we got to start planning the end.
Why? Wait, we got at least another 8 hours, right? Oh my goodness. What's going on in chat? Have we missed missed anything in chat?
Yeah, Phil's saying next time he's narrowing the focus of the topic. No, he didn't say it like that. Phil's brought the next topic. Okay. So it happens when you leave your co-host in charge. You're like, oh, it's okay. We have to do our research though. Okay. We're going to be talking about sun simulators and colliders next live.
Ooh.
Something about a jetpack.
Something about a jetpack.
And then I told him I will do my research. I screamed it back at him because he's screaming it at us. He doesn't believe that 5G exists.
Sun
Tested. He bets
simulator.
at 2.4. He's ready now. He's ready now. 5 more hours left. Yeah, bedtime for this Kiwi. Okay, so he's ready now. He's ready now. Does that mean he wants to go live and start talking about sun simulators?
All right, man. Let's do it.
All right, we're ready. We're here and waiting.
All right. All right. All right. All right, Dean. You can start it off. What about the sun simulators? Go.
Well, actually, Phil was the one that got me into this blooming subject, into the sun simulators to begin with. And he started showing me some pictures. And at the time, I was looking into sonic wave machines that they had on boats to like send waves down into the ocean to scan what's under there. They got this technology. They can scan the bloody seafloor and see what's down there. Anyway, he was talking, and it's the same sort of shape. And so I got kind of mixed up for a while. I thought he was talking about this frequency thing, and no, he ended up. He said no, and he sent me these pictures. And I don't know whether anybody's actually taken any pictures of the sun recently, but I do know it's sort of changing color. It used to be yellow as far as I'm concerned. In the last couple of years, it's got quite white. And
just in the last few years?
Just in the last couple of years, and then especially last year, I felt that we had some extreme heat.
Yeah, we did too.
It was
I think we've been in the white sun's been here for a while though. For us, I feel like the white sun's been here for 20 years, maybe.
You think that long over there on your end?
Yeah. I noticed that it wasn't the color of my childhood a long time ago.
That is true. That is true, because again, being in Florida, I remember it being that orange yellow
and big.
And then
and it was big in the sky.
In Michigan, it kind of changed. It definitely changed. But I took it as the terrain, right? I'm going from the tropics all the way up to Michigan. So
yeah.
I just in my head went, okay, well, maybe it's a different color up here than compared to closer to the equator. I wasn't sure what to make of it at the time. But yeah, no, they're talking about the changing of the color of the sun when it happened, like from the yellow, orange to the white.
Did I interrupt you?
Even the shape of the sun itself, because if you're talking hexagonal shapes, like the pictures I've seen, hexagonal, a group of hexagonal bulbs. How how they work or how they reflect off whatever how they work is beyond me exactly. Whether they're up in front of the sky, in front of the sun, whether it's placed in front of the sun, or whether it's like a, I don't know, some kind of projected hologram type thing. I'm not sure. But I can tell you that the heat on some days is just simply different from the rest, you know. So it's just different from the other days. You know, it's too hot. There's something about that heat that's burning. You know, holy,
It
you
is.
can actually feel it through your shirt.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys hear? I'm not sure if it's an American patent or not. I think it is, where they were actually basically making a patent to block the sun.
Mm.
I actually heard it as they were going to sort of like have these the stuff that they could spray that would basically block it. Yeah, it would cause some kind of shadow between us and the sun.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with the possible chemtrails and what the airplanes have been spraying up there. And then you have to realize that there's also like weather stations on the ground that they will turn on, and down the ways all of a sudden there's a storm. So that and then of course you have the infamous HARP that's in Alaska, that's been well known to manipulate weather.
I don't think HARP's sort of stationary anymore, actually, you know. I think it's more like flying around, wherever they want to take it, you know. And it's probably just an electronic device now. They don't have to even worry about having all the other stuff, right? They can operate it from like you can, you know, in front of your screen, you know. They don't have to I mean, I know those things are all set up everywhere, but you don't have to have anybody stationed there turning on anything, you know. Like, I think it's all done through like computer networking, you know, same sort of thing. What do you think, Tony? Do you think it's computer networking that would control HARP? Every country having their own control?
Yeah, I do. There's over 200, at least I heard there's over 200 hadron colliders or whatever on the planet.
Oh yeah.
If not more.
There's a lot of CERNs. Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Not Know said that they remote viewed it. It's a big glazed, complicated, spiky geometric shape, triangles and pyramidal shapes like a snowflake greenhouse light bulb.
Okay.
And Phil is saying it's a light array using a parabolic mirror system. That's why you see two at times. Definitely a manufactured light source, but Not Know says it's definitely a manufactured light source. Can't say by who, but Intergalactic Toyota, perhaps. Or Intergalactic General Electric, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They're in there somewhere, eh? For sure.
Yep. Matthew 24:22. If the days were not be shortened for the sake of the elect, no man would be saved. If the days were not be shortened for the sake of the elect, no man would be saved. Create a son and nobody is the wiser. Friends, I think I have to go to bed.
No worries.
I don't want to.
I don't wanna.
I don't. I'm not even a whiner. But I'm whining. I don't wanna.
I don't wanna. No, it's about 6:45 a.m. here now.
Yeah, 3:45 here. Christos, just in time to take over the stream.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Yeah.
Hi, Christos. Phil got kicked off his own stream. And we're just going to stay till he can get back on. It might be forever. We might be here. We're just going to go on and on.
Phil's in buffer land right now. He's just spinning away up there.
Oh, they might be dizzy by now.
He needs Geordi from Star Trek to be energized, right? He needs to be put back together.
Giving him a boost.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hi, London. Hi, Sir Drop TV. Yeah, careful. Careful what happens when you let Bex on your screen. I'm just kidding.
I tell you, London, the last hour has just been hilarious in my view. Anyway, it's been fun. Had some research topics, but man, this is great.
No, it is. It's good. It is good fun.
Yes.
It's a great topics coming in here, and good people to be around. Good people to be around.
Yes, a real gift. That's why whenever anyone out there is like, oh, AI is dividing us, it's dividing us, the algorithms divide. No, you just follow I unfollowed all the devices stuff after I got a hate speech violation for calling myself a stupid white girl. And then I unfollowed everything and I heard crickets for a while, but it was fun. It was good. You don't get divisive if you don't follow the divisive stuff. And then I found people anyways, YouTube algorithms are great for connecting like-minded people.
Yeah, fully.
Yeah, it really is, because again, it goes back to choice, right? I mean, algorithms can only do so much because technically the choice is still in your hand. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's a choice. I know it looks like